partner ball yesterday on this lawn, so I'd be very She might choose to go to one back with a tee and then TPO with the second ball, have two off. That would be a good strategy, I think, in these conditions. White's overrun by a bit more than she expected, which makes this hoop a lot trickier now. Pink rushing pink a good couple of meters past the hoop, but at least it's going to the right side of the hoop. That was the other option, trickle at it and miss it. that hoop does hill in that direction, so she found the hill that everyone else has been finding. Okay, so I think pink can hit white there. It looks like they can. So that gives you a bit of a dilemma. So brown can hit green. I'm not sure if anything of pink or white rushes to one though. So brown hitting green probably isn't a break, although it could do some crafty little promotion or double rush or something to get a rush to one. Like a hoop 1 and 2 leave, except blue's taking the long shot with the 2 to blue, which is down level with hoop 4. After he rushes to 3, so it's a pretty attacking shot. I think I'd be more tempted to shoot blue at black, but then Doug can turn around and play with yellow. Ewan shot at some amount of pink and white. I have no idea how much of that he could see. From my angle, not much, but maybe it may obviously missed it anyway. Don't tell me I've been just talking to myself for this entire...
No.
Okay, good.
No, some of it, because it keeps cutting out and I don't know why. Sorry everyone, I'm just going to change some batteries here.
The most all day. Anything intelligent until you give me a wave that it's working. How are you, honey? It's running on. that mean we're good?
I'm assuming.
All right.
I mean, practically that might be.
Yeah, I did say wave, so I guess. Yeah, the blue. Okay, welcome back, ladies and gents. Apparently, I've just been talking to myself for the last half an hour, the microphone not working. Quite why I was allowed to go on for that long without anyone hearing me, I don't know, but let's start from the start. So, welcome to Lawn 2, Court 2, I should say it. So, I keep wanting to call it Lawn. You wouldn't say Centre Lawn at Wimbledon, would you? Court 2, Surbiton Croquet Club, which is in southwest London. And the two games we have on this is the first round of the knockout for the Open Championship. We've got a mixture of round 1 and round 2 games because we don't have a power of 2 involved. But on this lawn we have Suter versus Grimsley. Grimsley playing red and yellow versus Suter playing blue and black. And then we also have Gabrielle Higgins versus Ewan Burridge. They're playing this. I'll just pause while Grimsley takes this shot. And he's missed it. Okay, so Burridge started off the game very well. I didn't actually see the start because we were busy setting up, but he certainly had the first break and he whizzed round to fullback. Hoop 1 and 2 leave, which is not the traditional leave when you're giving a lift, but it worked. I know it didn't because Higgins hit the lift, but she didn't get started with it, and there's been a lot of back and forth since that missed lift, since the hit lift of it failed hoop 1. Lots of shots and attempts to make hoops and so on and so forth. But the current situation is 1 and 4 back. Higgins is 2 and has a break with white. And in Grimsley is 2 and 3 and Suter is 1 and 1, but he has a 3-ball count corner 3. He's played to promote black to 2 in that shot, which is an interesting choice because blue is for hoop 1. So the normal way to play that, I'd have thought, would be to promote yellow to big 1 pioneer and then hit red with the next shot, and then you've got your hoop 1 pioneer waiting at hoop 1, but he's obviously got a better plan in mind. No, he was going to do that. Yeah, okay. So I think my plan was better. Okay. He may well have snookered himself on this one. Judging from his body language, there's maybe a sliver of red available. Yeah, hey, no worries, there's loads of red available. Extra 1 from there though. the other game, Higgins is for hoop 3 with white. She's approaching hoop 3 off the green ball. It's fairly quick lawn in this region, so she's going to be fairly delicate with the approach, but it's definitely playable. That looks perfect. Yep, lovely approach. Good length with green. As the courts speed up, shots become easier to play. That's a very nice stop shot. Yep. Hoops are not particularly tight, but the speed of the court kind of makes up for it, provides. Higgins has got a 3-ball break going on now. She had to leave Brown behind. She tried to run hoop 2 to the boundary to hit Brown, which is near corner 2, but she just grovelled through it, so had to leave it behind. Suitor's just going for a leave now. One, which sounds there. Red and yellow possibly cross-pegged, in fact. So he'll just lay up next to black and leave Grimsley the shot. No. Actually, no, it's not a great leave, because red's going to be the ball to play, and he's left a pioneer at red's hoop, but no. Higgins has played a good pioneer to 5, but she didn't get a rush to 4. Shot at probably black. Going into corner 2 if he misses. Good hoop by Higgins. She's got that 3-ball break nicely under control now. Be looking to pick up Brown just before 1 back. Grimsley's evidently not cross-pegged. Looked like he was. No, he was definitely cross-pegged. That shot went nowhere near yellow. I think he's just pairing up. And the key hoop for Higgins will be 1 back. She needs to get a really good 1 back pioneer, because that's the most difficult hoop to approach on the lawn. She's got good. That will certainly help matters. That's absolutely perfect there in front of 6. And a nice little rush to 5. And for those of you just joining us, Burridge, who is Higgins' opponent, is 1 and 4 back, and Higgins is 2 and this break, which is currently up to 5. In the other game, Suitor currently playing is 1 and 1 versus Grimsley 2 and 3. This falls off. Yep, I think that won't be the last time that happens in these matches.
Thank you.
Hasn't gotten a forward rush out of 5, which is not ideal. So she's going to be replacing this 1 back pioneer from. Green looks a little pacey, is it? Yeah, it's running on a bit. That's awful. Yeah. The only good side is that it's near brown, so she will be able to get a good rush on it to 1 back. But It means more work to come after one back now. And I'm not 100% sure where the two back pioneer is coming from at this stage. Yeah, she's certainly not getting a forward rush out of this. The best is sideways rush. Yeah, so I think one option is to rush pink to two back and then take off to brown, but that sounds horrible to me. Taking off into corner two is, well, she's going for it. Taking off into corner two is just awful, especially from that distance. It's okay once you got the speed of the lawn, and she's made 6 hoops now, which is usually what you need to get a good feel for the speed of the lawn. So this is a key shot coming up. Even if she comes up short, she could hit green and then go across the north boundary to rush brown to one back. So there are options. I think this is an okay speed. It's going to run on. Yeah, that's alright. That's close enough to hit brown. She can certainly stop brown to something like level with one back, and then she'll be able to do a bit of back rushing to the hoop to get all the balls into the lawn. Gotta get a good rush to one back first though, and that's okay. A little bit of cut, but it's okay. No, yeah, it's a little bit of cut. It's pretty straight. Yeah, that's okay. The only problem is she's approaching from the western side, which is the wrong side to be approaching this hoop from. Send it to 3 back and then hopefully should brown down to pink. While she marks black, Grim got given a gift by 3 near Grimsley's ball, and he's now got a 3-ball break which he's taken through 3 and 4, just approached 5 there, and he'll be able to pick up black once he gets to 1 back, so that will turn into a 4-ball break. So Grimsley's now getting to the point where he's starting to feel like he's got a bit of a feel for the lawn. He'll either rush this to black or just tap it and roll up. Yeah, he's just tapping it, guaranteeing the rush to. Obviously thinks black is a good 1 back part. I agree with that. Higgins didn't run into the north boundary, so she's planning to 3-ball this around instead, which means she wants brown as a 3 pioneer. Which means green will be the peg ball, assuming she's doing a spread, which she may not. She's a big fan of the NSL. She certainly wants to try and force Burridge to play with green on his next turn if she can. So NSL. Oh, she has a think. Grimsley now approaching 6. He's still kind of establishing the break, so he hasn't had an opportunity to do any pivot swaps or anything like that to get a particular ball. Grimsley's not an NSL guy, so he'll be making 2 back off oppo. The Fulford preferred way of doing a diagonal spread anyway. very un-England-like weather, but we're enjoying it. Two games have gotten out of each other's way. Grimsley's got perfect control approaching one back, and he's coming from the downhill side, so uphill approach. Nicely. Higgins is slightly over. Camera.
Okay.
I think from
So, is it possible that you...
if I move to there. Yeah, it's probably only going to be for the morning. Once it's I don't want to be here anyway, then the other end becomes better.
Sorry.
Still on air, are we?
I think so, yeah. Yeah. But Else is listening. Yeah, intermittently.
Excellent. That's alright. It's a nice day to be sitting out here anyway. It's pretty standard croquet. Yeah, I have been kind of here the whole time. Yeah.
Okay. Okay, we'll stay for a minute.
Yeah. Ooh. Right, Higgins safely through two back. I didn't see any of that because we were talking about technical details. But she's definitely got something looking like a diagonal spread coming up. Nice little rush of brown to three back. She's got a little bit of space to get the forward rush out. Green is very nicely in the shadow of the peg with the escape ball waiting there. For those of you that were watching my game on here yesterday, which is none of you, you'll know the difficulties of trying to get a spread from this position. As always, no rush out of three back. But by this stage of the break, she'll have the speed of the lawn, so I imagine she'll be able to get white nice and close to green. And Grimsley safely through. So he's looking to go to three. Lovely shot there from Higgins. Perfect length on both. Yeah. Grimsley's perplexingly played yellow down to south of Route 5 there. I'm not sure what's going on with that one. I think maybe he just doesn't have a pass roll. I've been sending it more towards black, get a bit of split to help the pass. Anyway, Yeah, Higgins should just be looking to stop green towards the peg. There's a nice little hole in exactly the spot you want for green to sit. So, yeah, as long as she plays along the right line, it will just drop nicely into that hole. So, standard D spread from Higgins. We'll see Ewan shot in a minute once she finishes setting up the leave. And Grimsley wants to do the same leave, so he's going to have to wait, I think, for Higgins to finish and then Burridge to take his shot. I guess it would involve sticking a ball on the back of one back, but she didn't have control of the break at that point to be able to do it, so maybe this is just the best she could manage in the circumstances. So Burridge is going to lift Brown, which is his hoop 1 ball, and take the shot from corner 3. I may have to move out of the way so he gets a side of this. Beautifully smooth swing. That mallet stayed gun barrel straight the whole way through, but never quite on line. This lawn hills into the court down that boundary, although there wasn't a whole lot of hilling going on there with the speed he hit that. But yeah, it started right and stayed right. Come out to play with their hoop 2 ball. Meanwhile, Grimsley is in the process of setting his own spread, so he's going to make 3 back now. He's brought partner over to 3 back. I'm not quite sure why he's done that. Maybe it's just where the balls happen to fall. That was planned. It stopped yellow into the middle. Safely through 3 back. Looks like he's going to hit yellow, probably place that somewhere on the east boundary and then try and get the other 2. So I feel OSL up for Grimsley. Let's look at the start of Higgins, see if she can dig out a break from her missed lift opportunity. So rushed white too close to green to be able to get a 4-back pine here. So already making things difficult. But good rush here will help a lot. And that reasonable rush. Not quite the right line, but the length is okay. So she's going to be approaching from straight. Underhit the approach a little bit, but it's definitely better than overhitting it. Now green's going to go off the lawn, isn't it? It's not the first time I've seen that happen. Yeah, it just kept rolling and rolling. Well, that's rather unfortunate. So that leaves balls all over the place, and Burridge is going to have a fairly short shot of green and pink to re-establish the innings. Cross wide, which I don't think they are, then he can shoot at white with brown in the background and corner 4. Grimsley is just finishing off his leave now. As I predicted, it's going to be. Didn't quite have the control out of 3 back to get the spread, but nothing wrong with an OSL. 3rd best leave in croquet. Relatively short shot, which he hits ball on the left. As you look down that way, you can see the colour of all the other lawns is much greener than the lawn we're on. Quite why this lawn is so much browner than the others, when I imagine the watering was switched off for all of them at the same time, I don't know. But yeah, we're enjoying the fast conditions here on court 2. The other ones are gradually speeding up. There's a lot of rain on Saturday and Sunday, and I think also Monday, certainly early Monday morning. So they got very slow, unplayably slow in some cases, right down the far end. But with a couple of days of sunshine, they've sped up quite a lot, and with the high temperatures and sunshine that's forecast over the next few days, they should get quite toasty indeed. And Grimsley's finished his OSL, so he is 2 and 4 back versus Suter still for 1 and 1. Burridge has placed pink north of 2, making sure it doesn't run at 2. He's going to put white to leave, and then he'll dare Higgins to hit something. White will be the danger. It's going to be the pioneer for 1. I'm going to want to play white, and I predict something like 3. Depends where green and brown go. Ideally, you roll green and brown somewhere up to level 6 or something like that. Just go into corner 4, or it could choose to stay there. You might be able to engineer some crosswire from white down there, maybe. We'll see in a sec. Suter's looking at his options. It's not quite a classic OSL because yellow and red are in lawn a bit. You can see down there. So we have his shortest shot's going to be from the end of A balk at red and yellow. He's indifferent about which ball he plays with, but given that black is a pretty good pioneer, or an average pioneer for hoop 2, he'll almost certainly be playing with black. Burridge is looking at setting a rush to pink. I think he set the rush for pink, so he's made sure to not leave a double for white. But he's pretty close to the corner, so I'd expect Higgins to shoot it green and brown with white. He won't be able to get it too far into the lawn. Although then he'd be able to get a rush to 1 then off them, but pink is a long way north of 2, so it's not a great pioneer for 2. So I'd be happy to leave that there. Suter's chosen to lift black, as I thought, and taking the short shot at red and yellow. It's definitely the most obvious shot to take. No guarantees he's going to hit it, but definitely the right shot to take. Higgins turned down the shot. He's gonna corner. Defensive option, and perfectly sensible defensive option. Except she's hit hoop 3, but got a lucky deflection off the boundary, so that could have been much worse. She also could have accidentally run 4 back in that shot. Should have been quite funny. Suter's hit in. Great shot. I'm backing Ewan to win this race. He's doesn't faff about a lot with his shots. Oh, another hoop hit. That makes things much trickier now. This is not a nice shot trying to get green to 2 and get a rush of pink to 1. Staying on the lawn is enough of a challenge from there. Suter has massively overhit his first shot after the hit in, so he's already making things hard for himself as well. Oh, this lawn's great fun to play on. Lovely takeoff there by Ewan. That's a brilliant shot. Didn't risk putting green anywhere near 2 though, so we'll see if that comes back to bite him after making hoop 1. Good looking rush to 1. It's going to run on a bit though. But he's going to be approaching from reasonably straight, so got a chance. Suter's looking for the rush to 1. Should be okay though. It's not a bad shot by Burridge if white stays on the lawn, which it has. He's got himself a straight rush to 2. He didn't make any attempt to get a rush from white out into the lawn, preferring to play the big croquet, but it's gone well for him. It's gone well for him. So hit this straight. Hitting things straight is his specialty. Then he should be okay. Yeah, that's a lovely shot. That's a really nice shot. Okay, expect him to go around from here. White's not in a great place for the TP opportunity though, but he can, if he gets a backward rush out of this hoop, he can get that. Yeah, nice approach. So run this past pink and then rush pink down to white. That's what he wants. Yeah, thinking too many shots ahead and he forgot to run the hoop. And that's pink's hoop as well. That could be a disaster. Yeah. He said to himself, should have run it off the boundary. And he's exactly right. Suter failed to approach hoop 1. Don't know if you saw that in the background. He's just paired up in corner 1 now, leaving himself a dolly rush to hoop 1. Don't know if he's crosswired from yellow at all. Yellow is the ball that wants to play, but red's the pioneer for hoop 2. Let's take a look at Higgins. So Higgins is going to try and tap brown in hoop 2 and not rush it too far, because she needs to approach hoop 2 off this ball herself. She trickles at it, and no worries. A nice hit, and brown hasn't gone too far, so she'll be able to make hoop 2 from here, I would think. A little bit north of hoop 4, so this is very cuttable to white, although it's a big shot. You have to hit this, even on this fast zone, you still have to hit this really quite hard, because as has been mentioned many times of this tournament, we're playing with Fletcher ball. He's hit it on exactly the right line, and I'm sure that wasn't the hardest she could possibly hit it, but it's not going anywhere near white. So she's got the choice now, either pass rolling brown to 4 going to white, and then taking off or rolling white, or just taking off directly to green now and not leaving a hoop 4 pioneer. She's choosing that option. It's not a terrible option, leaving brown in the lawn. So she should, even if she doesn't get any kind of rush out of hoop 3, she'll have plenty of space to get a croquet in behind brown. That takeoff has not gone well. Okay, running into green now means she has quite a long sideways roll up to the hoop. In the background you would have seen nicely running an angled hoop 1. Higgins couldn't repeat that. Chased 3. So we got Higgins, Burridge 2 and 4 back. Very evenly poised this. Burridge has some interesting choices here. So it's kind of a squeeze situation, but green and brown are definitely within hit. With either one of them would give Higgins an easy break. So there's a bit of pressure on this shot. Thing that here. I think that missed lift shot. This is his only miss of the day so far. His rush to 2 hit the peg and bounced back, and he's tried to roll hoop 2 from next to the peg. If that's in front, that's a fantastic roll. Feet on air. Sudo didn't fancy his hoop 2 prospects there, so he's just played safe just out of corner 1. Burridge has just given everything away by missing that shot now, because Higgins can run the hoop, rush green down to white and establish the break.
Unless you ask them if it hit, they shouldn't tell you that it hit. You. Alright.
Shot at pink and missed, so green to there and then miss pink.
I'm the same on this. But because I saw something moving,
Yeah, it's just the tiniest of nicks.
probably
Yeah.
didn't move more.
It moved and then rocked back into the same spot. Yeah.
And what's the point? Anybody, yeah, I mean, this is something which isn't covered in the regs. Anybody listening to the commentary would have heard you say.
Yeah.
So, Joe, I thought we were friends.
What? I said it hit. All right. Well, let's see if we can bring you up to date on all of the controversy that's just happened there. Now that no one's too close to me, so I can talk about it. So, Grimsley, from somewhere near hoop 2, shot at his partner ball, which was in corner 3 on the corner spot, and I'm sitting right next to that ball. And as it came past the red that he shot at, I heard a noise and saw the red move. And didn't realize it hit until I kind of indicated that it had hit. Without him asking, and if I hadn't have said anything, it seems that he would have just marked it on and left the lawn. I presume correctly under the laws, although I don't actually know what the laws are in this respect. I think Grimsley has said, in that case, I won't claim the hit, and he gave Mark the next shot. After Mark said that that's what he should do effectively. So I think that's all worked out as it's supposed to. But yeah, both me and my intrepid cameraman saw and heard it hit, so it definitely did hit. Yeah, a little bit of controversy there. It wouldn't be the Open without a bit of controversy. And then Suter joined up. Grimsley attempted the corner-to-corner takeoff, which predictably went off the lawn, and now Suter is trying to make a break now with blue, and he's rushing blue to 1 with the other 2 balls in corners 1 and 3, so no break prospects there. And then in the jaws of 3, which Higgins evidently didn't see, so she came over and asked me what was going on, so I had to tell her that you had missed that shot. So now she's just run 3, and then she's digging the breakout with her second ball. So she picked up brown, as I suggested she might, and made hoop 4, and now she's busy trying to arrange some pioneers to get an organised 4-ball break. This is a rush of white to south of green. It's a little bit short of where she wanted, but it's okay. So she'll be able to stop white up and then get the rush of green to 5. Higgins has done a usual thing of hitting a perfect shot and then complaining about it. Well, it's not quite perfect, I guess. It's a tiny bit overrolled, but don't think this will harm their chances of making hoop 5. Making hoop 6 is more of an issue, though. Hoop 6 pioneer is almost at 1 back. Good rush of green. Yeah, that's nice and close to the hoop, so she might send green off to the west of the hoop, her left, and then put that as the 2-back pioneer. Or she might just stop it back up into the middle of the lawn to make life a bit easier between 6 and 1 back. I think that would be my preference. Trying to do an early 2-back pioneer when you don't have a hoop 6 pioneer is a touch risky, especially in these conditions. Suter's just waiting for her to get out of the way. He wants to rush block. Big rush shot coming up. Okay. He's got plenty of power though, so distance should be no problem for him. It's just a matter of whether he can get the line. He hasn't quite got it. It's off the boundary, about level with hoop 3, so very, very delicate takeoff if he's going to get a rush of red to 2. So Higgins has gone for the early 2-back pioneer. Nice rush of white, but still a bit of work to do.
That's all right.
Higgins has got the break nicely established now with her second ball, so to repeat, or to remind you, she's on the break with her partner clip for 4-back, so she's looking to go 4-back and peg with this. There's absolutely no chance she's going to think about any kind of peeling. Nice rush to 1-back there. Green's a adequate 2-back pioneer, with brown nicely established as a pivot there. That should be no trouble for her. So if she gets to 4-back and peg, that will put her 1 turn from finishing, which will put a bit more pressure on you and shot next time.
Trying to win this whole time. No, because you're in a bad position. You're in on time. I know. I'm waiting for gaps to get out of the way.
I knew that was coming.
If it wasn't for this hat, then the hoop wouldn't be in shape.
I was going to say, I suppose if you knew what you're doing wrong, you wouldn't do it.
That convention hoop is a while ago. Long term, you know you can always be in shape. The hat was overhauled.
For our customers, that's the main stuff. Suitor's turn for a almost corner to corner takeoff. He's got the length of this pretty good, I think. Alright, so Higgins continues on her path to 4-back and peg. She got a little bit compressed out of 2-back, so she's had to swap pivots, but she's done it quite well. I don't think there'll be any problems for her in the next few hoops. So let's see. Suitor made hoop 1, and yeah, with balls in corners 1 and 3 as he was making the hoop. Unsurprisingly, he didn't get any more hoops. So Suitor is now for 2 and 2. Grimsley is 2 and 4 back. And then Higgins, as I said, approaching 4 back and peg, with Burridge for 2 and 4 back. So pretty standard lines of play going on in the Higgins-Burridge match. Nothing particularly interesting or controversial. The lawns, well, this lawn at least. The other lawns are all pretty easy, but this lawn is proving challenging, and I don't think we'll see many players even attempting peeling turns here, let alone completing them. We've seen, not on air, but we've seen Fulford do a couple of peeling turns on this court, or at least I've seen him do one a couple of days ago. Maybe he did another one. Avery's been peeling on every lawn, so yeah, be a few players who be able to cope with this, but not many. But the hoops are quite easy, so he'll be okay as long as he hits it between the wires. Higgins rushes a little bit short of 4 back, but that'll be fine. Should approach okay from there. Could be a costly miss by Suitor, we'll see. Don't know if that appeared on the film, but having hit the ball in the jaws of hoop 2, Grimsley then approached hoop 2 into the jaws himself, but coming from the right side. So he was able to run that, and now he has a break available. He can play a good sequence of shots here. And he's not started off with a good shot. Absolutely shanked that first one. His hoop 3 pioneer is more than halfway to the boundary, so he's not got a lot of room. Higgins has found either green or pink in a hole, so she's just asking for some relief, I suspect. She's called Ewan on to seek his consent. She's decided to just do something slightly different rather than try and fill in a hole or something else wacky. So Higgins still approaching 4 back and peg. She's got 2 more hoops to go to get there.
I left the rest for blue to
Overhead. Over approach 3, as you saw, I think, and then I don't actually know what you can see, but I'm going to guess you saw that. And then tried a very short range jump shot at the angled hoop. Caught the near wire, then the far wire, and then his mallet followed through and hit yellow again. So it's a double tap, which is a fault, which means his opponent has the option of having the ball replaced or playing them from where they lie, but either way it's end of turn. And he's chosen to have it replaced, which I think gives him a slightly easier shot with black, which is nearby. They were still discussing the corner 3 hit ball controversy. Suda's thinking about playing with blue, which I don't know, seems like a strange choice to me. I think I'd play with black. Take the shorter shot. So Higgins safely through Rover, and definitely a diagonal spread coming up again. This time with brown for hoop 2, so sticking brown out as the wide ball makes all the sense in the world. Little dinky tap. You've got to be really delicate around here to get that peg ball well placed. And brown's not particularly wide, so it's really important she gets it hidden behind the peg. But she should be able to get it from there. As I said, there's that hole in front of the hoop that it will nestle into nicely if you get it near to it. White's also very close by, which can be problematic. As those of you who were watching my game yesterday will know. So she's just done a super thin takeoff from green. Got to be careful she doesn't move green on this shot though. Yeah, looked very likely from my angle, but can be deceptive from distance. But there we go, that's a disaster. And I would say Ewan is a 100% probability of hitting brown at green from there. So I think we'll be seeing Higgins pairing up now. She'll just be rolling them down into the corner. Meanwhile, Suter, having taken the shot of black at yellow, has taken off, rushed, and then rushed to a really good position at 2. So I'm expecting him to make hoop 2 now with a perfect pioneer at 3 and almost perfect pioneer at 4. So this is definite break now. So Suter will be around to 4 back soon. You'll get a feel for the speed of the lawn, and that will equalise things. So that will leave it at 2 and 4 back versus 3 and 4 back. Yeah, no commentator's curse there. This is guaranteed. So Higgins did just roll them off. Ewan will come in and hit green, but really difficult break to make hoop 2 from there. Pink and white are as far away from hoop 2 as they can be, while still being on the lawn. Well, now white can hit pink and there's a finish available. Higgins is just going to psych herself up for this finishing turn. Suter has got it all perfectly under control. Red's gone to 4. Red is the 4 back ball, so no thoughts of a TPO, unsurprisingly. He's just going to use this break to get a feel for the lawn. Nice hit by Higgins. And it's gone pretty close to brown. Should be able to rush brown out to green next. It's okay. Anyway, he's hitting yellow. Higgins got a little bit of a cut rush to green. She's cut a good amount. Yeah, that's a nice shot. So she's got space to load penalt, and it's pretty much on the rush line to 4 back. So that's a great shot there. suitor still trying to get a feel for the speed of the lawn. That's one that tends to go a bit too far until you've got the feel for it. But it's okay. The red is a absolutely perfect pioneer at 4, so he'll be able to either take off or roll down to that. Right, key shot here for Higgins. This white has to land on a reasonable rush line to 4 back. She doesn't want to be rolling to 4 back from any kind of distance. The broadcast director, Alison Warm, has left her station and has gone off to play her own game. So if there are any more technical difficulties, well, we can't do anything about it. We're on our own. Key rush coming up. Let's see how this goes. It's okay. It's okay. It's straight. A bit long, but should be fine. Suitor had no trouble taking off and making 4, and he's got a nice rush down to his slightly wayward pioneer at 5. She's rushed all the way to the south boundary, so that should be okay still. So everything's nice under control. He's definitely getting a feel for the lawn now. You can sense it. He's looking around for the red ball, which Higgins is marking, and he was possibly also looking at the clip positions. So yellow is on 3, red is on 4 back, and he's playing with black. Blue, his partner ball, is for 2. So Higgins is looking to finish from 4 back and peg. That Rover Pioneer's it's hilled off a fair bit to the left there, but it is on the same side as pink, which is partner ball, which she'd like to be able to go to after this hoop so that she can get it in the middle ready for the peg out. Doesn't help that she's rushed brown into the wire there. She'll be able to stop it across the hoop. She's having to come across old hoop holes here. Dirt-filled old hoop holes on the western side of every hoop, which don't really seem to affect the hoop approaches, but they're always in your mind when you're playing these. Nicely played there. She's going to end up with a rush at something like corner 3, which doesn't really help, but she doesn't need to get a rush of pink over to green. With it on that side, she can easily just croquet it. Yes. More like rush to the middle of the north boundary, as it turns out. But she's just going to tap this and then take off to pink. Suitor's just making 5, getting out of Higgins' way. These matches are, by the way, are all best of 3, so even if things haven't quite gone Burridge's way in this one, he'll still have another opportunity in game 2, and then hopefully for him in game 3 as well. court 3, we've just seen Murray beat Parrish in game 1 of their encounter. Well, we haven't seen it. In fact, I didn't see any of it, but I see them both walking off the lawn, and I know Parrish was sitting down for most of it, so Murray would have won that. Higgins' roll to green has gone very well. Yeah, I think slightly off the line she intended. It leaves a bit of a cut rush, I think. Oh, no. It's so hard to tell from over here, but yeah, that's a straight rush to Rover, I think. Yeah, very slight, like three-quarter ball cut on the right, but it's fine. Suitor's break is perfectly under control. Partner ball is Pioneer for 1 back. And Higgins safely through Rover, so she's going to peg out for a plus 16 result in game 1. Suitor had to play a very delicate approach to 6, which he almost underhit. He left himself a very angled hoop, but he was able to get through it. And as I said, the hoops are pretty easy, so no trouble there. He's making 2 back off Oppo. Opponent is 3 and 4. The peg ball rushable to 2. Although you still want to try and leave it rushable to 2 just in case he lifts the other ball. But anyway, it's all nice under control. I'll wait till suitor makes hoop for it. I don't think that's quite where he intended red to go. I feel an OSL coming on now. Yeah. So then you put yellow over near hoop 4. And then when Grimsley lifts that, all of the balls he wants to play with are on the other side of the lawn. Yeah. And they're on the side of the lawn that suitor wants to be on. Using the force to slow down black. I think that's just stopped okay. Despite his body language. Yeah, it cuts to... Oh, does it cut to 3? It might just cut to... should be okay. He doesn't really need any kind of rush out of 3 back because he's going to be leaving yellow somewhere over there anyway. I think that's just okay. It's a little bit slower. Those of you that have seen any of Russ Dilley's videos will know all about that one. But still basically the same thing. And black has hit the peg. This has got reverse OSL written all over it now. He's put red very wide there. I don't think you'd necessarily recommend putting. Don't know. I choose to put it more in lawn. Closer to the boundary it gets, I guess, the more likely Grimsley is to choose the short shot from the end of B balk. Traditionally, just roll both these balls off the boundary. I think Suter's asking for someone to watch where one of them goes off for him. Nick Parrish coming in to watch the action near that corner as usual. Okay. Alright, so Suter safely. A reminder that any of the technology as expected, Grimsley's lifted the yellow, which is for hoop 3. And he looks like he's lining up the long double.
Good break. Hoop 3 was so angled that there was no shadow at all anywhere there.
Doug shoots, and nowhere near red, nowhere near black either. No, that didn't go very close to his intended line. It might have gone off the lawn in between black and blue, but it might have gone off even before black. It's hard to tell from here. Game 2 for Higgins and Burridge is underway. Higgins went first, standard east boundary. Burridge has gone for a so-called standard tice, which at this level so let's see if she tries for a ball round. Given that brown's on the east boundary, I think that's extremely unlikely. Far more likely that she'll just send it into the lawn and go and pair up with brown. Alright. So Sue started with right now. carbon copy last. Alright, Suitor has slightly misapproached too. He's got what, half me?
Neil, who's doing mixing currently,
Okay, cool.
said the mic's still got that same issue.
So you're hearing like every third word or something.
No, apparently you hear little batches of words which make sense,
Okay,
and then
okay,
complete silence.
okay. Yeah. It's better than none of it making sense, I guess. Although if you could hear all of it, it would still not make sense, probably. Now that the sun's coming around, I might move down to the other end then.
Mm.
Attempt to get better audio quality, I'm going to move closer to the receiver, see if this helps. Yeah, we're still live. Would you like to give some words for the viewers on how your plate game is going?
It's over.
It's over, eh? Oh, who are you?
Yes,
that right?
Dennis
Yeah.
Pollock.
And he's just pegged it out.
He figured out how to play, but he was already on Rover and Rover at the time.
Well, yeah, hopefully you can how to play things for the next game.
Which will no doubt be in
Yeah.
several hours when I've completely forgotten.
Yeah, I know that feeling. Yeah, that would work, I think.
So did you practice just jumping?
Yeah, we're still live. I'm just moving to closer to the receiver. Apparently they're only hearing 10 seconds out of every 30 of what I'm saying. Right. So yeah, shifting things around, see if you can hear me a bit better from here. So we may also be moving the camera. I don't know about that yet, but if, just in case you haven't seen what's going on, Higgins has made hoop 1 with green. Pink is in corner 4. Pink is in corner 4. and she's just waiting for Grimsley to get out of the way. She has a nice hoop 2 pioneer, so a pretty standard opening break coming up for her here.
Well, not quite into it, but that's all I know.
Were you having a practice shot? Were you having a practice shot? So I would have been pulling your horse.
She's got the ratio slightly wrong there. The length of white's perfect, but green's slightly overrun. Grimsley's got a break going. So he's, let's see, yeah, he's got his second break going. So he's coming up to 4 back and peg in about 15 minutes time. Doesn't take too long over his breaks, Grimsley. Higgins has overhit that approach by a lot. Don't think that's even runnable, is it? That looks a lot like the one that Suter just failed. Let's see if Higgins can handle it. Possible jump. These hoops are quite amenable to jump shots. Oh, hit the right part of the hoop, but maybe it was too angled to run through. Seemed to just drop down and stay in the jaws. Okay, so Higgins 1 and 2, Burridge 1 and 1, and no one's got opening break yet in this one. Grimsley is carrying on with his break, so he's now got a 4-ball break established. Coming up through 5, looking pretty good to get to 4 back and peg, I think. Give him a very good chance of getting to 4 back and peg now. Got the speed of the lawn. He's just played black in the way of Burridge's shot. And he's run into blue. Don't know if that makes things better or worse. Burridge wasn't very happy about that, so he's quite wisely stepped back and he's going to collect his thoughts once Grimsley gets out of the way. Yeah, Grimsley should have been aware that that was going on. He shouldn't have played that shot up there. Okay, with Grimsley out of the way. Now Burridge can take his shot, can he? Yeah, Grimsley's going to stop and wait for him. Big shot, and he snicked it. That's a handy little snick there. That will allow him to keep Brown closer. And now, he looked at where the green rushed to 1 before. I don't know what his conclusion was. Depends how much in the jaws it is. It looks very straight from here, but it depends how much through the hoop it is. If he has to basically run the hoop to rush it, then that's much less realistic prospect. It's taking off to it though. Good length. No, I take that back. That just didn't stop. I took off down the hill. Now we're getting to midday now. These courts are getting fairly spicy. Nice rush though. Possibly guided a bit by the wires. It's gone exactly the line you'd want. And almost a lengthy one as well. Yeah, it's great effort from where it was. No trouble making hoop one there for you. And
Not used to people commentating.
Pink's still in corner 4, so Burridge trying to dig out a 3-ball break. And he had to roll from hoop 1 up to hoop 2. It's not a terrible shot, given where he was and the trickiness of the courts in that area. He's not going to be able to rush this close to 2, but he will be able to rush it straight, which is quite useful. And hasn't quite got it straight. But he's approaching from the right side. The main challenge here will be keeping Brown on the lawn, I think, because he's going to want to be sending it deep. But a tiny bit too deep, and off it goes. He's going to wait for Grimsley, though, so Grimsley's approaching 1 back on his nice tidy 4-ball break at this stage. And Grimsley's partner ball is for 4 back, so he's going to be making this 4 back and peg. He's overhit black though, so now he has to approach down the hill. And we just saw what happened to Burridge with that hill, and Grimsley has found the same hill. It's okay though. I think he's stopped just in time. He'll be able to run this from here. Yeah, no worries. Easy hoops. Okay, Grimsley's just run into some trouble here, so he's rushed blue to east of hoop 1, so now we can't get a 3-back Pioneer and also get a rush to 2-back. So Burridge has failed 2, has he? Yeah, he has. I was watching Grimsley there for a second. Okay, so 1 and 2 versus 1 and 2 in the Higgins-Burridge match. The lawns are speeding up.
I looked through the rules and I couldn't, at least the law book, and I couldn't find it. So it came up, well, it's not offering advice, it's offering information. It's unsolicited information. And it's not really mentioned. It says, I'll refer to this section later, and there's a section later, and it talks about advice and not information. So I think since it's not covered, it's fair game.
That's alright. It wouldn't be Taylor commentary if there wasn't some controversy, would it? Right, so Grimsley's nice tidy 4-ball break to peg has now become a scrambling 2-ball break. His 4-back pioneer is, well, he doesn't have a ball in the same quadrant of the lawn as 4-back, so I don't know which one his 4-back pioneer is now. He's brought it up to 3-back nicely, that's okay. Slightly angled, but I expect him to run this. Higgins having, oh, he has run it, but he can't hit blue. Or can he? He's going to need a ref for this one. In the meantime, Higgins is busy setting a leave. Mark Ormerod's coming out to ref this shot. Higgins is going to put pink out to 1. He's got to avoid beveling this, that's the most likely fault, and he has avoided that, and he's hit blue, no worries. Goodness knows how he's going to make 4-back now, but he's still got the break going, that's the main thing. So he's rolling blue to rover, he's going to try and then rush red to black. And then rush black to 4-back. That's not too bad. He'll be able to get some kind of rush there. Higgins is trying to set the lead, has almost put pink in front of its hoop. Hoop 1, but she hasn't. It's off to the side. Yellow almost moved it. Of course it has. Alright, so this is Grimsley's rush to 4-back. Be doing well to get this near 4-back. No, that's no good. Alright, so it's going to be 4-back and 4-back versus 2 and 4-back. This game's got some life in it yet. So Grimsley's just clubbed black off the lawn, I think, here. Can't tell from where I'm sitting, but that looks very off. Not sure what he was planning to do if he ran 4-back anyway with black over there, but it's obviously a kind of anti-lift strategy, sending black that way. Alright, Higgins has set her leave. Brown and green have a rush to white, and pink.
They've got a rush to white.
That's what I said. Rush to white. Yeah.
Said like one.
Yeah, rush to white, and pink sitting by hoop 1. Obviously, the ball Ewan would rather play with is hampered with hitting green and brown by hoop 1, and I think no matter how long he stares at it, that hoop 1 is going to stay there. So.
He has got a clean swing just
Okay.
at green.
Okay.
You've got to hit it absolutely perfectly.
So he's decided that rather than trying to take the slightly hampered shot at green, he's going to shoot white at pink. White being the hoop 2 ball, so he's going away from its hoop. And that's, I think, his signal for it missed by a lot. Although it did appear to go between pink and the hoop, so it couldn't have missed by that much. But
Well, I'm less likely to have a few slices of lunch, but it might help me be able to bullshit it. What time do you want to restart? Because I'm going to have to go to the shop.
Pardon? You're going to have to go to the shop.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, that's fine.
you're stopping for lunch, are you?
Yes.
Okay, cool. Higgins and Burridge have decided to stop for lunch. Let's see what's going on with Suter and Grimsley. So Grimsley did send black off the lawn, so he's broken down at 4 back and 4 back. Suter for 2 and 4 back is shooting with his hoop 2 ball at yellow. With black in the background, I'm guessing. And he's missed yellow, but missed black as well. That's okay, he's paired up. So, well, what do you do here? I guess you shoot, well, red at yellow or yellow at red. They're so close, I don't think you can turn down that shot. And I guess yellow at red. It's a more defensive option because if you miss, it leaves yellow on the west boundary, which is going to be then harder for Suter to pick up, but still not that hard. But an easier pickup for him would be if red was on the east boundary. So I think it's going to be the shot of yellow at red. And then if he hits it, he can take off to blue and black and organise a rush to 4 back. It'd be an easy enough break if he hits in. And he snicks it to be a perfect penalty pioneer position. Unless the hoop's in the way of the takeoff to blue and black, but I think it's okay. Alright, so slightly delicate takeoff there, of course, because he just recently hit black off the lawn that way, but he's played that perfectly, so he's probably close enough to blue that he'll hit that and then stop that in a bit, getting a rush of black to 4 back. But he could hit black and maybe even organise a cannon with blue if he gets lucky. Yeah, he's hitting black. I think he's gone just past the cannon spot. He has, yeah. A little tap and then rush blue to 4 back. He's not quite got a straight rush to 4 back. Looks like, judging from just where he's standing, it's probably about a 30. Oh, actually no, that's more like a 45-degree cut, isn't it? A half ball cut. I think he's played that quite well though. That looks, no, it's short. Is it short? Yeah, it's not bad. That's not bad. Yes. Yeah, you can approach this deep. Nice approach, really nice approach there. He sent blue nice and deep, straight in front, and he has twitched on that. That was a definite twitch. Okay, so Suda hits back in with blue, and with red where it is, don't know, unless the hoop's in the way of the rush, he has a good chance of a break here. So he's got to take off here to black, and he wants to rush black to red, but he's not going to do that. I think the hoop was in the way of that takeoff. He could have, sure he could have gone the other side of the hoop. But anyway, he didn't. So now he's just going to tap black and play a gigantic roll shot, which is definitely not an easy roll shot. Looks like a decent effort. Blue's short, isn't it? Yeah, it's tough. Can't see if the hoop's in the way or not. So the hoop's not in the way, or else he wouldn't be doing this. But it's a long rush, so chance of getting this close to 2 are pretty low. Yeah, so we've got blue is for hoop 2, and black is for 4 back, and then red and yellow are both 4 back. Yeah, so everything's on 4 back apart from blue, which is on 2. Approaching down the hill, but from close enough, yeah, that's a beautiful approach. Lovely shot. So nice and straight, nice and close. Expect him to run this to the boundary. He's got a hoop 3 Pioneer, which is reasonable, certainly good enough, and a hoop 4 Pioneer already. So there's very good break prospects here. I think we can expect him to take this to peg. Will he attempt the TP? I think he'll attempt the TP actually, because he has partner at 4 back. This might be our first opportunity to see a peeling turn here. It's not an easy court to do peeling turn on, but it is possible. Conditions aren't necessarily as difficult as the players are making them look. Although, you saw there, he got a massive kick on that rush, although he wasn't hitting it that hard. But yeah, we'll know very soon if he's thinking peeling turn, because he'll put red close to 4-back. If he's not thinking peeling turn, he'll put red in the middle. Oh, sadly, he's not thinking peeling turn. Well, that's disappointment for the spectators. Probably a strategically wise decision, but disappointing for the spectators.
Is that different from a couple of years ago? You were in one with a big white fence and you're living out the back with your backyard.
Yeah, maybe he felt black wasn't a good enough hoop 3 pioneer. I thought that was worth a try though. He's not really losing anything by trying to set up for the peel. If you get good position, go for it. If not, well, you still got a 4-ball break. Oh well. I guess that's why it's me sitting here and Suter out there playing.
Same thing I've been doing all week. Digging out breaks. That's a 2-bedroom. And then one shot a day.
So, nice organised 4-ball break now. Don't expect anything to go wrong from here. Grimsley will start psyching himself up for the 4-back and peg lift shot in about 20 minutes time. Oh, and having said that, he's just overhit that shot. Well, Suter's going around here. Let's see what else I can see. On court 3, we've got Joe King playing Mark Avery. It's King versus Avery. So let's see. King looks to be making good progress on this one. He's got a 4-ball break, very nicely controlled, approaching hoop 5, and I can see his partner clip is on 2-back, so he's going to take this to be 2-back and peg. Avery will have to hit the lift. And in the other game on court 3, Sam Murray is on the his first break with green approaching 1-back, looking to organise an NSL. And his opponent, Nick Parrish, has clips on 1 and 6. Murray is just contemplating which ball to leave by hoop 2 at the moment for his NSL. Okay, back to Suter. So he's going to try and figure out how to recover from his misplaced hoop 5 pioneer, and that will be by getting a rush of red to the south boundary, south of black, and then stopping it back in the lawn.
Yeah. I was hungry too.
shooting the wrong ball down to the south boundary. I was on the near ball all the way, and then it was
Doesn't he have to think he
But
did?
then does it depend on what they call as well?
Lorna.
It depends on what the striker thought.
Were they about to ask whether it or not? And they're allowed to ask that.
I like it when the striker thinks he did, and all the spectators sitting there said he didn't.
Hampered after 3 used to sweep. So, 2 peels like win. And she hit back in, and then basically went to miss next to him.
We have a woman in our club who always just snicks them all the time, even when the spectators sitting there saying she didn't.
Yeah, the lawns are nice and frisky. I think top half of 6 is especially interesting.
I'm more than happy for spectators to tell me whether I hit it or missed it.
Yeah, I must say I recommend it to Samir that 6 was interesting that should be used for the main events. Because his original plan was 6 and 7 for the fights. And that's become 1 and 7. Which also means some play isn't always bad.
See, Robbie, you still got a slippery hand there.
Yeah, so at least they get some of
The
the
amount
time
it drops when you miss the 3-yarders.
Samir on 6, he might consider this one's interesting. Jack put the tails
You might miss the 8 and then trash. And you didn't move your, change your angle but didn't move your body or something.
Took off to this position and then failed to move with Rob 2 back in most of the time. So it might be a double in. Robbie's been Jack never took Higgins 2 back. Chose to take the lead. I'm going a bit more even worse, that's a bit. Yeah, I'm expecting it to be 3 rounds over 2 days and then go best of 5 semis rather than 2 rounds today, best of 5 quarters. That's why you put the late start.
Sam, I've stopped that. Have you got top? Yeah.
Win by length today, week 24 on Saturday. And 24 hours possibly optimistic. Yeah.
I frustrated the speed on now once I sat down with you guys and you guys
But you did take lunch during a game gap.
really delicate in the shots to go 2 yards and I heard that there's a good one coming. What is it? What's it called? Nice film.
Martinis in it, ice cream in it.
Okay.
the interpreters are good at that.
My reaction was more of a good shot to what I've seen moving. I wasn't even looking at it to realise how it's building. Sorry?
In comparison to Mike, who's got me and Doug, Robbie's taken so yeah, there's about a 100 point average grade difference between those.
Yes, so you shouldn't take advantage of advice from spectators.
Yeah, but I'm training it.
You talk about a road thing that's supposed to stay with the day. Same class. Same as it was a split at the time. Whose turn it is. Right, welcome back. Still a beautiful day here at Southwick. I've just had my lunch, so I'm ready for the afternoon sesh. So let's get you back up to date. Suter finished it 4-back and peg, as I said he would. Grimsley took the short shot at an OSL. He missed it, and then Suter has been trying to finish from 4-back and peg. He had played a very good roll up to 4-back, ran that nicely, has grovelled through penalt, and just hit blue there. So he's now for rover and peg, and his rover pioneer is yellow there, which is by the peg. So he's got a dodgy, what's that, 15 metre sideways takeoff to get position in front of yellow to rush it to rover. He can always roll up to rover anyway. I know he's not going to take off because he wants blue at the peg to peg it out. So yeah, I think, well, if he comes up short, I guess he can always rush yellow to red. Backup plan. And he has come up short. Or has he? No, he's going to roll on? No, that's short. But he does have the rush to red. He can have a second bite at this. There's been plenty of discussion over lunch about my Roquet gate controversy. No one's come to a firm conclusion yet on exactly what the answer is. There's plenty of opinions being offered, and apparently the laws and the guidance on the laws are not much help in either case. No doubt Jeff Dawson or Ian Vincent, who I presume are both watching, can provide a more definitive guidance on that one. Suter's managed to rush into corner 4, which gives him a 6 metre takeoff to get the rush to rover. He's again going perpendicular to the rush line, so it's not quite what he wanted. How's it going? It's short again, so now he's got a horrible, I reckon, quarter ball cut rush to rover. Luckily these lawns accept cut rushes okay now. Let's see. He's played that pretty well. He's played that very well, in fact. That's a great shot. I would applaud that, but I don't know if he's aware that he's made the Roquet, so I better not. In the other game that's just resumed after lunch, Higgins is playing her first break in game 2. And she is nicely under control, approaching 6, so she's going to go around to 4-back there. Alright, let's watch Suter running rover. Which he does nicely. You could either rush to yellow or just take off to blue. He's just going to take off to blue. To take game 1 by 8. Grimsley's clips are both on 4-back still. Nice length on the takeoff. You can see now that we've reached midday, with the sun being on them all day, these lawns are starting to get pretty toasty. Still playable though, still very playable. Whether that remains the case by Sunday afternoon when the final's on here remains to be seen, but it's looking promising, looking very promising. So nice peg out there by Suter. Better not clap just in case he doesn't know that he's pegged him out.
Audience there with you. This has pros and cons. In this end.
not as good a picture quality?
Well, the quality's fine. The only thing is,
Are the people constantly walking past?
but there's a slight element, once you get used to it, being in the shadow and filming into light. Whereas this way,
It was all in the light, basically.
yeah, but most of the point, the only way I can actually find Hoop 3 is when Mark sits in that chair. Find Mark in the chair and then come this way.
Yeah.
Because the contrast when you're on a little thing about that big is just like. And of course, one thing is I remember thinking this at the time. Quadways, fundamental flaw with them.
They're invisible.
Yeah.
Yeah, that is a problem, especially when it starts to get dark. You can't see them at the other end of the lawn. So nice win there to Mark, +8 in game 1. So he'll be happy going into lunch now. No doubt the Croquet Gate controversy will be put firmly behind him. Let's look at game 2 of Higgins now. So her 4-ball break continues. She's got the pace of this lawn really nicely now, so no trouble keeping this break under control, I'm sure.
Yep.
Interesting bit of action on court 3 at the moment, actually. Mark Avery looks like he's about to be upset by Joe King. Joe hasn't done anything fancy, he's just playing boring old 4-ball breaks, but he's been doing it well. And he's just run 3 back with partner clip for the peg and a break perfectly under control. So it looks like that's going to be game 2 to King and taking him into game 3. Yeah. Oh, Graham seemed happy doing it still, I think.
He's just gone for lunch.
Yeah, that's cool.
Well, I'd rather all the croquet players have had some first.
If I didn't know any better, I'd say Higgins is trying for a diagonal spread here. She's unhelpfully made 2 back off partner, which means she's going to have to take off to a slightly wayward 3 back pioneer. It's only slightly wayward, but if she'd done it the other way around, she could have rushed partner down to the south boundary and croqueted it back up, which is the full foot approach to doing 3-ball to doing diagonal spreads. So, bad news is she's a little bit short on that takeoff. The good news is that she has plenty of space to get a forward rush out of this hoop now. And this is the easiest hoop to approach on the lawn, so should be no trouble. Yeah, that's the approach. Finish nice and straight, good distance from white. So 3 back nicely negotiated with a rush pointing in the right direction. On court 3, Joe King is lining up 4 back. The only thing that's going to stop him from finishing this game off is his nerves, what's going on in his head. Outwardly, he looks like he's taking just as many casts as usual. Oh, nicely 3-4 back. Penalty Pioneer is good, and the blue ball seems to have disappeared. I don't know what happened to that. He did have it in the break, and now it's not. I don't know where it's gone. Higgins is setting the leave. She's done 2 excellent diagonal spreads so far, although one of them, I think, was it Higgins? Yeah, it was, who managed to move the peg ball after placing it. But no chance of that happening this time. Skate ball is better placed. And she rushes away, so that's going to be a nice spread there. Ewan have another chance to hit something. Let's have a look at King for the moment. So he's oh no, he's just, as soon as I point the camera at him, he's managed to screw it up. So he's trying to place his Rover Pioneer, and he's just croqueted Striker's ball off the lawn. So what was going to be a certain finish is now, well, the opposite. I think Avery is still 1-1, so this game has a lot of life left in it yet. So we can forget about that. Yeah, so Avery will come back when he's finished having his lunch. Let's have a look at the lead from Higgins. She's left her, or about to play a final shot, leaving the rush, pointing at the 2 oppo balls, which you can see are there and there. So what you would call a textbook diagonal spread. And here comes Ewan ready to survey the options. And given where white is, I think he'll probably pick that up and shoot from corner 3, which is what he's done so far for all of the equivalent choices. Checks that they're actually cross-pegged. Check that white doesn't have a double target at green and brown, but even if it does, he probably still won't take that shot. And oh no, he's going to take the short shot this time. Okay, good. Last time long shots didn't work out for him, so he's trying something different. There we go. The lunch break did him good. Absolutely centre balled that. So, there we go. Got an equalising break. This has been a competitive game so far. Both games have, actually. No one's run away with them. That's exactly what you want. Are the conditions contributing to that? Probably a bit. In fact, almost certainly. Predictably, Avery is hit in the Avery King match, so he's going to be round 2 fallback probably. He might, no, I was going to say he might go around and peg King out, but he's not going to do that. That would be crazy. Okay, so Ewan's hit him with his hoop 2 ball. He managed to remember between lunch break and now that his white was for hoop 2. So, good thing to remember that. And he's played a really nice rush there with pink to 2. Nothing that looks much like a hoop 3 Pioneer yet, but one step at a time. Oh, he's underhit that badly. I don't think that's a runner. Good news is it's partner ball that's nearby, so he could potentially just lay up there. They'd leave a free shot for brown though, so it's a risky option. But, or rather, free shot for green. It's green's hoop, isn't it? Yeah. Yeah, I don't think he'll want to leave them both there, but he doesn't have much choice. I don't know. He could scatter them, but he can't scatter them in a way that doesn't leave at least one of the balls still near the hoop, I think. Might put one on the north boundary, but which would probably be good enough actually, even if green hits brown, unless happens to get a lucky rush. He's started to hit it off the boundary there. It's certainly guarding the shot, but well, green has to take the shot at brown, doesn't it? I can't see any safe option there. Well, let's think. So there's green and there's brown. So you can see that it's from hoop 4 to the peg. Any kind of hit on that will result in a break because you can take off to white over there and then rush white, so croquet white to 3, getting to pink, and there's hoop 2, which is green's hoop. But yeah, here's a more defensive option. So you can shoot brown at green. If it misses, then white has a really big rush to get back to hoop 2, unless it just clips pink. No, it doesn't matter, she's hit it, so just set the leave now. This will involve taking off to white from here though, which not the nicest of shots. But there's no alternative. She's got to take off to white here. I guess she could take off to pink. Actually, yeah, that would work. But you'd would that work? Yeah, you'd like to leave white at 2 if you can. Which one's she going to? Still can't really tell. It's going past pink. It's going to end up halfway between the two of them, isn't it? Okay. Oh, sorry, you didn't see that. There it is. It's halfway between the two. I'm doing the camera and the commentary on my own at the moment. And she's going to go to white and then zoom in on that. There we go. So hit white, croquet that to 3, leave pink at 2. And she's hit it. Yeah, white to 3, pink at 2, and then there's balls at her next 2 hoops, and she can then go back down and pair up down near corner 4. Well, I've got this down. It's okay. That way I can move my head around and I can do it all. Okay, yeah, she's done what I suggested, which is put white at 2. And she's left it a bit short of 2, so the main purpose of that is to lengthen the shot. Might be, I mean, there's a possibility of a crosswire here. I don't know, can't tell from here whether that's a realistic prospect. Maybe if brown was much closer to pink. I think she's just going to tonk it over to hoop 3 here. sort of, but yeah. So that's just going to be a thick takeoff back to green now. Green's down near hoop 4. Oh, sorry, I was spectating instead of cameraing. Oh yeah. So the polarization of the screen on the camera is the same as the the opposite of the polarization of my sunglasses. So I can't really see the screen. I just guess where I'm pointing in the right direction, but yeah, it's not that hard. So there's brown, there's green, and she's just going to pair up, leaving the rush of green. Normally you'd leave the rush of green to pink, expecting him to play with white. And it looks like, if we look at pink there, it looks like the hoop might be impeding the shot down to green and brown. So. There we go, so she's actually left the rush pointing at 2. Here's Ewan, he's going to take the shot with white at pink. Shoots, and he nails it, yeah. That lunch break was what he needed to get his shooting sorted out, clearly. So he's hit him with white. It's a lot of work to go to get a break here. Well, it's basically one good rush, isn't it? Thick takeoff, pushing pink into the lawn, going down to green and brown, and then organise the rush of brown to 2. Let's see, where's that rush pointing? It's a little bit more north than he wants, I think. Yeah, only just off straight though. That's a really good rush, sorry. That's a really good rush. Yeah. Give him 9.5 out of 10 for that rush, that's really good. Alright, how's his approach gone this time? It's still angled, but it's runnable this time. Didn't quite learn from his previous one. He learnt maybe enough? Let's find out. He did, yeah. Solidly strokes it through to the boundary. Okay, so does he have a break in offing? Let's have a look. There you can see over here is green, and then pink is kind of halfway between 3 and 4. So it's not too bad. There's a classic kick that you get with these Fletcher balls. There's also white wasn't on the ground when it made contact. Probably the main reason for that kick, but you still get them a lot. it's a reminder of the situation. So Higgins is 2 and 4 back. Burridge, this is his first break. And his partner clip is on 1 still. So he's taken off the wrong side of green there. So he won't be able to rush green to pink, so he's just going to tap pink and then take off. Tap green and then take off. So 1 good takeoff required. That's not a good takeoff. He's pointing in the right direction though, so he's got a chance. No, he's cut it on the wrong side. So one good roll up required. Lunch today was schnitzel. It's very good. And a kind of ice cream based chocolate thing for dessert. Is the roll up? Is it good? Looks pretty good. Or is it going to run on? Oh, it's okay. That's runnable. Let's zoom in on the hoop. There we go. Oh, it's a bit more angled than I thought, actually. I still expect him to run this, though. Yeah, it can be hard to tell from this distance. So it's a 1 hoop break in the end, which is... It's a shame after a lovely rush to 2. And there's his opponent. Can't believe her luck. What are our options? So he's left green at the next hoop for white. And over here is brown. There it is, at the next hoop for pink. So there are no real safe shots here. And given that, she's just going to take the shot that's most useful for her, which looks like green at pink. I wasn't happy with her feet position there, so she's going to have another go. She shoots and nails it. Centre ball. Great hit. Now, white's in the jaws, so that's not going to be the hoop 2 pioneer. So I guess that means brown's the hoop 2 pioneer. And white doesn't rush to brown, so this will be a good break if she can get it. White will only rush down the line towards hoop 4. So it's going to be a rush, I guess, rush to the south boundary. It may be that she can get a bit of angle on it and get it kind of to the middle of the south boundary. Depends how far through it is. And then that will make the positioning to brown, which is over here, a bit easier. So you want to put pink at hoop 3 for being hoop 3 pioneer. So it's coming up now, I think. No, pointing the wrong way. There we go. So pink's good. Green looks like it's good enough. Yep, nice rush there with white. So that's coming down here. Yeah, now take off to brown, perpendicular to the rush line that brown needs to go on. That's the take-off. Looks short. That looks really short. Yeah. That's not a rush to 2. It can be a roll up to 2 though. Oh, one good roll up, and there's the break. Pink and white, perfectly good pioneers for 3 and 4. She's put brown to the left, which is a defensive spot for it. I think she'll now retreat to somewhere near corner 2. So that's not a position you want to be running hoop 2 from there. So, last 2 croquet strokes, quite underhit, but no real harm done as long as Burridge doesn't hit in here. And he's hit his last few shots. Don't know if that makes it more or less likely for him to hit this one. Big hit, and he has gone in between them. Sorry, I forgot about the camera there for a sec. You did see the miss there. So Higgins is hitting corner 2, so she's got a reasonable amount of space to stop. Oh, she doesn't need to stop white anyway. Well, stop it into long because Pink's still the hoop 3 pioneer over there. So that's a pretty straightforward break now. I've actually got my own match, big plate battle with Rob Wilkinson scheduled to play now. So I'm going to have to leave you, but we can keep the tape running so you can still watch the match, and hopefully we can find someone else to come in and take over the commentary duties. To go and play now, so
Is that turned off?
no, it's still live, but I've got to go and play my own match. Hopefully someone else
bloody good shot. She's walking all over Mark's line.
Sorry. Nice rush.
No gimme, but
No, but it's just straight, aren't you, more or less?
yeah.
That's a big difference, because you know you're
Making our partner as well, she'll be fine.
you know you're going to have a straight hoop, even if it's a bit long.
Well, my last one was going to be a straight hoop, and then it's just some
Yeah.
Yeah,
hole or something.
yeah, they can do that.
Yeah, when there's no
I've got
grass
a
coverage,
string
you
up
can go
there.
anywhere.
Okay,
Right,
off we go.
I'm back. It's warm out there. So I don't know what's happened since I left. Ali, what's happened since I left?
I don't really know. I was
Okay.
playing, but now I'm not playing.
We're
So
both playing. Okay.
this is game 3.
For both?
For I don't know what's happening in the other game.
Which one's the other game?
So I thought we were focusing. You're focusing on both.
Both, yeah.
Okay, let's start with Gabrielle Higgins versus Ewan Burridge. So they are in game 3.
Yeah. I can
Gabrielle
see
is in play.
1 and break versus 2 and 3, I think. Yeah, that's got to be it. So this is first break for Gabrielle, and Ewan must have got started at least twice, once with each ball, to get to 2 and 3.
And Gabrielle's for
5 now, yeah. Approaching 5.
okay.
So 3 ball break, and the 4th ball is not easy to get hold of. And then in the Grimsley Suitor match, it looks like
We're
break,
going to find out which game they're on.
break for black, blues on 4 back, yellows for the peg, and reds on 6. And I've just been playing down on court 7, and that one, which only about 3 days ago, even 2 days ago, was playing like a pudding. It couldn't roll balls across the lawn. I had a lift shot that I couldn't hit off the lawn at the far end after it missed, and yeah, now it's pretty spicy. Corner 2 in particular, very hard to get the ball to stop where you want. The southern end of the lawn there's still okay, but yeah, it's getting tricky. Not as tricky as it looks like 2 is. Although the balls do seem to be rolling a bit more predictably on here. Higgins has played a nice shot to get the rush of white into the lawn here. It's going to make it break a lot easier now.
He might have only just taken the short one and missed, and might just be wandering back to the shade.
I can't. I'm not going to say what I'm going to say.
I see we have a whole 30 viewers watching the stream. It's possibly a record for Croquet live stream.
That's all I'm going to say. Because I can't cope with it. 1 in every 3 is bad with very frustrating.
I won't be here very long because I've got my own match to go and play again soon.
Clearly hasn't been how she intended.
I've been watching a bit of Fulford versus Good down on 6. That's quite a fun match to watch. There's a large crowd down there spectating it. Unfortunately, it's too far away from our equipment to bring it to you. We could take the cameras down there, but we couldn't get an internet signal to bring the pictures back to you. But Jack had to go at a delayed TP, well, it was kind of an on-time TP that turned into a delayed TP that turned into breaking down at 3 back. And then Fulford tried essentially the exact same thing, but instead he broke down somewhere. I'm not quite sure where because I left once it became clear he wasn't going to finish the triple, but he got the 4-back peel. But then a series of calamities after 1 back led to him not finishing the turn. But he is a game up, so Jack will still need to finish this off. But Fulford still has the innings, so he's a chance to win that.
I think Mike's down there. I'll tell him that we're just waiting for that. Yeah, that's exactly.
It's nice they're not all playing all your games in the same room.
I mean, I'll be down there.
Even just for variety.
I'm happy down there all week.
Tried to fill the hole.
Okay, cool.
Next time we had short view.
That's alright. That was the thing that.
Well, I just totally shanked a rush earlier.
Yeah, I know. It works so instant.
I know.
It's good, like,
It's a combination of sweat and sun cream.
yeah.
Right, I have the state of play. So
Use it when you're
Mark
at
Sutton and Doug Grimsley are in their second game. The first game was won by Mark +8.
Yeah, I saw that before I left to
Oh,
play.
did you?
Yeah.
So game.
So this is still game 2, and it looks yeah joined up there. So that makes it 4 back and no 3 and 4 back versus 6 and peg.
Yeah, I was quite disappointed in this approach mode.
I think.
I mean, I was clearing up leads for drawn 4.
Oh yeah, now I can see the red clip. Okay, yeah.
The
all
red
6.
clip looks slightly orange on this line, which then makes it look close to pink,
Yeah.
which makes it a bit tricky. I
But
think that's
pink
yeah.
is definitely
I think
on
pink's
2.
a 1 on 2. Yeah.
So Gabrielle is now for 2 back.
Yeah, this is her first break.
First
Everything
break
nicely under
round, and it
control.
looks easy.
She's making it look easy.
Most of the time they're just T20 mercenaries who have to bowl 4 overs a day.
Well, that's not true of Bumrah.
And he's got such a
Number 1 test bowler in the world.
such
He has a weird
snappy
action.
action, which is obviously going to destroy your meat.
Did I see someone out measuring the lawns the other day?
Speed.
Yeah.
Yeah, Ian Plummer was checking out. I think he measured speed on 4. I don't know if anyone's come to check the speed of this
Okay.
one yet.
Do we know what it was?
Between 10 and 11, I think.
Okay. I think
But
they'd be
it was sped up a
faster.
lot now, yeah.
Oh, that was a miss.
Instead of we can reach that under the table, David.
That's right in the middle, you can imagine.
Decided to give him the red ball and the tennis ball.
Well, I found it in the middle of the lawns. I thought Ben might like it.
We've got 30 viewers at the moment.
30 viewers.
At least 30 people who have it on their computer, whether they're looking at it or
Well,
not.
here's the thing. I'm one.
Yeah. And the other 29 are probably also at the venue.
Well, I don't know. Some people might watch on their phones.
28 plus Alex Lake.
Around. Yeah, got to give Alex a shout.
And there were 4 balls. Only 2 of them were croquet balls.
Alex was commenting on Croquet Hub earlier, which is
What's that?
probably it's a Facebook thing.
Okay.
So you probably are
No,
not aware.
don't do Facebook.
No, and he was asking questions about the lift leaves,
Uh-huh.
and I think he mentioned that he thought it made it harder,
Really good pass.
but I'm not quite sure.
What made what harder?
Makes it so when you give away a lift leave,
When they ask for feedback.
When you give away a lift.
when you give away a lift,
Yeah.
it's actually hard for the opponent because long shot to make.
Well,
But
they might have a
point
short
is
shot.
they've
Depends where
got
you
a
leave the
shot.
balls.
Yeah, yeah. So I think the point of the lift is actually you're forcing.
The reason
someone
we do
giving
the
away a
leads
shot.
we do is we're trying to make it hard for our opponent.
Yeah.
If we didn't have to give away a lift, we'd make it even harder.
Well, you would just go around to peg
And do a crosswire at 1 and lay up in
and go
corner
around
3.
to peg again,
Yeah.
and then finish,
Yeah.
which wouldn't be a very interactive game.
No.
Well, that's assuming that you could run all 12 hoops.
Yeah. Which most players at this tournament can.
Yeah.
In fact, I'd say all players at this tournament can. Although they haven't all done it today, given the
Well-
opportunity.
Well, in this tournament, I definitely have not. On day one, I think my biggest break was a break of 8 hoops.
An octuple. Nice.
Yeah.
Grimsey's looking to dig out a break from hoop 3. He's going to rush to yellow. Higgins is running 3 back with no rush.
Oh, hang on a minute. Alex is now chatting. He says, the thing I was saying is that when Gabs ran 1 back with first ball and then went around to peg with second ball, it made it harder for Ewan because he didn't qualify for a contact lift.
Right. Well, yeah, that's the rules. Yeah, it's only the first ball through 1 and 4 back. If it goes through in the same turn, that gives away a contact.
Yeah, which is always, and you look at where the clips are at the beginning of a turn to work out whether you're giving away
That's
a
right.
lift
So
or
if
contact.
you start a sextuple and finish at, I don't know, say penult and peg, having done 4 peels, then you're giving away a contact because your back ball has run 1 back and 4 back before your partner ball. Even if you did the peel before your before striker's ball ran 1 back, even if you peeled 1 back, it's where the clips were, as you say, at the start of the turn that counts. Not that we'll see much of that going on today.
What, sextuples?
Yeah.
It's the tricky conditions.
Yeah, Fulford got all 6 peels of 1 done on Tuesday, but didn't get the peg out from all accounts. OSL coming up here from Gabrielle, which is going to become an increasingly popular leave, I predict,
Yes.
as the lawn speed up.
So OSL stands for Old Standard Leave, and essentially what you're doing is you're making it a long shot for the opponents, but it's not a particularly tight leave near the peg, which you see quite a lot of normally, and then you'll take your 2 balls down on the south, towards the south and the east boundary, with a rush back into the lawn. But the reason that we're going to be seeing quite a lot of OSLs rather than the other more tighter leaves is because these lawns are quick and they're quite hard to control the balls. I would say it's almost impossible.
Yeah, you need good control to get that ball on the peg. That's the hard bit of the DSL. It used to be, when OSL was just SL, that players would peel partner through 1 during their first break, because where you leave the balls, you can see where pink and white are now, it's kind of pioneers for 2 and 3.
Okay.
So if you're for hoop 2 and you leave a rush near corner 4 towards hoop 2, then you've got a rush to your hoop and a break regardless of which ball they play.
Oh, I didn't know
Whereas
that.
being for hoop 1, you've still got whichever shot they take, you may potentially have a fair bit of work to both the hoop 2 pioneer and a rush to 1. So that might be a strategy we could see employed if people have the opportunity to pop partner through.
Well,
1.
I might try it now that I know about it.
Yeah.
How have I played for 10 years and not know about it?
Yeah, I've never actually seen anyone do it. I've just
Oh,
heard that
right.
it used to happen. I think it's in Wiley. It's probably in Wiley.
Have you read many croquet books?
Just Wiley. I flicked through lots of others. But, I haven't I don't own a copy of this, the like, so-called sequel to Wiley, but I have
Okay.
flicked through and read bits and pieces of it.
Yeah, do you mean, is it Beyond?
Beyond Expert Croquet Tactics or something. Wiley's book is called Expert Croquet Tactics,
Okay,
I think.
got it.
Everyone just calls it Wiley.
Oh, Mark's missed the shot.
So,
Shall I go and get that ball?
alright, so Gabrielle's got. Yeah, I'm not sure why green and brown are like that. I can't see from my commentary box where green and brown are, but now that I poke my head around the corner, she has bizarrely put them together. Traditionally, you'd leave a rush to pink or something like that. So I don't know what happened there. Something
we
must have
didn't
went wrong.
see,
She probably
'cause I
rolled
looked
them
at
off
the
the lawn
corner.
accidentally or something like that.
Yeah.
Round up in the yard in front of
Ewan's lining up the long double. Looks to me like the shot from the end of A balk at green and brown would be a bigger target. But
I think he's got pink in the way, hasn't he?
yeah, I think
So he can
even
make a
pink as a
large
single
target.
ball target there is a smaller target than green and brown, even if they're perfectly lined up from the end of A balk. Yeah, I think he's made the right choice here, from what I can see from my commentary position.
Should we move out with it?
No, it's all right. He'll be out of the corner in a sec. But I'll let you know if he hit it.
Oh, Gary Phipps is watching. Hey, Gary. So we were just talking about the lawn speed. It was measured a couple of days ago, but we haven't measured it, as far as I'm aware, today. We might see if we can get someone to go out and have a look.
Yeah, he's not happy with that. That missed by a mile.
Did it?
Yeah.
Oh dear.
Yeah, I'd estimate. I mean, it depends which bit of which lawn you talk about. There's such variation around the
Oh,
venue,
I know.
but the quicker bits will be around 12 to 13.
Have you played on lawn 6?
No, I was just watching lawn 6.
Really fast.
Yeah, I've
So-
just played on 7, and that's pretty quick in the corner too.
Yeah. But then corner 4 is by the trees and
Yeah,
lots
exactly,
of shade, so not
exactly.
very quick. But lawn 6 is interesting at the moment because
That's multi-speed as well, isn't it?
Yeah. but it's got Jack Good and versus Robert Fulford,
Mm.
and I think one of the games was +3.
Yeah, I was
Which
just
means it must have
describing
been
what was
quite
going
a-
on down there.
Yeah.
They
Exciting
both had
game.
their own go at a delayed TP in game 2.
Okay.
Jack went first and got 1 PL and broke down at 3 back, and then Fulford had a go straight after that and made 1 PL and broke down at 4 back, I think.
Okay.
I'm not yeah, I don't quite know where he broke down because I didn't stay for the end of it, but it's somewhere around there.
Better than 26 nil.
Right, what's going on here? We've
Yeah, so Jack missed the lift and Gabriella's doing something. She's played a shot.
Ewan,
Uh,
not Jack.
Thank you. I'm doing
It's
stuff
because we
like
were
that.
just talking
Oh,
about
yeah, I
it.
know,
That's
I
why.
know.
That was my fault. It was talking about a different game.
I also think it's because I'm getting old. I do use that more and more lately.
I'm not even going to talk about getting old.
We're
I-
still both below the median age for croquet players.
It's true. It's true. Under 50?
Yeah. I think I
You're
might
still
be
under 50?
still about, I am, and thus like the 4th or 5th youngest person at this tournament, I think.
Uh,
I can only
well,
think
hang
of,
on. Jack is 18.
or maybe 19 now. He's first year uni. So. In fact, he just finished first year uni, so he should be at least 19.
Ewan is
It's about the same.
25.
Nice. Is he? He's a bit
No.
older. I don't know, 25.
Ewan, how old are you? 23.
yeah. We're both sort of
Sorry, didn't mean to age you.
at his age, he won't mind. And then Wilco is probably next youngest.
Oh, yes, he's definitely 30s.
He'll be in his 30s, yeah.
Yeah. So Joel's left me for the moment, and I'm going to poke my head round the corner and see if I can see what Gabrielle's doing. Ian Plummer was out on the lawn with her, so I'm assuming she had maybe some sort of situation, maybe. Oh, she's definitely got herself a cannon, so I guess maybe he was looking to see where the ball went out.
Hey, Alison.
Hello, I'm being joined by Robin Brown.
Hello.
We've got a corner that we can't see. We have to lean round for. We could move out slightly.
Well, looks like Gabrielle playing a sideline cannon.
Yeah.
Where is she for? Sorry, I haven't been following.
So she's
She's
playing
for
with
hoop one.
green, and she's for hoop 1, and Brown
Okay.
is on 4-back.
Well, usually the lesson of these sorts of shots is to hit them a bit harder than you think you want to. Whether that's true on this lawn or not, I'm not
Yeah.
so sure.
So I'm assuming here what she's done is she's just poked Brown into the lawn a little bit,
And rushed white down there so that she can then send that to 2.
getting up behind
Yeah,
pink.
she'd probably have preferred to have gotten it slightly closer to pink than that.
So rolling on these lawns, doing any kind of roll shot is tricky because of the speed of the lawns. So we
Pink
so
a
that's
little
short.
short.
I'm pretty sure the cause of the 100 is for non-cricketing audiences.
White's not terrible.
It's too complicated to understand.
You know, you can cope with white where it is.
Yeah.
But unfortunately, that is not really
not a
a
good
rush
green.
to 1. Yeah, so she didn't even try and sort of take the big cut.
No. And then she just puts this somewhere between hoop 1 and corner 1 and joins back up with Brown.
Yes.
I think there's not much else on, really.
Brown's quite far in the lawn though, so
It is, but
Pink's
it's...
going to have a good shot at it,
Well,
which I think is what will happen.
yes.
It's quite interesting when you when you see a lot of croquet being played. It is all about patterns, and so you can do quite a lot of predicting. Oh, that
And
wasn't
what's happening to
helpful.
Pink?
Oh
And Pink's
no.
off the lawn.
Pink's off the lawn.
And I think she may have
Green's
crossed-
gone into the back of the hoop 4,
that's
which is
disastrous.
possible cross wire.
I think Brown can probably hit green.
It does look to the side.
Yes, but we can't really tell from here. It'd be nice to have a look at the camera.
No, but what we'll do is we'll wave at Elsa and see if she knows if Brown's got a shot at green. Don't know.
don't know,
We
okay.
can't see. I'm going to go and have a look.
Okay. Right. Yeah, because that's potentially disastrous if Brown and Green can't see each other. It's just conceded the innings and White can join up with Pink fairly safely. But we'll just wait for a report back from Alison, see what the situation is. Right.
Brown's got 2/3 of the ball
Right, okay.
at green, so 2/3 at green. Ooh. Oh, that's a good shot.
Ah,
Got it.
next question, of course, is whether Green will rush to hoop 2.
I think hoop
You can
2.
probably go, well, that's what the hoop is for.
Oh.
You
No,
probably have to go to Green first.
I think he does have to go to green first. White's for 3.
White is for 3.
Yeah. Okay. And I am thinking it's unlikely that Ewan will try a TPO.
I think it's not only unlikely, but it would be incredibly foolish. I think it would not be
good
a
thing to
smart
do.
play on Ewan's part.
Why would that be?
Because the risk of breakdown is too high on a lawn like this, and breaking down 2 peels into a TPO
It's bad.
is generally fatal.
Oh dear, that wasn't far enough.
Do you want an update on the Fulford Good match?
Yeah, update on the
Getting
Fulford
quite
Good.
exciting. Game
Oh, you
2.
can sit down and talk to Robin.
Right, what's the situation, Joel?
So, having both independently failed a TP attempt earlier in the game, I
Right.
don't know how it got to where it is now exactly, but Good has just pegged out Fulford's forward ball to
Okay.
leave 3 back and peg versus penalt.
Ooh,
So
that's quite tasty.
quite an exciting finish coming out. Yeah, he's still faffing about with the leave now, but yeah, and I think he's not conceding a lift, so he can leave Fulford quite a long shot to start it off. But yeah, it could go either way yet, depending on what leave he does. Fulford may choose to corner, and then it could go back and forth for a while.
It could.
So a 4-hoop 2-ball break on the conditions they've got down there is a big ask. So I think there'll be a fair bit of back and forth before it gets decided.
Right. Well, that's Jack trying to win the second game to take it into a.
Yeah, take it
to
to
game 3.
Yeah, Fulford won game 1.
Meanwhile, Ewan didn't get his rush, so he's had to lay up.
What are the clips here?
Clips here are Ewan is on 2 and 3, and Gabrielle is on 1 and 4
1
back.
and 4 back, okay. So I haven't changed much since I left.
No, there's been a bit of hitting and laying up going on. Right. So this would be a nice one to hit.
Grimsley's just failed hoop 5 and slightly angled. So that leaves 5 and 4 back.
She's missed it.
5 and 4 back versus 6 and 3?
That's been a bit.
No, 6 and peg. 6 and peg, okay. Interesting.
So this is Suter coming on the lawn 6 and peg. With
a
a ball
late
at,
break.
ball at 6 and the other ball's in the middle of the lawn.
Yeah.
Normal conditions, you would say that should be all over.
Even in these conditions, I'd expect him to get around.
Yes.
He's had all day to get used to the speed of the lawn.
Yeah. Well, you couldn't ask for a nicer start.
Yeah.
But I've no idea whether this is game 2, game 3, or what.
Game 2, and Suter won game 1.
Right. I see.
So this is to win the match.
Yeah, 177 for 4. Stokes has got 2. Root's got 6.
Early 2 back pioneer.
Well, no, I mean, you've got 2 decent players.
Nice rush.
Stokes has just smacked it away for 4.
Yeah, that'll do. That's very nice. It's got blue in the position where I always like to have my hoop 6 pioneer in there.
Bit to the west.
Yeah, so you can send a 1 back pioneer from close range and land anywhere west of blue and you're fine.
Yeah.
That's got to be worth watching from nearer.
At least I saw Jack run over and that was pretty obvious that was going to happen.
Yeah, he was 3 back in penalty when Rob sort of had his previous hit.
Right.
Jack pegged Rob out, so 3 back and peg versus penalty.
But yeah, definitely sounds more watchable. Yes. Yeah, and Rob only won the first by Jack failed very.
Right. Ewan's just got a long rush to hoop 4 to try and get his break in play. That's in the right general direction, but probably not hard enough. You can approach that, he's in good shape. But still some work to do on getting this break, and he's had 2 or 3 opportunities to getting breaks together and hasn't managed one yet in this game, so we're trying to get this one to work. Ooh.
I'm
Not
back
sure.
again.
Hello, Alison.
Hello.
Ewan's just got a slightly sketchy break pickup going, so he's given himself this hoop. which is more or less in front, but it's about 2 yards. No, no problem.
Easy peasy.
Yeah.
Ewan is quite good at running those kind of hoops.
Yes. Well, anything that involves just hitting a single ball, it generally goes straight. Yep. Bring that one. That's quite nice. He should now be away. Just needs to get behind the pink. Is that hard enough? That's okay. Yeah, you should be right now.
I wanted to check my fact first
Yes.
before saying on live stream, but one of the reasons that Ewan is going to be quite good at running these kind of hoops is because he is actually the current European golf croquet champion. So you would expect him to be able to run those kind of hoops.
Indeed.
But I think it's really impressive that a lot of these players are coming through in both codes now. The younger players are coming through in both codes.
Should be all right. The only thing you might say is that brown is a little bit awkward to get onto from where green is, but it shouldn't be a problem really.
Ooh. Wasn't
And a
expecting
famous Callan commentator's curse from Alison there.
that. Oh no, it wasn't me.
And I would suspect that brown will have
Elsa's nodding. She thinks it was me.
and I think brown has almost certainly got a wiring left here.
No. Oh yeah.
It's a clear wiring lift, I would say.
Oh no, she thinks she's got a shot.
It's fine. Just take it.
Wiring lift's been conceded by Ewan.
Ian, it's fine.
Are you conceding the lift?
Yeah.
Yeah. Because it's obvious.
You can get half of a mallet on it down one way and she's glued to the wire the other way, obviously.
Oh, and what's she coming to have a look at? If that's straight in front, and if they can see
Well,
each other.
it's whether one of them will rush to one back. Hang on, she's for. Is she for 4 back or for 1 back with brown?
Brown is 4 back.
Brown is for 4 back.
Green is 1. So I suppose she could.
Yeah, it's an
But
interesting
you
one.
can't. You can't shoot green at.
Oh no, well, green shooting is stupid. You've got to take the lift with brown.
Because
And go to
green's in
green.
bulk
Yeah,
anyway.
because green's in bulk anyway. But then what do you do?
Do you know what I do? Make points.
Really?
Yeah. Yeah, and then I would hope that Ewan missed the terrible leave that I would have been about to make, and then I'd try and put around all the way to peg.
I'm not sure that's the soundest thing to do in this situation.
I know, but that's why I'm not in the knockout,
Right.
and I'm already halfway out of the plate.
Well, I mean, I can talk. I'm in exactly the same position. I'm also out of the knockout and out of one side of the plate. But the question is, what's her leave here? I think she's just going to go for distant. I mean, one of those balls somewhere near hoop 1, and the other one down between hoop 2 and corner 2. Preferably pink down at 2 and white at 1. What do you think?
Yeah. Is this the same as what we call a hammer leave?
Well, kind of. Just wants to make sure that white and pink are far enough apart that it's not a. She needs to be giving him a long shot because he's too good a shot to give a medium range shot to.
He's a very good shot. That has rolled on quite a long way.
That's still comforting. Still comforting hitting distance from to white. I don't think that should be a problem.
We've got music serenading us.
Yeah.
Must have been from a car.
Hmm.
Oh no. Oh no.
Oh dear.
Did it hit? Is it touching? She got it. Oh. Ooh.
Right. She is a lucky girl.
Very lucky girl. Very lucky girl. Wow.
That's her way of proving that they hit.
Well, if they're in contact, they have definitely hit.
Mm.
Right, so I think she can still do the leave that we were suggesting, which was sending white to the far side of hoop 1, or near to hoop 1, and then pink somewhere down between hoop 2 and corner 2. And then a rush on green, probably to the middle of the south boundary, making sure there's no double. That looks like what she's doing. She wants to make sure that she gets this ball past hoop 2, because if it drops it short, then the shot from pink to green and brown simply becomes too short against a shot of Ewan's capabilities. That's okay. Yeah. That's all right.
Come on then, what was the leave?
Leave is pretty much what we suggested, which was white to somewhere near hoop 1, pink to somewhere between corner 2 and hoop 2. Didn't go as far as I would prefer that to go another couple of yards maybe.
Wow. Is it far enough?
Well, that's the question. And now she leaves a rush for green, probably to the middle of the... Whoa, it's gone a bit far. You want to...
Huge target.
That's a big old target from white.
You can get through the middle.
Yes, you can.
I wonder if it's a target for... it might be a target for both.
It could be. I can't tell what sort of target pink would have, but it's possible it might be. We'll have to wait and see. I'm sure Ewan will be taking a look.
Mm.
Can you tell him that?
Robbie Eden White, GC player.
I think he's looking at white at this this target of green and brown. Should be him.
Is it faster than the indoor carpet?
That looks good. He's got it.
Yeah. No, it's not faster than the indoor carpet, but it's very similar. Have you played indoor?
I have.
Mm.
Quite fast.
It is. It's very, very quick.
Takes a little getting used to.
Yeah.
I've not played indoors for a long time. I played 7 years ago.
We've got a new location for it this year,
This is
which is in South Ockenden, in
That's-
Essex, which is where I live.
all right. You made sure it was near Castle Morm, then, did you?
Yeah. Yeah, if all goes well anyway. It will be in a place down the road which has a sort of bar and catering facilities and all sorts of things. So it should make a really good tournament for us to play. Right, so Ewan has played white. White
So he
is
needs
4 hoop
5. He needs to get a rush on pink.
and he's just rushed.
He rushed it brown into corner 2. He doesn't necessarily particularly want to bring brown out in the lawn too much because
Well, just somewhere
risk
this
is-
side of 1 pack.
yeah,
It's probably a good idea.
you don't want to bring it too near to green at this point because you've got no real guarantee of making hoop 5.
It's a long rush and it's on a difficult lawn
Yes, exactly.
with brand new shiny walls,
Yeah,
which are a nightmare. And I found them a nightmare. It took me 5
I'm
days.
kind of getting used to them.
Took me 5 days to get used to them.
Well, he's just got a slightly difficult hoop approach. If he gets it, he's away.
I mean, again, we're back to the. It's a roll, isn't it?
Well, you don't have to play it as a roll.
No, but if you don't, then you're probably sending pink quite far up the lawn. It's
Yeah.
green marked.
It is. Green is a lot nearer to hoop 6 than that.
I did think so. So that's
And
not
he's
bad.
played that pretty well. That's not bad at all.
We wanted it to go on a little bit further.
Well, he'd settle for that from there. That's okay.
For that with peg, he's got a little bit of a target here with it. Cross peg is perfect.
Smooth it through. That's good.
Good enough, yeah. Drew him in.
Just have to spit him out.
This is exactly the kind of break I foul at regularly.
So behind us we've got Sam Murray commentating on his opponent who shot, I think, at probably something like half a ball the other side of a peg on a lead.
But hit the hoop, hit the peg, and stopped in the middle of the lawn.
Hit the peg, stopped in the middle of the lawn. So Sam has got
Should have a trivial break from 4 back to finish. Yes. Which, and this is game 3, so that is to win the match.
Yeah.
We shall
Yeah,
see.
it's a good time of day. This is where people start winning things and start coming through. Samir's obviously through already, isn't he?
I believe so.
And who else have we got? I'll have a look.
Mark Avery's through. And Ewan has failed to get a rush to hoop 6, so he's still got another difficult approach for getting his break established. So he really needs to get this white landing in front.
Okay, so James is the only one through in the quarterfinals. So that's James D. Samir and Mark
Ooh.
are playing at the moment for the last 16. What happened there?
Get a rush on brown to 6.
I assume so. Which he hasn't got.
So no rush
so
to 6.
he doesn't have a rush to 6, so
Horrible.
I thought he was just going to approach hoop 6 from where he was, to be honest, but he didn't. He thought he could get a better rush on brown, but he failed to do that as well. So now I think this is just a... I mean, he can still approach hoop 6 from
He's
brown,
gonna
but
roll
it's
in.
a much harder shot than it was a minute ago.
I guess he's rolling in. If he doesn't get a position, he's sending brown
Yeah, he'll then join up with pink.
to the other side
Yeah.
of the hoop anyway to make it longer for green,
Yes.
and then come back down to partner.
Which means he'll have done an awful lot of work to advance his clip 1 hoop.
It's a bit soul destroying when you do that and you go all the way
It
around
is.
the houses. Oh, he's getting his steps in though.
Oh, but in fact, he's done the roll up and he's fairly in front of hoop 6. It's not a trivial hoop, but it should be okay. Which he has got. And brown is still within within hitting range. His next problem is getting onto the green.
Half a ball.
It's all right. Half ball is as good as
Yeah.
a hit.
This is not going to be a very nice takeoff. Taking off
Yeah,
on fast lawns.
to get the far side of green.
Yeah, to get the
It's
far side of
tricky.
green. Looking at the boundary, it actually looks like you've got a bit of green
You have. You should
on
have.
the edge all the way
You
down.
should have plenty of room to get behind green from here. You should be familiar enough with the pace of the lawn not to be done by that at this stage. But
Yeah, and he stayed on his.
well, he's reached the yard line,
He
so
has reached the yard line.
didn't have a lot of room to play with.
I'm pretty sure that is a rush back to one back.
Yeah.
Oh, master commentator's coming back over. He's going to grumble because he can commentate 2 lawns at the same time. 2 games, we can just do 1.
Right.
Rover and Peg
Well,
versus
well,
Peg.
I'm in need for a comfort break, so you can come and give
Okay.
us an update.
Come and tell us.
Alright, fine.
Are you in play?
No, I'm trying to get in play, but Duncan refuses to come and play.
Oh.
Tried hurrying him up several times. Yeah, he wants to actually ending a Fulford and good,
Right.
which is currently Rover and Peg versus Pennock, with Fulford about to take his lift.
Oh dear, we missed the action on Ewan's game. Ewan's walking off the lawn, so I'm guessing he's stuck.
If you want, you can get hoop 2 reset. It's literally falling out of the ground. I don't know whether that's a thing, but it's so wobbly. That in the middle and just wrapped it around. Yeah. I mean, Mark said it about an hour ago that it was getting loose, and that basically just rattled around.
So I'm not sure if you can hear this, but Ewan is saying that the hoop 2 there is very, very wobbly in the ground, very loose. So they're talking about trying to get it hammered in before any more play around that hoop.
Rob missed his lift shot, so now Jack should finish from there to make it 1 game more. He's just got Rover to make. And all 3 balls together on the east boundary, so just needs to rush one to the other and then rush to Rover.
And this is game
Game 2 to make
2.
it, so this
So
to
it'd
make
be
it
1
1 all.
all.
Yeah.
be a brilliant win for Jack if he gets that. Yeah, Ian's on his way out,
And Doug's just pegged out yellow, okay.
but without a hammer. Maybe he's off to get the hammer
He's
now.
off to get the hammer.
Very good. So other game over here, we've got Doug Grimsley's just
Grimsley's
pegged
just-
off 2 balls,
Yeah, so,
So-
leaving 4 back versus 1 back.
and Doug's 1 back?
No, Doug's the 4 back.
Doug's 4 back.
Yeah.
Oh, right.
The 1 back ball is red, which is right next to 1 back.
Okay.
So they'll
So
both
because-
start by taking position and then see whoever gets position and runs the hoop first and then get position at the next one.
Because Doug did the pegging out, he doesn't get any lifts anymore. But Mark still will get lifts.
Yeah, just from the 4 back, because that's the only lift tube left.
Yep, here comes the bucket and the hammer. He's on his way.
Looks like Murray's just pegged out to win his match. Don't know if that's 2-0 or 2-1, but I know he
I
won
think
the
that's
first
it.
game.
Yeah. Yeah, that's 2-1.
Okay.
So that's Murray through to quarterfinals.
Okay, that was a round 2 game,
I
isn't it?
think so, yeah. Let me check the board.
Meanwhile, Higgins has a finishing time. Look at that. Well, she makes hoop 1, hoop 2 is being reset. Suitor's taken something resembling position at one back. Looks quite angled from here, but hard to tell.
Yeah, well, it's taking a long time because of the long conditions.
Have they finished now? Right, so we've got a hoop being set on lawn 2. So Ewan recognised that it was getting quite wobbly earlier, so best to get it set properly again. Gabrielle has obviously cleared through hoop 1.
Oh, we're having some hoop setting.
Yeah, yeah. Ewan discovered it was quite wobbly as he tried to run.
Wobbly. All right. So it wasn't a jam.
No, it was wobbly. Loose, I think, was the term. So yeah, but it's not just a hammer. It's a bucket and a hammer. Proper job.
Hmm.
This is the one political cause that I'm seriously squarely against election reform.
So did Ewan fail the hoop, did he?
Yeah, yeah. He failed one back.
Okay.
Yeah. So let Gabrielle in with a fairly simple
Where is she for?
croquet. She's now for 2.
Now for 2. Oh.
Yeah.
Standard TP on a plate.
Well, okay. So a week ago, when these lawns were, you know, a bit more
Standard.
normal play, I'd have said absolutely. Off she goes. We're going to be out of here in 45 minutes. Today,
You're less confident.
I'm less confident. Don't know, but I mean, she's playing well.
She's playing well. This is as simple a position for a standard TP as you could ever want.
Yep.
We shall see.
Gabrielle knows what she's doing.
She does. Right. Mark Suter's not making himself helpful.
No,
Blocking
so
it too.
because they're playing them basically a game of 1 ball now.
Oh.
Oh,
Putting Brown there suggests that she's not interested in the TP.
not at all.
I'm surprised about that. I would have thought that she would have had have a go at it.
I'm not
No?
surprised. I'm not surprised.
Okay.
It's hard. Look at all the brown. You've got a little bit of green here.
Oh, I'm not
This side of
I'm not
the
disputing
rover.
at all that the lawn is difficult. But if you can get under control and you can stay under control, it's still doable.
Nervy is what I would say. I would say very nervy.
Gabrielle is more than capable of doing it.
And she is. But breaking down is bad. We know
Yes.
this.
I don't know if you've heard the expression to McCulloch yourself. You don't have to John McCulloch.
No?
The idea of to McCulloch is to deliberately make a particular line of play impossible, just in case you would be tempted to do it when you knew you shouldn't.
Oh, really?
It's things like putting your partner as the peelie at the pioneer at 3-back, just in case you were tempted to do a straight triple.
Oh, what happened?
Oh, what's she done?
Oh, no.
She's stuck in hoop 3, 2.
Oh, no.
Ah. And Doug in the other game is immediately stuck in 4-back. Although I think that they're in a 1-ball.
They are in a 1-ball. Yes. Gabrielle's giving us her sad face.
Right. And Ewan is for 1-back with white, isn't he?
He is. We're about to watch Mark Suter hopefully run 2-back to the boundary. Oh.
Or not. You really needed that, because if you could go and get in front of 3-back, then you would be in a dominant position.
He would have been.
But now, Doug can run that and get in front of Penalt, and he's in the dominant position.
Yeah, but he's given away a lift.
Who did the pegging out? Doug.
Yeah,
Ah.
Doug did. But we
Okay.
can't say a lot because Mark's quite close.
Yes. Right, in which case he shouldn't take position at Penalt then.
He's going to. Oh, no, he's not. That's an odd place.
Well, I mean, the idea is it's far away from Bork, but it's within range of being able to take position at Penalt next time.
Okay, so Mark has remembered that he's got a lift anyway,
Yeah.
which is what we were worried about shouting about,
Yes.
because obviously we don't want to give away knowledge about somebody else's game. He's now taken his lift. Now, I don't like where blue is, because this is just a rush for Mark.
Yeah,
It doesn't
actually,
make sense.
The other side of the lawn would have
You
been
go,
better.
yeah. Anywhere on this side of the lawn is bad, surely, because even if you just tap it, you roll up to the hoop.
Yeah. Oh, sorry. Right. Ewan's back in then, obviously. But he's in with... Oh.
white.
Meanwhile, Jack on his game against Robert has just...
He's still going, isn't he?
Well, he's just run Rover, but I don't think he can see the ball on the other side of it.
no.
It wasn't that. It was, I think it was a
Mark has missed.
part. It was some party at the Senegal anyway, and I specifically asked you to do that. You lit the match, and immediately someone was like, "No, it's Rock Higgins."
So white is now on its
It's a
way
1-back.
to 1-back
Just
again.
needs to get a take off behind Brown, and then get the rush to 1-back. And have his break established.
Yeah.
He'll then have to almost immediately turn down, because he'll have to be setting up for the lead pretty much straight away. Right.
What? Oh, of course. Duke Spinks for 2.
Yes.
In my head, Pink was already for 4-back.
No.
No, that's
Afraid
not
not.
right. No,
Afraid not.
I've skipped ahead a few hours. Mark's taking good position. Oh no,
No, he
it's
hasn't.
gone.
It's
No,
gone.
it's gone.
Passed. Gives opportunities to Doug to take good position, which he does.
He does. Yeah. Okay, Ewan's on his way through 1-back. Yeah. That one worked.
Mark is now in position at 1-back, but
2-back. Mark's in
2-back.
position at 2-back.
Indeed. But he's conceded the position, and Doug's now got a 6-yarder at him.
He's about to win. That's good. How are you getting on, guys?
Dougie hit his, what was it, 6-yarder, we think?
Yeah, it's about 6-yarder. Now he can stuff this up the other end of the lawn and take position at Rover. That's a good shot from you. So this looks like the equalising break from Ewan to put it on 2 and 4 back, plays 2 and 4 back, which obviously means it's a completely up in the air open game.
I think we're going to see another OSL.
You don't think he's going to get a tight leave out of this?
I don't. Do you?
Probably not.
Oh no.
Lucas failed to get in front.
Has he left it open?
I suspect not. I suspect that's probably a wiring lift.
So if Mark can't see, if Red can't see
Both sides of blue.
both sides of blue, then he gets a wiring lift because blue has used
Yeah.
red in this term.
Indeed, that's correct. That looks to me like a wiring lift. Well, he's not looking at it.
No, he's going to take position. But are we not just giving blue another short shot?
And Mark,
That's
that's a
just
little
gone.
long.
That's gone. Right, Ewan has run 2 back.
Yep.
He's now starting to look at his leave. So
Green is quite nicely placed for the leave.
Green's good, and I think he's. Is he going to leave pink?
No, he's going to put
gonna
pink back to the
back
peg.
in, so he can tidy up green in a minute
Yeah.
as to where he puts brown.
Yes, exactly. That's fine.
That's actually really nice.
Well, that's a good shot from Doug. 'Cause it's
That's
got position
hiding.
and made it half wired.
Mm,
But I think Mark's probably got no choice but to shoot at it.
it's half a ball. It's actually more like 2/3. 2/3 of a ball.
Now, Ewan has rushed brown very
Close.
close to green, which means he's not going to be able to get brown very far. Well, still, so
Tight
it might be just a
crosswire?
tight cross peg.
Oh,
No, he's
lost
He's
it.
gone for distance on brown, but the problem with that is that he gets too far away from green and won't be able to place that precisely. He might have been better off leaving.
I think he's got lucky.
You think he's got it on the wiring line?
Shot.
Got it.
That was Mark Suter.
Very good
hitting.
shot from Mark Suter.
Yeah. I think if he just taps this, which he's done, I think he's got pretty close to the wiring line anyway.
Yeah, but you want to move green closer to the peg, and it's quite easy for this to wander offline.
It is. I found that one out earlier.
You only gave me half a ball to shoot at. I mean, unfortunately for you, I hit it.
Robin beat me earlier. Thank you, Robin. Oh, did he get it?
No, it's wandered off. That was always the risk.
Exactly what you said.
Always the risk. He may well have been better off just sending brown only sort of 2 or 3 yards past the peg, getting a tight position on green and leaving it as a
Yeah.
tight cross peg.
Well, leave's a leave. Gabrielle's still got to hit it.
Yes, that's true. Any comments? No. I would rather be on 4 back and peg with a tight leave than pen up and peg in a sketchy one.
Okay, so that was an answer to Alex's question about is it worth, if you can do the fallback peel, is it worth just giving it a go? I don't know, there's merit in it sometimes.
Yeah.
Because obviously you save the lift, yeah, for
You
that
do.
turn. The problem is you can get a bit obsessed with peeling and sometimes take your eye off the brake a bit.
It's only really worthwhile if you can get it done on time. And if you can get it done on time, you might as well carry on. So,
Oh, yeah, red's
So I'm
now
not-
finally got position.
I'm not generally all that in favour of just doing a random one peel. Now, what does Doug do now?
Doug can't shoot
No.
because obviously it ends up south boundary,
Leaving
giving
red a rush
red
to
a
three
rush to three back, yeah. So can't really take position.
Take position's not.
Take long position? You could take long
Well,
position.
maybe, but
I mean, what about just taking taking long position, sort of peg high? That's what he's done. Yeah,
hasn't. That's
what
going
he's
further.
done.
That's much further than peg high. That's a
Oh.
genuine position, which he's
it's a
played
Pretty. Oh no, it's
almost.
gone.
Well, it's gone
Oh.
past. So that's not really achieved much
Oh, interesting.
because Mark can run two back and hit blue.
So Mark's just going to try and dribble through this. Obviously, you don't want to come all the way to the boundary
No,
here
'cause you get a
because
better
you want
angle
the
if-
shorter shot. Here we go. So Mark hits this, takes off to the hoop, and he's got a 2-ball break.
Well, maybe.
Yeah, easy peasy, just like that.
Possibly.
You're missing the excitement down there. You're missing the excitement.
Right, Gabrielle has picked up green,
I know Jack's just missed.
so
And
didn't
she's-
fancy the shot through.
But she can line up a double target at white and pink.
Yeah, Ewan's done well though. What Ewan did was he split white and pink to a wide join.
Yes, that's just going to make it slightly more difficult for Gabrielle to get started if she hits.
Yeah, but he's done that because brown and green were clearly open.
Indeed, yes, that's correct. Meanwhile, in the other game, Mark Suter has missed blue, so Doug has the opportunity to take a good position at rover.
And then Mark gets the opportunity to shoot back.
And yeah, that's not the greatest position, but it should be all right. But Mark's pretty much got to shoot back.
And Mark's basically got 2 more shots because I think blue will run.
And then lag to the peg.
Yeah,
And Gabrielle
No.
has missed.
Gabrielle's missed both. Let's see if it went in the corner in a minute.
I think it.
I'm going to say it's out of the corner because I think it missed on the right,
Okay.
but we're going to see.
Well, I think if Ewan had just done the white join, I think he probably wants to put pink and white a bit further south, so that pink's within range of comfortably
that,
hitting in the corner.
yeah.
I mean, you might be. It's what?
Well, you're shooting at the double and you miss white on the left. Seems unlikely that it's going to finish in the corner.
Well,
Based on the left.
To create the double,
which he has.
you've got to come out to the right.
I didn't realise Ewan was standing behind us. Otherwise, I wouldn't have made any comments.
I wasn't watching, but probably.
Ah. Yep, looks like it. Looks like Jack Good has beaten Robert in game 2 of their match, taking it into a third game decider. So that's a really long, epic match, because that's been going on since, before 10 o'clock this morning. Meanwhile, Mark has hit. Mark has the opportunity to approach 3 back, but it's a difficult approach from where we are. There's a whole
crowd of people.
crowd of spectators from Lawn 6 all heading this way. That's plausibly in front from Mark.
I'm going to go and get caught up
It's
with
a
scores.
long hoop, but if he can run it down to blue, he's in good shape. Hi, Chris. Yes, if you were checking on the progress, you and Burridge against Gabrielle. It's game 3, 2 back and 4 back, 2 and 4 back plays 2 and 4 back. With you and now in front of hoop 2.
You sure there's a clip on 4?
4 back.
4 back.
2 and 4 back plays 2 and 4 back.
Okay.
Good. But Ewan has a difficult pick up for this break to get started. But actually, the more interesting game on this lawn is the one between Mark Suter and Doug Grimsley. Mark has run 3 back and hit blue, so now has a long roll-up approach to 4 back. But he just needs one shot to go really, really well for it to be a comfortable finish. And this is the roll up from Mark. That looks pretty good. If you can run this to the boundary and hit blue, he has every chance of finishing from here. Oh, and Mark has stuffed 4 back. That will give blue a wiring lift, so he has the opportunity to take a position at rover from slightly closer range. But even if he gets position at rover, Mark can then run 4 back and take position at penalt, which then puts Doug in a problem of what he does after he runs rover. Because he can't lag to the peg, because he so this is still very much up in the air, this game.
Yeah, well done. It's actually an alien flying saucer. Bad news is the invasion's never going to work because they're only a third of an inch tall.
Right, he really needs to get in front of rover here to put the pressure on Mark. If he doesn't, then if Mark can run 4 back and get in front of penalt, then Mark becomes a good favourite. And has he got in front? It's a bit long and slightly angled, but plausible running position. It puts the pressure on Mark. But if he can get in front of penalt, then he's still in a strong position.
He was trying to wire it. He was trying to wire that ball over there. Yeah. But if you were trying to wire, you wouldn't want to play one. No, it was all just that. It was just bad.
Let's see.
Whether having a massive crowd of people who know
Right. 1 4 back. He now needs to drop this in front of penalt to put the pressure back onto Doug. That's gone too far, I think. That's much too far. Now, what matters here is, can Doug run rover? Just taking position doesn't really work because red can then take position at penalt. So he needs to run rover here. Which he's got into the jaws. Now, that still puts Mark in a fairly strong position if he can get in front of penalt. Because blue can't then lag to the peg if he runs rover.
So he's got a 7 yard there.
This is getting a very tense ending to this game.
Okay.
I'm rejoined by Alison.
I've come back to join you, but only for a little while because I've now been brought the first glass of wine for the day, and I cannot do commentary with wine.
Okay.
I think it would be a mistake.
I see.
I barely know what's going on, most of the time anyway. However,
well, what's going on here? We've got a very exciting ending to the Mark Suter Doug Grimsley game, because Doug has just run rover, but Mark is in position at penalt.
oh dear. I'll get on.
He's going to take a shot at the peg. You think he's come out sufficiently to the side out of running rover, that he has a shot at the peg,
which he's going to take.
Which might potentially have red in the background, or some of red anyway. So if he can hit either peg or red, he's won, basically. But if he misses,
peg or red, he's missed. Oh, he's hit the hoop.
Right.
Oh my word.
It's just so now.
I think Mark hits it. I think Mark hits it.
I think it hits it first.
Yeah, I would hit it first.
Oh no, I don't think I would.
It's tempting, I know.
I don't think I would. I think I would run the hoop.
See, he's not actually right in front. You can see from the angle he's walking.
Yeah, but it's good enough run hoop position. If you can run the hoop and then hit blue.
I don't know if everyone see this? Or Elsa's thumbs up. Okay, so that they can see it.
Because my guess is he doesn't feel like he can run the hoop gently.
Well, you can see there's a bit of an angle. That would be bad.
Sticking in it's not
Oh,
that
is it not
bad
that
actually.
bad?
I mean, it gives blue a 8-yarder at the peg.
Good, he's got
gently.
it.
That's good.
Here we go.
You now hit blue, and then you've got to roll up.
Do you enjoy that game down there?
Hit blue, roll up. You still got to give blue then a shot if you don't get position. Because
True.
obviously you would have hit it, so you can't hide because you give away a lift.
Mm-hmm. I mean, the alternative is to send blue to somewhere near the middle of the north boundary, and then take position.
Oh,
He's missed it. That gives Doug the opportunity to lag at the peg.
And lag to the other side.
He can lag to the other side of the peg,
To
hopefully
wire
wired from red.
himself with the peg.
I mean, he might just dribble at the peg, just to see if he can finish it immediately.
Well, if you dribble at it and you end up just this side, you're probably only giving away half a ball anyway.
But if you hit, you win. That was
Oh,
an
hang on.
opportunity for Mark.
Oh, we've missed something over here. Ewan's in. I thought Gabrielle was in a minute ago.
No, not since she's stuck in hoop 2.
Oh, right, okay.
So when's she going to learn the truth?
Here we go. That is a lag. And, no, it's hilled off. It was hilling on, and then it hilled off.
It's hitting behind green.
He's wired himself with green.
He's not moving green.
Oh, he must be moving green. Well, this is very much last shot territory for Mark.
Yeah.
Gotta hit this.
Oh, what's...
I mean, if he gets very lucky, he might just clip it a quarter ball on the right and rush it in front of rover. That would be.
If you call that, that would be some quite impressive commentary. Here we go.
I think it unlikely.
Is he going to clip it so that it goes in front of rover?
That way you're hitting blue in the correct direction.
Here we go.
Here we go.
If you slide past blue, you might run the hoop.
Wait for it. He's got it.
Oh, he got it. He hit it slightly too full. He just needed
Too
to clip it a bit more on the right.
He did get it on the right, but too much.
Aren't you glad we're not out there playing this heat now?
Yes. Good question.
Aren't you looking forward to your next match?
Ewan looks like he's pretty much got control now. I mean,
Yeah, he's taking his break round, and
Yeah.
he'll be taking this round to the peg, presumably.
green, oh, where's he going? Green is his hoop 6 pioneer, which is
Which is-
not ideal,
No.
but it's manageable. Oh,
That's right.
well, that's
Treat
just
that as
an
an early,
advanced
that's
pioneer.
an advanced two-back pioneer.
Yeah.
Happy with that.
Yeah, now he's just got a little takeoff.
Now, what does Mark do
behind
here?
white.
I mean, his options are he can do the big drive half roll approach, sending blue down towards corner 4, trying to get in front. He could
I
could
think
do
I'd take off.
well.
I think I'd take off.
Well, the problem with taking
You have got to give them a shot. You have got to give it a shot because you've used it. But I think take off. You're going to get much better control with a takeoff than you are with some sort of horrid
You
roll
are.
going into corner 4 or something.
But you're leaving blue a relatively short shot if you don't get in front. And even if you then do run rover, you've then got to hit blue. And you've got like a 8-9 yarder to hit blue, which if you miss, blue can easily hit you. So
Yeah.
so I don't like the takeoff from here. I prefer the what he's doing, is sending blue down the other end of the lawn. Because then if blue does shoot at you and misses, you can then run the hoop and pick him up easily.
Okay. Oh dear, Ewan has run.
Ewan
just
doesn't
past.
have a rush to his hoop 6, unfortunately for him.
Come on.
That's
come
the
on,
wrong
red.
side of rover.
Oh, it's not good.
Oh, hang on.
Wait.
Oh,
wait.
whoa.
He got a hill. He got a little sneaky hill.
That was outrageous.
Oh. So red has actually now got in front of Rover.
Yeah, when the original shot was
That
tending that
was-
to the right-hand side of rover.
That was
Comfortably.
amazing.
No, the bigger one's just with Mark's just approach really
So he won't be best pleased with that, will he?
starting a bit just the left one.
Right, he's run it down to the boundary. And he's
Now what do you
now
do?
going to lag. I think he lags. I mean, he's got to give a shot still, hasn't he?
Yeah.
Because he's used the ball.
I would be
so
going to about halfway between the peg and the
east boundary.
Yeah. I don't want to go close to the peg because then if blue hits red,
You don't want to give some kind of
you don't.
weird
It's
double.
too short a shot. So,
Well, you also don't. Yeah, you don't want to give the double with the peg, do you?
no.
You don't want to be anywhere near it.
That's why I'm lengthening the shot so he can
Lagging to the peg is too short a shot.
So he is doing what you suggested.
Well, I know he's been
Looks
closer to the
like.
peg than I would have. No, yeah,
I think that's far enough away.
That's
That's pretty much
similar
what
to
you-
what I had in mind.
Yeah.
Yeah, I
Okay,
think I'd
so,
want to be another,
so
another
here's the
couple of yards
thing.
that way.
This happens, you shoot at the ball. Why do
Yes.
you shoot at the ball?
Because it's bigger.
Yes.
And he's missed
No,
it.
he's missed it.
And that gives Mark his shot at the peg
Yeah.
to win from having been a few hoops down in a two-ball ending,
Do you
which is
shoot
always
properly at it?
Yes.
Dribble.
No, I just aim it and clunk it at this range.
But then what if you missed? If you missed it,
Well,
then
I suppose given that
blue gets
given that
the-
blue is for the peg, then there's a case for dribbling, certainly.
because it's still, I don't know, how many yards is that?
4, maybe 5. He's
Sure.
just gone at it full strength. Well done,
Well
Mark.
done, Mark.
Very
That's
good fun ending.
That's Mark through to the quarters now.
Yep.
I'm pretty sure.
The Sooty 2-0, +8, +1. It's on Croquet scores.
Right then. So back to Ewan's game over here.
Yep, and Ewan has got around to 2 back. And he's still under control, but his 3 back pioneer is not great. That was fun.
Yeah, the crowds have enjoyed that one, haven't
Yeah,
they? Clearly.
definitely. That was a crowd pleaser,
Yeah.
that game. I don't think it was a Doug Grimsley pleaser.
Never think of you as Lancastrian, Stephen. Sorry about that. I know you technically are, but qualify you.
Oh yeah, look, Ewan's back in control.
All right, yes.
Definitely.
He's now got his 3 backs.
Everything's where it should be.
Everything's where it should be. This should be a ball to the peg. The question is, what sort of leave will he have when he arrives there?
OSL.
You'll be going for a. I think you'll be going for a standard diagonal spread, but whether he'll make it or not, we shall see.
He's definitely got the pace now as well, hasn't he?
Yeah.
Now I spotted Stephen behind me. I'm assuming he's finished. So I might see if he fancies coming over, having a chat.
Yeah. Oh.
And he was MP for
Right.
40 years or 50 years or something like that. Yeah. There's a Silverman Hall in that still.
So all that's happening now is we've got Ewan Burridge taking his break to the peg. That wasn't great. You'd want to get Brown rather nearer to 4 back than that. But he has all the balls in the middle of the lawn, so he should be able to cope. But it's just anything imperfect on this sort of lawn is just an increased chance of inducing an error.
Well done, Dave. Ready for your next? Ready for your next?
Evening, Robin. I've been
Hello, Stephen.
cajoled into.
I
So-
think you enjoyed the ending of that game as much as we did.
Yes. Well, I mean, you couldn't have told. Doug thought he'd hit it. I think his last shot, and it fell off to the right, and
Well, it was the approach to Rover from
That was
Mark
very
Suter,
good.
which was
That was
somewhat
very good.
outrageous.
the right thing to do. But normally, you just expect to be able to get decent position. Whereupon the other ball comes down to 4 yards north of the peg, and you have to hit something.
Well,
after
the
you've run
fact is that when he played the shot, that ball was going east and this side of Rover.
Let's do that. He'd worked out that's what happened, so he played it that way.
Beautiful use of hill.
The hills now are, I mean, I've just come off court 4 where I've had the most wonderful match with some very difficult hoop approaches. Some
Yeah.
strange things happening to the balls, and makes life. This is probably the best conditions for the Opens. For
Oh
many a
yes,
year.
this.
This, to those of us with long enough memories, this reminds one, it's not quite as hard yet, as 2008 Christchurch. This is the United Club, which...
Yes, I remember it well.
Yes.
I struggled somewhat, I have to say.
Well, what epitomised it was I was in the semi-final against Aaron Westerby, and in a break, treading on eggshells, dancing on ice, all the usual similes, and then I got to 2 back, and I knew perfectly well there's quite a slope down to the south boundary. So I played my approach with the most exquisite delicacy you could imagine and got the strikes ball in front of the hoop. Unfortunately, the forward ball had found the slope, and despite initially having 0 miles an hour, went off the boundary without too much doubt.
Yes.
So, saying something unpleasant to myself, I retired.
I think Ewan
has just gone. This is
little-
now what can happen. I was going to say that my opponent then did exactly the same as me, despite knowing how difficult it was. So you get to these conditions.
I said a few minutes ago that when he did a thick takeoff trying to send his ball as a 4-back pioneer, and he dropped it 4 or 5 yards short. I was saying, okay, he's got all control of the balls in the middle of the lawn, but it's that kind of inaccuracy on these sorts of lawns that can end up inducing the error. as indeed it has.
Yep, yep. And he expresses his dismay in what for him is quite a restrained fashion. The man
Yes.
has to remain on the court.
Yes. Yes, he can sometimes be a little
His reputation for equanimity and impassibility has not been improved.
Yes.
He's clearly not pleased, and I don't blame him, to be honest, but there you
No.
are. That's what happens when you don't.
Yes, the thought occurs that
I mean,
if only he'd had some sort of father figure to guide him.
you would say, Ewan, given your prodigious ability to run hoops straight from anything up to 7 yards, just give yourself more room.
Yes, I think that's wise. Now, Gabrielle is now for 2 and 4 back, which means
And the pink ball is that the pink ball for 2?
she's green and brown.
beg your
Green
pardon.
is for 2 back. Green is for hoop 2. Sorry.
Right, so this is the one that wants to play.
Green wants to play.
And brown is very adjacent to 4 back, so in normal circumstances the triple would seem to be indicated. And indeed, the question then would be,
Earlier in this game, she got in a position where she had a ball already at 4 back.
Right.
She had a pioneer at hoop 2, and she was just doing this. Now, most of us at that point, she was playing with the Peely somewhere in the middle of the west boundary. Most of us at that point would have sent the Peely to 4 back,
yeah,
setting up for the standard triple. She deliberately sent the Peely to the middle of the lawn, indicating that she was not interested in the TP. And I
which-
suspect that will be true again.
in these conditions it's not stupid, because although, I mean, I've just come off the court against Rick Harding, who put together the most lovely triple with a Hogan roll out of corner 4 on a very fast lawn, which worked a treat, and he even managed to do, at least to jaws his Peely just went through by nothing, despite having to split the approach to the escape ball, so that was very impressive. And he just had he had a mishap at 3 back which stopped him.
Right.
But it can be done, and,
Yes.
but you are taking risks, and it's a question of whether you feel up to it or not.
No, what she's doing is taking off
She
from green.
tried to get a rush on brown down to
Yeah,
south of
but I
white.
would be improving the hoop 3 pioneer and also getting a rush on brown to white at this point.
I think
There's
that's
no-
right. Let's push pink. No, it's
no-
it's the ball you go to first. So it's not its position. It's not that critical. But she's just done that. In
Oh.
fact, she's got no interest. Oh my goodness, what has she done?
She was attempting to get a rush directly to get a rush on brown to
gone-
hoop 2 and gone too far.
And has she actually cross-wired herself?
Yes.
No, she can't.
I don't think she's cross-wired herself, but she's given herself a rather nasty cut
Yeah.
to get this anywhere near hoop 2, which she has not achieved. I think possibly she could only see half a ball, maybe.
Yes, indeed. And so,
But
well,
I
now this is just where, if she's going to, she should send this down to 4, or even south of 4.
Yeah.
Give herself a defensive position and try and pick up a rush on white.
yes.
Yeah.
I
So
don't
that's-
really see what else there is to do in this point.
So a reasonable ball at 3.
But I mean, it certainly seemed to me that the play there was just to sort of tickle pink a little bit closer to 3, get yourself a dolly rush to white,
Yes.
and then
I wouldn't have bothered. Pink is the ball I hope to go to first after making
yeah,
2, and then I go to the Peely and hope to get it into position. So where pink is of no importance. So now, yeah, I think she's going to do that. Brown down to 4, green to the east of white, and see what happens.
but I think she was trying to get a rush on brown to hoop 2, just
Now that
basically
thumped
to-
a bit. That's going
to-
a long way. She got the
Oh.
ratio wrong, I'm afraid. In fact, she's lucky that brown stays on the court.
I think it's on by about a foot.
Yeah.
I think. But anyway, as I was saying, I think she was trying to get the rush on brown to hoop 2,
Right.
in a way to dissuade herself from going for the TP.
Well,
What used to be called doing a McCulloch.
oh really? Oh, God, that takes me back.
It's a very old expression.
Yes. John McCulloch and I wrote The World of Croquet in 1988.
I have a copy on my bookshelf at home.
Yeah. 27 years ago. My God.
Yes. I have to say it's probably stayed on my bookshelf most of that time, to be fair.
It's a very good place for it. Well, that's now, I think it has to be as white thumped up towards the west side of 2 and lead the rush if you can. She may well be lucky, she may be able to go off south of brown and leave a single ball target for pink, which is also a rush towards pink.
Maybe, but I think is Brown not on the yard line? So
Well, I'm not sure.
No.
I don't know.
well, it's quite a good white.
Yep. Indeed, there might even be a wire of white and pink. Can't tell from here, but now she's having a look at what she can do with green.
Yeah.
The match is 1-1, isn't it?
It is, yes. This is deciding game 3. And it's still very much in the balance.
Yes, it's.
Both players have been sort of cautious in their break building and very wary of making that sort of approach error, and suddenly the ball goes past the hoop. And
Yes.
Unsurprising, it's exactly what anybody would be like in these conditions.
Well, you know, thinking of normal English playing conditions, this sort of concern is quite a novelty, and it's good
Yes,
to see
you
people
don't see it
reacting
very
very rapidly and getting used to the new normal for this week, because
Yes.
the forecast is for continued sun. So
I've-
it will be, I think, one
yes,
of the best
it's
Opens for many a year.
and it's a very good way of sorting out the really good from the merely good. I remember back in the 1990s, before they had the automatic watering on the cricket field at Hurlingham, that those lawns could get extremely difficult.
Oh, indeed, and they used to play the doubles championship on them, and they would set them to 1/8, which these days sounds like a barn door. People still
They were still difficult.
and the moment they bounced off these rock hard hoops once or twice, their confidence evaporated.
Yes.
And their ability to get through them became even
The
lower.
it's,
This is Ewan now shooting. Can you see? No.
he has missed, but it certainly sorted out
Oh, yes.
the standard. I remember one game where I was on in the one of the early games I was playing. I was playing against Ian McClelland, and the hoops were rock hard. It was really fast, and he was struggling to do anything at all.
Yeah.
I could make 2 or 3 hoops occasionally.
Just noticing that what's happened here is that Ewan took the aggressive shot,
Yes,
and he's now left a ball at Gabrielle's hoop,
he has. He has.
which so she's now doing. I doubt whether much for the triple line.
I doubt she's doing the triple.
There is a way, and that's actually a very good
Yes.
shot with Brown. She's put. And
That's a possibility. She might be able to do a
gratuitous
take-off peel.
Yes,
Yes.
take-off peel. You might as well.
Is she contemplating it?
Yeah.
It looks very on, doesn't
It
it?
does. Yes. No, she's. How can you turn it down if it's a positive? Yes, exactly.
I mean, it's more or less the shot that you would be playing anyway.
Well, exactly. Now she happened to get a hoop out of it as well. Well, so much the better.
You lost the mirror? What you meant to be at work?
Oh, and she's not.
Dave,
Does that
you got another one now?
does that mean that she was not going for it, and she did make sure that she had the
Maybe
didn't quite have the angle for it?
Bring back the memory of my co-author. Maybe she deliberately McCullocked it.
Well, it's not really.
Well, I just spent the day on it.
I do think that these unexpected peels are among the best that you can have, because
Bloody
right. Well, she's leaving aside all that. She's now got at least a 3-ball break.
Yes. Anyway, so
And in normal conditions, a player of her calibre would just sail round. Perpetual risk, the ball will suddenly turn by a couple of balls' width.
that can happen
And
at
you're
any,
close to the hoop.
at any moment.
Haven't done that since. Of course, I've left myself alone and set up.
The other risk is that no matter how hard you restrain yourself, you keep leaving yourself 4 or 5 yard return roquets,
Yes,
which are a bit wearing.
yes. There's ones that you should hit, but if you
Well, you
give yourself
plenty of them.
yes, you're going to miss one.
Yes. Well, that's
That's
cut on
okay.
Well,
It's on the wrong side. It's made the croquet stroke a little bit more difficult, but not massively.
And given how good Brown is as a pioneer,
Well,
I mean, obviously she may end up hitting it a little bit away, but that's not fatal.
no. I mean, the danger is that given the line that you are approaching Brown, if you overhit it by a yard or so,
Yes.
you could potentially cross wire yourself.
She should,
You should be able to avoid that, but
she should definitely be aiming to come along a line at least a yard north of 3.
that looks good.
Quite a bit strong.
Oh, not gone far. It's gone past.
But no,
Yeah.
that's okay. Now the issue
Is how gently do you dare to hit Brown? That's the. Because this could, if you hit this at any kind of reasonable pace, Brown could easily go another 3 yards and make the approach.
You've got a very tricky approach. You just have to trickle this and be brave about it. And she has.
That's a
Even
good
so,
shot.
that's a 2-yard approach, but that's far better than a 4-yard approach.
Absolutely.
And now here the thing is to remember to give yourself enough room.
Yeah.
So she shouldn't be going for 1 foot position.
No.
3 foot position is actually very sensible. 3 foot straight or
Yeah.
straightish.
Her other problem is that she'd like to pick up the pink ball before hoop 4. White is not in a very helpful position for doing that.
No, well exactly. You've got a big, almost a full role to play. So this now is a nice smooth stroke. She's
Yep,
done that,
that's good.
and she's not gone too far. That's actually very sensible. You can now gently roquet Brown, roll it to 5, and try and get on to white.
Right. I mean, the alternative is to take off to pink and then roll pink up to 5 and get it behind
The
white.
drawback, as you've said, is that because it's quite a long way, it's mainly north actually. I mean, I don't mind those sort of rolls. The thing I find you have to do is to go and walk up to it, find the spot 3 yards behind it, and look at that and make that your target.
Yeah.
The ball is not the target, and
No, no.
you don't tell your subconscious that it's 3 yards beyond where you want to be.
And this is what she's doing. She's doing the take off to corner 4.
And yeah,
Keith Ayton has reputedly said that this take off to ball in corner 4 from somewhere near hoop 3 is the hardest shot in croquet.
well, it's and I think she's done quite a good job, to be honest.
I
4-yard
I
rotation.
slightly disagree with him. I think it's the second hardest shot in croquet. The hardest shot in croquet is hitting the 7-yarder when you're annoyed at yourself for dropping it short.
But you're not half as cross as if you'd gone off.
And that's worked very nicely because she's actually improved Brown as a hoop 6 pioneer at the same time.
Yes.
She's very handy.
So this needs it's a 4-yard roquet. She should hit it 9 times out of 10, and this is not that is not the 1 in 10.
I think
So now comes quite a testing shot.
You need to
go
get
and
the
visualise the spot she wants
yeah.
the striker's ball to end.
And it's
I think just
really
playing it
important.
without that preparation
Yeah.
just makes it more difficult.
Well, not ideally, you get the other ball close to hoop 5, but
Oh,
that's
indeed.
that's considerably
far
less
different.
important.
Yeah. So she's doing a full.
That's bad.
That is not the outcome she wanted. I'm not even sure whether she can see.
Depends whether she can. I think she's slightly lucky she can hit white, but no, she needed to avoid that. That was
Stokes has been down and received triple to his groin.
Well, it's quite lucky just to flick white.
yes,
She's now got a distinctly testing sideways approach of what, 4 yards?
yeah. This is
And
tricky.
again, my approach would be not to try to get too greedy. Go 3 feet long, 3 feet,
Yes,
and
absolutely.
then crash it through.
Yes. Because although the conditions are relatively difficult in terms of getting in front of the hoops themselves are not that difficult.
No, but she's left that short.
Yes, she was far too tentative on that one.
Yeah.
And does she actually have a shot at the hoop at all?
I'm not sure. Maybe that, yeah.
I mean,
Because obviously the net's perfectly good. Yeah, but it'll be the excuse.
I mean, the opponent has a shot that is missable, even though he's a very good
Yes.
shot, and expect him to get it 4 times out of 5.
so
I mean, the one thing she could do is just basically to corner and just hope for better things.
corner. She could potentially go to the middle of the west
She could
boundary and
guard-
guard the shot at white at
She
pink.
got, yes, then obviously pink takes white. Because pink and white are both a 4-back, aren't they?
They are.
So there's no polarity in this. So she's being ultra defensive and just disappearing into corner 1.
Right. Well, nothing massively wrong with that.
No.
That's a first round.
In New Zealand, where they played on very quick courts in the previous generations, this sort of thing was called playing dry. You just go into corners at the slightest problem, knowing that your opponent will be most unlikely to make a huge amount of progress.
Yeah.
You could-
I mean, the difficulty here is that if white does hit pink, getting a rush on brown to 4-back shouldn't be too difficult.
I don't think that's-
But he's going to shoot pink at white, isn't he? No.
Mind you, that's also brown's hoop. No. Thought about it?
I think pink and white has got to be sensible here. You're gaining the innings is paramount at this point.
I'd say no, because Neil's going out there. She is
And he's hit it. Now then.
Well, I mean, depends on how frisky he's feeling with the sort of Hogan roll approach, sending partner up to penult, see if you pick up a rush on brown. That is the way to get a bit of a stranglehold on things. You will be getting a lift. You will have to have a lift lead. Green will have to be extracted from the corner.
That all looks a little...
Played with.
That's what he's trying to do.
Yeah. Just falling short, I think.
No, I think he's made it. I think that's a pretty good shot.
Absolutely right. Yeah.
If anything, a little long.
Well, I mean,
He'll
only
settle for that,
required-
though.
He'll settle for that every time. No, that was. It just shows you how quick the courts are.
Oh,
Or is he for?
no, he's for 4-back.
Oh, maybe he felt he just couldn't improve it. I am surprised. Oh, this is what Keith Wiley, the late Keith Wiley, would call coltish tactics. He's taking off, leaving Brown as a pioneer for penalty, confident that he can. This is given that Ewan runs 7-yard hoops in golf croquet with impunity.
But I think he's gone too far there.
Yeah, that's interesting.
I-
But he
I-
has to crash through, fall back, pick up white, and say thank you very much.
Yeah, but this is not a gimme.
Well, they will be watching for crossing croquet balls, won't they?
I'm looking forward to having you down East Dorset where they've got a sound
He's got it.
Got it, yeah. Clubbed through, I think, is the technical expression.
fence which has got a few bits of wire and a very small board like
No, I don't think that's something that I would have ever done.
No.
The good outcome is the stopboard launches the ball into the first set screen and shatters.
Well, he can do a split which puts white to. But he may actually feel he should now pick up green. Given that these.
Well, he's going to have to do it at some point.
Yeah, and sooner the better. I mean, a thick takeoff moving white out of the line from green to brown, or his ball back to brown. But no, he's content to do that later.
Who's waiting for that winner?
I think it's Mark.
He's ambling about in a not very impressed, not looking like that with that play again.
Well, he knows he's not playing again. Towers is the earliest. But are you really going to make him start at 8 o'clock? On 8 o'clock?
you can start tomorrow.
No, we should
Now he's got to think a bit about what he's going to, what to believe he's left it a bit late, to be honest. I was talking to him after we played in the Swiss, and he was saying that he's trying to teach himself to think about leaves early on in the break. Now clearly he's
Yeah.
starting from 4-back.
Well, at the very least, he's got to be thinking about when exactly he's going to extract green.
Yes.
No, that's right. Mormy did it. Mormy thought he was going to do it. Yes, I know.
That's not a very good shot.
He said to me,
It's not disastrous. I mean, he's got brown south of Rover. It's a bit
Well,
flat, that's
I was saying it's not a good shot. I thought that was going to land up a lot shorter in the white than it actually did.
Yes.
Yeah, don't play the variant of the rules. Play now or Saturday?
No. This will be, I'm surprised if he puts part into the boundary first. He hasn't actually sent it to the side though.
No, because that's pretty much on the centre line. It'd be difficult to send a white anywhere very helpful.
Indeed. And run with freedom rather than control.
None of James.
Well, everyone plays super except against Dell.
Presumably he'll be hitting brown somewhere near the peg, taking off to green, putting that up to the sort of west of hoop 2 area, getting onto white and rushing it to the boundary.
I think he's hitting white first, though.
Yes.
That doesn't make life any easier.
Well,
He's going to have to send white across to somewhere.
you just bunt white over to the east boundary, avoiding going off. You get to the east of brown, clock it down to the south boundary, send it to west of southwest of hoop 2, coming on to green, roll green to the peg, and go and join partner.
Yeah.
Best way of stopping it.
It won't be a pretty leave, but it'll be effective, and the opponent will have at least 14
He still
yards.
forces the opponent to hit in something.
Indeed.
Isn't the other match going on at some point?
There should be matches going on, yes. Yes. You're aware you've got a game scheduled?
Oh. Wouldn't have had that pint of beer if I had been. So just one game tonight.
Quick one, but yeah, at least one.
Have we got a court as well?
Yes. I allocated it that long ago, I forgot.
Right, okay, I will
Okay, good
say
luck,
goodbye.
Stephen.
Thank you.
Who's your opponent?
Mark Suter.
Ah.
TV show was mostly been accused of false tickets and
Right. That's not what we were expecting him to do with white, because that's not very far from balk.
But apparently you have that nickname at school, but I assume you probably didn't.
Plummer measured it earlier. Oh, and how much? I have no idea, but I saw him with the ramp. So Plummer will know how many of him it is.
Right.
No, I can hit a ball if you want to time it, just as an alternative measurement before they start.
Time the speed of the law and you hit the ball from one end to the other. As long as you get it from one line to the other, you can only hit it from one line.
Right. Ewan is sending green. That's pointing into the yard line, so if there's any distance. No, it isn't. That pulled a long way. Now, people have been commenting about these balls all week that they pull a prodigious amount compared with other balls, and that pulled a long, long way because Ewan was not intending that ball to go anywhere near white. That ball was supposed to be going along the yard line down towards corner 2. And that has given him a huge problem because he now can't really do anything about where white and green have finished up. He can bury brown somewhere in a corner and he can bury pink in a corner, and he appears to be a bit cross with himself. Yep.
Once we finish this, I need to time this as well.
Right. This is not going to be an ideal leave for Ewan by any stretch. Yeah, so he's presumably pink will now be buried into corner 4. Oh no, he's going to the middle of the boundary. So, Gabrielle coming onto the lawn, and I expect you'll be quite pleased to be being given a 3 or 4 yarder rather than the 17 or 18 yarder you'd normally expect when presented with a lift leave. And that was a consequence of Ewan. Well, he misjudged the pull on the shot out of the corner, but he was trying to leave it far too late to pick up green out of the first corner, making life rather difficult for himself. Right, but Gabrielle doesn't have anything obviously easy. So meanwhile, we've started another game on lawn 2. This is David Fuller against Samir Patel. With David putting out a second turn duffer tice, which is a little long compared with what you would normally expect. That's an interesting opening. Now, what's Gap? She's put white quite defensively towards corner 2. Pink presumably will come up towards hoop 4, with then her off in corner 2 with a rush into the lawn. Seemed the obvious thing to do. Yeah, as expected. And green will now go off into corner 2. Yep. So, what are Ewan's options? He'll want to move pink. He could shoot at green and brown on the grounds that even if he misses, green's not going to be able to move pink very much out of the corner before obtaining a rush, which he's already got anyway, so he's not losing very much. His alternative is to shoot at white. Problem with that is that Gabrielle can rush this ball to near hoop 5, take off the 2 balls in corner 3 and obtain a rush to hoop 4, probably to get her break established. But I think he'll want to play with white because that's his backward ball going for 4-back, but I think this is not sensible because with pink being close to hoop 4, a miss here is just making it too easy for Gabrielle to get her break started. So I'm not. But as it happens, he's hit it. So if you hit the shot, it was never the wrong decision. But that seemed a little over-aggressive to me. So now what he can do is he can obtain a rush on brown up towards pink, put brown back into the middle of the lawn somewhere, and a rush pink to 4-back with a view to finishing on this turn. That would be his plan. Whether he'll execute it or not, we shall see. Yeah, he's done the first part. Get himself a rush to pink. Is that going to come far enough? Yes. That's pretty good. Because you can now... It doesn't matter too much where brown goes. The crux of this break is going to be the rush on pink to 4-back. That's in reasonably controlled, then he's okay. Push brown up the lawn as far as he can manage it while still making sure he gets the rush on pink, which he's done. Now this is the crucial shot in this turn. Can he get this to somewhere where he can sensibly approach 4-back? If he can approach 4-back and get in front, then he has various options as to where to rush to after 4-back. He could rush to brown, he could rush to penalty, he could rush to green. And that gives you a lot of leeway in terms of how far you run the hoop, and he's played that very, very well. He should be able to get a controlled rush to whichever of those three options he decides is the most convenient. So from there, if he runs that to the boundary, he's probably got a rush to penalty, which would be very, very helpful. He hasn't made the boundary, but that is far enough that it gives him a rush to green should he want it. Alternatively, he could still do the cut to penalty, but it looks like he's got a straight rush to green, so that may well be what he's deciding to do. And indeed he is. That's played very well. That way he can now get a tight rush on green to penalty, and it should be, as long as that rush works in a reasonable way, should be plain sailing for the finish. Yeah, got that rush. Now he's just anywhere vaguely in front of penalty here would be a good result. That looks good. Yeah. A little sideways, but should not be a problem. He's in front of penalty, so as long as he can run this and be able to hit green. Yep, he's managed that. So I'm past the green, so he'll probably just have to take off to brown. And then he will have the one final problem, is that he'll need to arrange a rush on either brown or green to behind pink so that he can pick it up to bring it back for the peg out. Now, one way to do that would be to roll green up past rover so that when he runs rover he's got two balls nearby. He can organise a rush to one, but that's, I prefer to have gone past the brown on that shot. That's a little bit short, which makes his takeoff to rover just that little bit more difficult. Again, shouldn't be a problem by this stage, but it's just opening up that potential for error, which is always a possibility. But if he does get in front, he's got two balls close together, he should be able to get a good rush to the green, to the pink ball, sorry, after the rush, and then to finish the game. Oh dear. He's stuck in rover with the game in his palm of his hand. Ah, that puts the game right back into Gabrielle's hands. Although it's difficult to hit white, and if she hits brown, it's difficult to get a rush on the white to hoop 4. So she's not in perfect shape by any means. which is probably going to be some sort of leave. Which I'd imagine would be brown between hoop 4 and corner 4. Not white out of rover. Don't give him rover. Leave white somewhere in the middle and then join it. Give him a collection of 18-yarders. I'm not sure where she's planning to move brown to now, though. She can't really get brown anywhere vaguely defensive for a leave, whilst at the same time white. So she really needed to move brown another 2 or 3 yards at least on that stroke to be able to send it back towards the corner 4 area. We shall see. Oh, it looks like Gabrielle is attempting to bombard white out of the hoop, whilst at the same time sending green past the hoop to get the rush on white to hoop 4. Which, if it comes off, will again give her a straightforward break. So we shall see whether this works or not. Quite a tricky shot to pull off. You've got to judge how far white is going to go through the hoop and how far green is going to go past the hoop to try and make sure that they actually line to give you a reasonable rush towards hoop 4. Maybe she's having second thoughts. She is. She doesn't like it. Yeah, she tried to do that, but the problem is she couldn't really get brown far enough in that shot to make it a good position for a leave. She's now obviously moved white away, so she's just going to be relying on distance here, really. Right. You saw the Ewan stuck in rover with the game at his...
I did. It's quite interesting, isn't it?
Yeah. I mean, Gabrielle was looking at a bombard roll to get the rush on white, but she decided against it.
Where's pink?
Pink is somewhere near corner 2.
Oh, yeah.
But the problem with what she did was that she couldn't move brown far enough to make it defensive enough for the leave. So this is giving...
Yeah, you had control, you had no control all day, and then you decided to try and find some control at rover.
Well, no, it's just I had a break.
No, but she's actually taken off to in front of hoop 4. So can run that with a rush to 5. Well, it's quite a long rush, but it's pointing at hoop 5. Right. Gabrielle is making hoop 5, but it's not obvious where hoop 6 is coming from. She may decide to retire back to the boundary and for laying up. Pink and white are nicely separated and nicely close to the boundary, so shots on them are quite dangerous for Ewan. So
Where's the pink? Near enough corner two.
But regrouping on the south boundary with a rush towards, I want to play with white, so a rush towards corner 2 would be quite handy, quite useful here. But no, she's trying to take off to white to try and get a rush to 6, presumably. I think she's just very, very concerned with Ewan's shooting, so she wants to make progress and not just leave him a, what would be a, 14, 20, 25 yarder. So this is an important shot for Gabrielle. She'll want to get this slightly to the east of white if she can. That looks quite good. That is a little long.
Well, she's now ditched the brown and taken off to the white, but she's taken off 5 yards past the white. Yeah, I know. I'm not saying that it's unexpected, but it doesn't exactly help make hoop 6, does it? Brown's back down by 4 again. No, not really. It's just past hoop 4 in the law.
She's got a lot of work to do. On to get anything picked up with that.
Well, in my second break in this game, I round picked one down to the north boundary and hit the ball on the north boundary.
And she's cut that to a pretty good place. That's definitely in a plausible hoop 6 approaching position. So she may well be doing that, and then so she's presumably considering pink to be her one-back pioneer, even though that's quite difficult to approach from where it is.
What's it called when you do a 2-ball break? Keep alternating the ball you use. So you use like a third ball, one in every 5 shots, one in every 10 shots. Right.
Break using all 4 balls.
Oh, that looks okay. It's not a trivial hoop, but it should be runnable.
By your standards, yeah.
GC, yeah.
She'll run this, though. She's been solid at these.
Excellent hoop. Now, so what she can do now is just hit white gently. I send it to 2 back going to pink. If you get behind pink, great. If you don't, you've still got the 5-yard approach. But given the approaches she's just been playing recently, so that's well within her capabilities.
Probably a yard longer, isn't it?
Either that, or she might be trying to rush this up to 2 back and then take off back to pink. Ooh, she only just snicked it.
That's perfect. Now she can get 2 back on it. Now she just skimmed that.
Yeah. That might be a good thing that she's just clipped that, because I think she's now got the space to be able to send this to 2 back and go to pink. Again, if you get behind pink, great. If not, you've still got to play the roll approach.
You can
Yeah, this is, as I can,
Like, you can see the slope on the boundary as well.
I can hear you and commenting on the background. If you try and get behind pink here, there is not very much room to play with on this kind of lawn for going off the lawn, and that would be a disaster. So I think a better play here would be to not necessarily try to get behind the pink, but just get close to the pink so that you can hit it gently and approach one back from where it is. But and she's having to wait for the double banker, which is never great when you're about to play a really critical croquet stroke. Having to wait around is never good.
If nothing's done, we'll wait for them, obviously, we'll just sit and we'll pass the chairs outside the clubhouse.
Until it turns up, that's where we're going to do.
When it turns up half an hour, right, let's go for dinner now.
Hardest hoop at the club, and he's misapproached it. Chris and Keith.
I think so.
Chris, Keith and Sam Murray have now. Yeah, but Keith didn't. He proclaims that it's the hardest hoop. It's not like, well, it was quite good because I asked for it to be firmed up.
This is a long time that Gabrielle is having to stand waiting around, contemplating this shot. Does she try and get behind pink, or does she just try and get close to it and approach from where she is? Both have got significant drawbacks. If you try to get close to pink, you're giving yourself a much more difficult approach. If you try and go behind pink, you've got a high risk of going off the lawn. What's she going to do?
Gabs can now play this sweaty take. Do you reckon she'll get past the ball? And if she does get past the ball, how far past the ball is she going to get?
Interestingly, she's not sending this to 2 back, she's just sending it to beyond 1 back, which suggests that she's planning on playing this shot as a drive approach, which she's got past. She's now going to be rushing that ball to the north boundary and sending it to 2 back whilst trying to hold.
Stopover approach.
Yes, what we call a stop shot approach, or what the Americans call a load and hold.
Point of interest.
Yeah.
The chaps have been out and measured the lawn speed on lawn 3.
Okay.
And they got to 12. So they think that lawn 2 is probably 13.
At least, I would yes. I think it's clearly considerably faster than 3.
So, which is, so it is. It's interesting conditions.
Absolutely, yes. Anything with sort of like 13 seconds or above, or if it gets close to 14, starts becoming extremely difficult.
Difficult, but really good fun to play on.
Yes. Oh, she's underhit that considerably. It was a good idea what to do, but she really needed to get closer to 1 back than that. That's giving her a very, very sweaty hoop.
Yeah, but I think she's got to take it.
Oh, absolutely. I don't think she's got any alternative but to have
It's too short to leave.
You can't. No, I think if you run this hoop and you can hit,
you've got everything.
Hit white. You have everything.
Well, she'll be running the hoop to hit pink, probably.
Well, yes. If you happen to get a lot of wire, you can hit white. So much the better.
Oh, another term, Murray control.
Murray control, yes. And she's just girding up her loins, metaphorically, to steel herself and going for this rather difficult hoop. But she has been very good on running these hoops so far. So I think it's definitely the right thing to do. Just got to make sure that you swing smoothly and hit straight. Oh, doesn't like it. Doesn't like it.
That is so hard to do. To
pull
stop,
out, yes.
Pull out, restore, re-prepare.
Yeah. So often when you miss a shot or you fail a hoop, you tell yourself, I knew I wasn't set right for that.
Yeah.
But you carried on regardless, and that's...
big pressure hoop.
Yeah.
Oh.
And she's failed it. That should be game over.
Oh dear.
As long as Ewan can get a rush on either pink or brown
Yeah.
to Rover, that should be end of game. But that was an opportunity. But that, given how far pink came up towards two back, it's surprising that green dropped quite so short.
Yep.
I think that she got just far more extreme stop shot ratio than she was expecting, I think.
But yeah, but you see, I think this is balls again. So I don't know how much the commentators have talked about the balls. So they're
Yep.
brand new.
And they're a new variety of ball that
New
do react
variety.
slightly differently to things that we're used to.
Yeah. So I think that there's I think that when you're rolling, you have to get
Yeah.
less roll. So you
But I
come
think
back
by
round.
this stage of the match, Gabrielle should really be able to judge that ratio
Yeah, but it's
better than
a
she actually
nervy
did.
approach.
Absolutely.
So you've
Critical
still got
shot.
the normal kind of small errors
Yeah.
creeping in.
Definitely.
I mean, I'd say that's under hit.
Yeah, I mean, he only needs to have a sort of okay in the general direction of brown. So as long as he hits this reasonably centre
Still
ball,
got
he's
to be
he's
quite
fine.
Wide.
Yeah, I would have been trying to get closer than that, I admit. But that's perfect.
Yeah, well, he's hit that on the nail already, hasn't he? So
Yep. He can now chip that into the middle of the lawn, get a rush on brown to Rover, and that
And
should be,
finish.
well, provided he runs Rover, which he didn't do last time.
Oh,
Well, hence the
yes.
clip on Rover.
What's happened in this other game?
I've not been watching this other game, to be honest. It's only just started.
It just started. Dave, there's only 2 clips on one.
There's also a clip on
So-
hoop 3, so presumably Samir had a bit of a start.
Oh, is it on the top of hoop 3?
Yeah.
That's why I can't see it. It's in
So
camouflage with bushes.
But I didn't see what happened.
Oh, I'm not sure that's... Oh, he's got a ball in the way.
Yeah, but it's a double banker ball, so it doesn't really matter.
Yeah, red's in the way.
So one good rush to Rover here from Ewan. And we should be looking at the end of the
Oh.
game. That's okay.
It's not bad. I thought he'd underhit it.
Well, he has underhit it,
But-
but not by too much.
No,
He
it's
can
still
easily
rolled
take.
on.
He can easily take off to in front of the hoop, and then that will give him the hit over towards pink that he needs. That's
He's
good.
got it.
He's got it. That's end of game. Should be. Unless by some miracle he fails this hoop, which he really shouldn't. And he has.
Unlikely.
Right. So just hit brown, take off to behind pink, rush pink to the peg, peg out. That easy.
Rush pink to near the peg, not
Yes.
to the peg.
Well, he doesn't have the problem that I had against you, where there was a ball near the peg, and I managed to rush it to
To
a place
behind
where
the ball.
behind the ball where I couldn't peg out.
And that wasn't a double banked ball.
No, it wasn't. So, all he needs to do is rush pink to nearer the peg, which he's managed to do, and peg out for a very nice 2-1 win against
And the match.
7th
yeah,
seed Gabrielle Higgins.
into the quarters.
Yes.
Well done.
Well done, Ewan Burridge. Very good win. And very unfortunate for Gabrielle. But
Very good.
anyway. Right. I'm going to finish commentary after the conclusion of that game, and see if anybody else wants to take over to talk about the Samir Patel versus David Fuller game.
you can introduce us, Chris.
I don't know. So last session of the day, we've got Samir Patel against David Fuller on lawn 2, which is the most difficult of the lawns. Quite fast all over. The patch towards the south boundary is now going into shadow, so they will start slowing down now. But it's been quite tricky all day. David's having a first break.
Yeah, Samir made a mess around hoop 3.
So
there's a clip on 3.
yes, 1 and 3 v 1 and 4 back, and it's going to be a defensive OSL. So that defensiveness being the blue quite close to the east boundary. If you think you're going to hit, you should always play the play the blue, and hit the short shot in fourth corner because it gives you a break. However, on this occasion, with black on hoop 3, hitting with black also gives you a break. So it's not a very good leave from David. He hasn't got the balls the right way round.
So where should he have the balls?
Well, just blue and black the opposite way round would be much better. So I think you'll probably find Samir will lift the black because it's ahead of David's break.
Yeah.
And he'll take the short shot at David in fourth corner, and if he hits, blue's almost a hoop 3 pioneer, isn't it?
Yeah.
Red and yellow down by hoop 4. It's not very defensive at all.
No.
But we've seen today with the lawns being very fast in places, and certainly lawn 2 being
How fast do you think?
through. I was thinking 13 and a half.
Right. But I think the key is that, particularly around some of the hoops where it's been walked around a lot, there's absolutely no grass coverage. So despite them, it can just roll into a hole or a slight deviation, and all of a sudden you've not got hoop position when you hit a fairly okay shot, I think.
Yeah, I think when we watch play at United, you can often see the areas around the hoops are sort of shiny.
Yeah.
And I haven't seen that type of shininess around here. But you're quite right, they're more worn and probably a little bit more bobbly than you would get at United. So your ball can just deviate half a ball and suddenly you've got a 20-degree hoop.
Yeah, it's also quite tricky because, I'm just looking at the lawn now. 5 of the 6 hoops, other than hoop 3, have actually got areas of green around them.
They have.
Which makes you think you might need to hit it a bit firmer. And actually, if I remember correctly, twice in the game I've just played on here, I misapproached 4-back by hitting the ball too hard, presumably because all of the other hoop approaches have had a bit of green around them.
Yeah.
And then you've gone to one that doesn't, and all of a sudden...
4-back's definitely a quick approach.
Well, 1-back's fairly quick, but also any shot that you're sort of playing, if you're putting a pioneer out to 1-back, I've noticed that they're going a lot closer to corner 2 than you might.
Past the hoop,
Yeah, I think it's sort of downhill and a bit quick into that area.
So Samir's picked his black up and he is taking the shot I suggested he'd take.
It's not very far, is it?
It's only a 13-yarder, and say 2 balls his next hoop and a blue not a million miles away from hoop 3. It's not a good leave. You often find some of the newer players, and David's only been playing a few years, copy leaves they've seen other people playing without fully understanding why. Yeah. And he's done sort of, the leave's okay, but black and blue are wrong, so it's not okay. Anyway, we'll see what Samir can do with this. Say, last 16 match this, isn't it?
This is, the second round. And I presume they're not going to finish today.
No, they'll try and get a game in tonight, I think.
Yeah. And what else is going on? Stephen also just started the last 16, didn't he? Or is he having a practice? Is he playing Mark?
I think he's playing Mark, yes, in the last 16.
They've just started.
So lots of people have already made it into the quarterfinals. Jenny's through to the quarter. I know that.
And me.
And yourself.
Yeah.
Very good. Very good.
And the manager's main problem at the moment is that Neil and Annabelle are playing game 3.
Oh dear.
And they've not really been playing it for that long. Well, that's the preliminary round, or round 1 if you like.
They've been playing about 50 minutes and it's 1-1. So that is quite a low score. I remember playing Dial Gunasakura, I think, on the cricket pitch at Hurlingham, when the cricket pitch used to be flat, fast and rock hard hoops, and I got 1-0 up in 50 minutes there.
Nice.
But
yeah, I thought that me and Gabs were having a really long game, but I just looked at the clock there and we have an hour and 40 minutes left if we needed it, and I thought we were having a really quite long game.
yeah, I mean, you're a fast player and you're also very aggressive as well, so you don't get bogged down with balls on boundaries too often.
Well, that's because I don't like them being there.
So
They scare me.
Samir's missed, and now it'll be.
What's he going to do? Just ball to the peg?
Well, he's going to try and pick up a break with his hoop one ball, I think.
Yeah.
When the lawns are tricky, there's an argument you can take your 4-back ball to rover here, but I think with the lawn slowing down, that would be an error, and I think he does need to try and pick up a break with his hoop one ball. One option is to just try and get a rush on yellow directly to hoop one.
Mm-hmm. I think that's what I'd be doing.
But
Maybe not.
He's opting in this
He's hit
case
yellow.
to leave yellow behind, and he's going to try and get a rush on black. I don't like this as an option. First of all, because his first shot, getting a rush on black, I presume to blue, isn't easy.
But surely he could have done. Surely he could just tap black and got black into the same position yellow is going to be anyway, but have a much greater chance of getting his rush down to the blue.
Maybe. I think the logic I'm assuming
that
is
he wants to be able to retreat to partner. If
correct.
He doesn't approach hoop
He's
one.
left partner in a safe area to retreat to, and you know that's valid when the lawns are quick.
Hoop one's not actually. I would say that's almost the slowest area of the lawn.
Yeah,
you can approach hoop one happily.
In shadow, it's got a little bit of hill right to left.
Yeah.
The
Well,
approach.
in my warm up this morning, I was quite scared, but then in the game, it never actually impacted. it.
Okay.
But I took a huge amount of hill on a reverse takeoff.
Yes. Yes.
A reverse takeoff from the right hand side had no chance of
No
getting in
chance.
front, basically.
Yeah. The other thing we should say today is these hoops are in their sixth day. So they're much, much easier than you would anticipate normal hoops to be, because, you know, 5 days of wear, they're starting to get a bit loose in the ground and they're not as firm. If the hoops had been in brand new holes today, at least half of these matches would have gone to time.
But you do need to hit them in the middle of the hoop. They're not running off the middle of wires.
Correct.
And stuff, so
Yeah.
it's not.
Yeah, they're not
it's not
easy.
the worst thing I've ever seen. But if you've got a 2-yard 30-degree hoop, as long as you hit it straight, it's going to go through.
Yeah. Now, I don't know when they're going to put them in fresh holes, hopefully for the quarterfinals tomorrow, but that becomes difficult if we haven't actually reached the quarterfinals tomorrow. So
Presumably at this stage, the quarterfinals are going to have to be best of 3.
yes, I expect the semi-finals to be best of 3 as well,
You reckon?
and possibly the final. There's enough interest in these lawns, particularly if we get fresh hoops, that there'll be enough errors in 3 games to find the better player.
Okay.
So David's now sort of committed black to the middle of the lawn.
It's nearly a really good rush. He's just slightly overcut it, but he's played it at a great pace.
The great thing here is it's going to be hilling.
Yeah, in front.
Yeah, so if he can miss the hoop by about 4 inches
Yeah,
on.
when I've been doing them from this far, though, it's so difficult not to end up. You can straight hoop shot is not difficult, but
No.
it being 2 yards.
2 yards.
Yeah, it's like I've been unable all day to do a reverse takeoff and not be 2 yards away.
Yeah, I'd be
It's
trying
just
for
difficult.
4 to 5 feet here maybe, but I wouldn't be trying to get 2-foot position.
No.
If the hoops are easier, you should just take advantage of them.
Yeah.
Um,
Well, I still wouldn't fancy running a 2-yard one with control. But
Again, you can go to yellow and then you're approaching black up a better rush line for hoop 2. So
if he does retreat to yellow, what's Samir going to do?
you'll play blue at black. You'll just take a ball away from David's hoop, unless black had a double target or anything crazy like that. But yeah,
Playing into this quite a lot. isn't he?
don't risk it hilling into the hoop.
No, it's fine.
That's down
It's
a
a good
perfect
shot.
line. That
It's
is
a
a
really good shot.
cracking shot.
That's 1.5.
Yeah, it's about as good as you can do, I think there.
so too. Because you've got to get it to the hoop.
Yeah.
And then it starts to speed up a little
It
bit.
does.
I think that's probably because all of certainly the south and the west boundary slope off, whereas I think the east and north might slope inwards.
East
Like,
definitely
east,
comes
yeah.
inwards.
I had some, yeah.
South, I think, goes off.
Mhm.
I thought west was fairly flat,
Mhm.
but
So I
nice
had a-
shot,
I had
nice
a-
pace.
I had a roll just at the end of one of my turns. I was playing out of corner one, and I aimed the front ball, so I was sort of just putting out a leave, trying to get his ball up bit by corner two. It was a really bad leave, and I had a ball at rover that I needed to get to.
Yeah.
So I played it with that much split,
Yeah,
and I played it so I aimed it up so that it would go off the lawn,
yeah,
halfway up the boundary.
because it's going to pull in.
Yeah, exactly. And it hit a ball that was 2.5 yards in lawn.
Which you
And I-
accidentally forgot to mark.
No. It was in my game.
It's in your
So I
game.
left a 2-yarder in the leave.
Not very good. No.
I just couldn't believe that it's hilled.
And one of the things we've said throughout is these Invictus balls are pulling substantially more than anything that most players have played with.
Yeah, it's not actually causing that much issue at the moment because there's not many peels being done.
So yeah, I know Rob had a double peel in one of his games. Jenny
He's
had
been on the lawn a lot now in this third game as well.
Yeah, so he's
Jack failed hoop 2 or something.
misapproached 3, Jack,
Right,
in the third, and retired to corner 3 when it was a very difficult hoop. It was jumpable,
Yeah.
but he retired to corner 3. Rob hit in, made a leave. Jack missed. Rob went round. Jack hit his lift and didn't get going. Failed hoop 2.
Rob's running 2 back at the moment. Is that going to be on a TP?
I think it will be on a TP. He had partner at hoop 3, almost in the jaws of hoop 3 before the hoop. This is travelling. This red's
it's
moving.
fine.
That's okay, is it?
Yeah.
That's a really good shot then.
Nice bit of greenery just before corner 4.
Yeah, super
That's
shot.
Probably the most difficult place to go off the lawn. All
So-
the other areas are just green in the corner, whereas that's green towards the corner as well.
Okay. So it'd be interesting to see if he makes hoop 2, whether he goes for a triple or whether he just goes, no, I'm just having a
The
ball.
balls are going to be in the right place, aren't
It's
they?
going to be laid out for him.
But I mean, I couldn't even imagine doing one on here, and I think me and David aren't miles away in grade, so. But he probably does have a little bit more control than me. He's not hit that very hard.
It's a good shot. He's got it onto the rush line, which is your number one thing. Maybe 1 hard yard too far, but he's improved it. Now, whether he's aggressive enough to send this to hoop 3, getting rush on black, or whether he take off, will give you an idea of his
Can you just bump it
mentality.
into the lawn?
He's taking off.
Can you not just put it towards hoop 6? Is that rubbish? Because that would be what I would feel comfortable doing if I want to get it out away from the boundary. Just putting it towards hoop 6 doesn't seem too difficult.
I'd rather send it to 3 than 6,
Yeah.
or leave it
How
defensively.
do you do it though? I don't mean I've got the angle.
Oh yeah, you can get this over to hoop 3. It's it's a wide angle, but it's
I just
gettable.
think that I would feel so unlikely to have my rush to hoop 2 that I wouldn't be able to play the shot.
And I think David's just decided, get a rush to hoop 2 and I've got a
hasn't really
break.
got it. This is pointing
A bit too far south.
4 yards south.
Yeah.
Maybe a bit more.
Yeah, it's okay. It's only a yard long.
No cut.
Overhit.
That's going to be hard. Yeah, this could go nearly off the lawn.
Yeah, that's a good call, that, Ewan. Just about a foot inside the yard line. And now he's rolling across the hoop to get in front of it. And he really wants to rush out of the hoop towards yellow.
We did have this hoop firmed up earlier, so it might be a little more difficult than.
For people who haven't been watching for days, hoop 2 was the most difficult hoop at the club on lawn 2. And most people have had a clip on it, either at hoop 2 or 1 back at some stage. But it is just starting to loosen up.
Yep.
So they banged it back in, so maybe it will have firmed up a tiny bit.
Yeah, well, we had it firmed up after it was starting to get very wobbly, and then literally a minute after it was firmed up, my opponent failed hoop 2
Right.
into the jaws. So I was
Okay.
quite happy with my decision to have it firmed up, or recommend that it was firmed up.
So I've almost had a bit of a window wiper on there. The rush went past it, and then he went back again, past it the other way. So
Yeah.
quite quick up there still, despite the fact that what time is it now? It must be getting on 7:30.
Yeah, 10 past 7.
10 past 7, yeah.
I think that. Yeah, I don't really know. So there's you and Keith were telling me earlier about there's a little bit of drainage or something that sort of goes from.
Yeah.
But it almost goes from the east penalty spot in GC to corner 2.
Yeah, it's herringbone pattern at diagonals. So yeah, it runs across the lawn, and when they get really dry, you can start to see it a wee bit.
Yeah, you could definitely see it today, but I don't think it was having any impact. But then there was a bit of slope coming off it.
So just going back to yellow, making sure he doesn't leave a double for anything. I think we'll see. It's interesting. Black's quite deep. He doesn't have to move black here. If blue's got a shot through yellow towards corner 4, blue might take that. Otherwise, I think we'll see black at blue.
I think if blue misses yellow, it's going to be. Oh well, I was going to say it's going to miss. It's going to go off the lawn level with hoop 4, but it hills so much that it'll probably go into the corner.
So yeah, blue at yellow, if it misses to corner 4, is takeable. Otherwise, black at blue, quite an easy break if black hits blue. Wouldn't be surprised to see one of those 2 shots taken.
Yeah, particularly with David's clip now being on hoop 2, even though there's sort of a ball there in the black, you wouldn't fancy that to be a good enough pioneer for him to be able to make hoop 2, would you?
Yeah, exactly. It's really, it's basically as good as in a corner there.
Yeah. And he did put it there himself.
Yeah.
I think he did the right thing though with attempting to get sort of a 2 or 3 yard hoop and then run it off to the boundary and have a rush into corner 3, but didn't get the right ratio.
Yeah, so Samir's checking this line, blue at yellow.
And it will hill to the right.
He definitely won't take blue at black, because that's just joining up at David's hoop, but black at blue is very takeable. Gives you a pretty straightforward break, and it's only about 12 yards.
I think the blue at yellow or red's quite difficult. I took 2 long shots this morning down the east boundary and almost hit the inside ball because of the hill. It was really hilling quite a bit. Obviously it probably started right of the target ball anyway, but it hilled an awful lot. Stevens made a 1-back leave and Mark's missed, and Stevens got a good rush to 1-back. Oh, he's 1-back and 4-back.
It's interesting. Is that a deliberate choice?
Don't know. Well, Mark had to hit a long shot down into corner 4 and he missed it, but whether that was
Anyway, the viewers haven't got any sight of lawn 3, so we'll stick to lawn 2. Samir hits, and yep. Got it. It's not great cutting it into the corner, but he'll still be able to roll that down to hoop 4. And you've got 2 choices. I play to rush yellow to red.
Really?
Yeah, because it's the most likely way to get a 2-inch rush pointing at your hoop.
Yeah.
It also doesn't risk going off the lawn, going to red.
I think I'd be playing to leave myself a 4-yarder at the red.
Okay.
And just accept that I'm not going to go off the lawn if I do that.
Some people will say, well, why don't you just take off to red? And the lawn's sufficiently difficult. You want to get the balls in the lawn as soon as possible. Yep. Samir's got all the balls he needs here. Yep. Doesn't want to have to play a 3-ball break and leave blue behind.
Is blue getting there? Yeah, blue's good. And he might have blocked himself on the red here. I think he's probably only got yellow.
Yeah, he's got a nice rush on yellow to red. It's exactly the shot I would have played.
But if he wanted to hit the red, he can't hit the red because the yellow's in the way. Jack's wandering back to the clubhouse. Maybe.
I think Rob will have finished that. I thought he'd finish.
He's messing around at 4-back. Maybe Jack thinks he's getting one more shot.
Oh, maybe.
And he's just coming to compose himself.
I think Rob will have finished that TP.
He's still playing.
So, I know over the last 10, 15 years, lots of English players have looked at the results from New Zealand Opens and go, geez, they aren't doing very many peels, they can't be very good. And hopefully they're getting an idea now of the type of conditions we often play in for a New Zealand Open, where you get quick lawns, and tomorrow hopefully we'll get the really firm hoops. That's really
not quite a good shot. How?
Poor shot, wasn't it?
Because he's hit it down nearly the right line.
Yeah.
He's just hit it near. Well,
He's hit it 50% harder than he needed to.
And Samir often plays these approaches with a drive. And
No.
this time he's gone to a
Is
roll.
this a half or a full roll?
This
It
is
doesn't
sort
look
of-
really full, does it?
Yeah,
Oh,
it's
it
a
is,
sort of.
yeah. It's nearly a full roll.
It's a good shot, I
Yeah,
think.
It's going to keep going. It's going to keep going.
Oh, it's
gonna
gone.
keep going.
Oh, that's
Yep.
gone.
Yep, yep, yep.
I thought that was good when he hit it.
That's it. East of fallback is quite difficult.
Yeah. So is this a scatter?
Yeah.
Oh, not a good scatter
no,
either.
And that's off the hoop 2 ball.
That's given the chance to rush blue to hoop, rush black to hoop 3,
Yeah.
and then again
I
we're in
think
a.
he'll just be focusing on hitting black in the middle. He's not. He's not going
Okay.
to go at the corner of black.
Okay. Again, has the similar position we had before though. Once he's hit black,
Yeah.
he'll have the choice of taking off to yellow, and getting a rush on blue that's in lawn,
Yeah.
or taking off short of blue and rushing blue to yellow to try and get a dolly rush.
I think he's going to go to yellow first.
And I would go again, always go to blue here, rush blue to yellow, and try and get really tight control for that rush.
Yeah.
It's a good 25-yard rush, isn't it?
Yeah. I just fancy having all the balls inside the lawn, so if I do make hoop 2, so there is one fallback. There's like almost like a golf hole sized green patch.
Oh right, yeah.
And it's got almost a divot in the middle of it as well. So if you really want to, if you're a bit worried about it, you can attempt to approach into the hole, because it's about 3 degrees 1 foot. So you can just fall into that hole at fallback. Otherwise, it's really quite a difficult approach. I needed to get a wire at one point, and I just played a single ball stroke into the hole, and it just fell into it from miles away.
Okay.
So you can definitely fall into a hole straight in front of it.
So
despite it being quick.
we'll see now which of these 2 options. Whether he's going to take your option, straight to yellow, nothing wrong with that option, or my option, which is arguably a bit more precise,
Yeah.
of taking off short of blue and rushing blue to yellow.
Yeah, but if he did that, he might go off the lawn. He's definitely gone to the blue with that power.
That's really dribbly.
Wow. That was scared, wasn't it? It doesn't really matter how hard you hit that, does it? Because if you hit it too hard, it can...
It's not a bad shot.
It's not.
You know, he's only 8 feet away from it.
But you could be aggressive with that, couldn't you? Because if you do hit it, if you do club it, you can just go and hit the yellow. He's less than 8 feet, I reckon.
Really quite quick on that line.
Yeah.
It's certainly much quicker this lawn than any other lawn at the club.
They did a speed test on here. I don't know on lawn 3. I don't know what it came out at. But
Lawn 3 is much slower. Lawn 2 could be close to 14. It is genuinely quick. And we mentioned the south boundary goes a little bit off lawn here, and I don't think there's any excuse for hitting that shot at a pace it doesn't go off the lawn.
Yeah, why has he not hit that hard enough?
It's like your dad. Your dad was playing that shot and he wasn't hitting it hard enough to get off the lawn. I don't mind if you only hit it half ball or you play a bad shot, but it has to get off the lawn.
It hasn't got off the lawn.
Yeah. So really underhit, and now this shot
becomes so much harder.
Yeah, you could genuinely finish off the lawn if you get this slightly wrong.
Well, equally, you can finish level with the yellow if you're not feeling brave enough,
Yep.
which I think is potentially a more likely situation when you're looking to get second break against Smith.
And
It's played a decent shot. It's pointing at
hoop 1, I think. It's a big cut.
It's pointing north of hoop 1, but it's not far.
If he gets this within 8 yards, it's a really good shot.
Yeah, and it's probably going to finish off the west boundary as well, because he's almost certainly not going to cut it far enough. Wow. Okay.
And one of the things about David is he doesn't actually have that much power. His Irish grip, and he's got a
Shouldn't
limited
need it on
backswing. But when you've got these sort of 1/6 ball cuts, the beauty about a fast lawn is they are takeable.
Yeah.
So the only positive so far is at least he's going to be laying up off partner or having a go off partner. If he
Would you be tempted just to? Is the position so good that he has to attempt to approach a hoop, or can he just
I'm
set
always
up in the
no,
corner or whatever?
No, on a difficult lawn, I have to attempt to get.
Yellow.
Yeah, it's going to pull quite a lot, so it could easily pull 2-3 yards in lawn.
Because he's aiming at I don't know if they can see, but he's aiming at the middle of the bench.
Yeah, the bench behind corner 2.
He's aiming at the middle of
And
the
I
bench.
would play this exactly as he's playing
Really?
it. Yeah.
Okay.
Can he get a 2 or 3 yard straight hoop?
He's played it too hard. Yellow's off, I think.
Interesting.
I think yellow's off.
Interesting.
Yellow's definitely off now. Surely. Yeah,
That's got to be off. That's
I think it's gone.
That's in the verge.
Yeah,
I
I think that's gone. It wasn't a bad effort for red, but you can't send yellow off.
Well, he's attempted to play a full roll, and he's played it
3/4.
Yeah, it's not a half, but it's not.
And these balls pass roll quite easily if you want to play a pass roll.
Samir wasn't focusing then. He had no idea that ball was off the lawn.
Yeah.
I've actually been. I don't. Maybe it's a technique issue, but I've been struggling to get the pass roll going. Whereas with the Dawson Humpty balls, I used to be able to do a monster pass roll, but with these, I'm just finding them nice and steady. Have to almost really get into some silly position that almost feels like you're cheating to get a pass roll for me. Yeah.
Okay, I can just switch my bottom hand to a fist and get through it quite easily.
Yeah.
So because red and yellow aren't really joined up properly here, black and blue will join up as far away from David's break as they can. So that's black at blue.
The shadows are rolling in now. We're about to get to only half the lawn being in the sun. It's a bit like being at Wimbledon when the sun closes in on the roof and you get half a lawn in sun, but they don't have to play against each other, so there's no real advantage at this stage. All lawns other than lawn 4 are still in play at 7:30.
Fastest match to finish today
was.
Which one do you think? Which one was the fastest? By a long way, I think.
Who was playing on lawn 4? Oh, was it not James and Lorna?
James and Lorna, I think, might have been on 4.
No, but were they not the quickest?
No, the quickest match started at 2 o'clock.
Oh.
And was Jenny. Jenny was the fastest match to finish today.
Yeah.
Played really well. Just the one error against Andy Myers.
That was a bit of a trick question.
So, trick question, yeah. Started 4 hours after all the others, but was the fastest one.
Finished half an hour before mine, I reckon.
So Samir's missed, black at blue, and David's now got to decide, is he going to play red at yellow, leaving himself the corner-to-corner takeoff?
And if he misses yellow at red, he's going to be right next to blue and black, I reckon.
Or is he going to play the ball he doesn't want to play, his 4-back ball, and play yellow at red? And neither of these are nice options. I'm going to play red at yellow.
Yeah, I think I'll be playing red at yellow and then come down here and
simply
see
because
if we can get lucky.
Blue's 2 yards in lawn, so I've got a bigger margin of error on my takeoff.
Blue's rush is pointing at corner 3, isn't it?
Black's rush is pointing at corner 3, yeah. I think so.
Why is it pointing there? Obviously he's 4 hoop 3, but it's not really pointing at anything useful, is it?
Well, he's just missed.
Oh, okay.
So he's just missed a shot, so it's come on just south of it. David, I think, is actually considering cornering. Can you imagine on an English game someone turning down a 7.5 yarder?
But why do you need to corner it on a lawn like this? Even if you give someone the world, it's still not.
I wouldn't corner. I want to take my 7.5, 8 yarder.
Oh, he's having a second thought. He's looking if he can run the hoop.
He is looking at the hoop. It'd be a good one to run. Because then blue and black would be ahead of his break.
He's interested in this now. He's interested in
He hasn't thought about this option before. I think it's really
Yeah.
difficult, Ewan. I'm not taking this in a million years.
He's going to take the clip off
Clip
and jump
off?
it. No. Oh, well, I don't. I see a lot of people do that. I don't really get what that game is.
No. There isn't a imaginary
You can't figure out the
monster
angle,
in the middle of the hoop that you have to get rid of beforehand. Anyway, he's having a go at
He's
it.
not even trying to jump it. It is runnable, but this is obviously the hardest hoop we're claiming, and he's not trying to jump it. And he's not hitting it very hard either. I think this is quite difficult at this pace.
Tough shot.
Yeah. Does he just do one swing and go? Oh, he's
Good
on it
shot.
easily.
Very good.
Wow.
So now, lots of people think he's in the same position as he was before. He's still got a long take off the black and blue.
He's got a 3-yarder at partner now, rather than 7.
The key difference is that he's on hoop 3 now, so black and blue are directly ahead of his hoop. He doesn't have to rush all the way back to hoop 2.
So he can just take off to black, put black at 4 and get in good rush position.
Correct.
On blue to hoop 3.
Yeah, so
and he should be able to play, because he's going to have to go to the black one first this time.
Yeah, I think he does.
He should be able to get his precision rush to 3, which he lacked on his attempt to get it to 2, didn't he?
Yeah, so much better break opportunity now. Tough hoop he ran, good shot. And Pete Landry was mentioning that these long corner-to-corner takeoffs are quite difficult to only shake the yellow ball, the croquet ball. He said occasionally people were just struggling to keep yellow on the lawn. So we'll see how David gets on with that. Remember, croquet stroke, so both balls have to move. You have to play into the yellow.
I always get scared that I'm going to play the yellow off the lawn.
Yeah, well, that's what I was saying. Pete says they're more difficult with these Invictus balls, these long corner-to-corner takeoffs.
It comes off sort of through the line as well. So if you play a slightly thicker one, it will come off in a similar place.
Okay. Now let's see where yellow goes on this. Now, yellow's fine. He's hardly touched that red, and it's still going okay. That's a pretty decent effort.
4-yard double.
Yeah, it's a good effort from there. Dare he shoot at black?
Yeah.
I think you have to. I think you have to on a fast lawn. Get yourself the break.
Yeah. I would definitely be shooting at the black.
Yeah, I think it's the right shot here. So he's centre balled the blue. I guess we don't know whether he was wired from the black or not. So maybe he had to hit the blue, but now
It looked open, didn't it?
it did look open. He won't be able to get a proper hoop 4 par near now. So even if he makes 3, which is a long way away, and we've already seen how fast it is up there, he's going to struggle to make 4.
Yeah. So, I mean, I'd sort of be thinking that your best bet of making 4 at the end of this is going to be having sort of taking off from somewhere near the peg and then running it through to black, through to the blue.
Well, I tell you what I often do here on a really quick lawn. I rush black off the lawn, rush it off the north boundary, play a stop shot approach to 4, and thrash it through to blue. So that will be a standard pickup for me on a fast lawn. And he's not doing that. He's rushed with a very big cut rush, and it's a very good effort. So really good shot.
Yeah. Just keeps going. They just keep going on there.
And any sort of a rush is useful here. To yellow's fantastic, to blue's good. Even something pointing towards hoop 5 is helpful. But he doesn't want to run the hoop past black. Needs some sort of rush out of this.
Yeah. If he doesn't get a rush, he's going to have to do what I said, where he takes off and runs the hoop through to blue, but then he's not going to have anything for hoop 5, is he?
Yeah. David came out and played in the Australian Open last year, which is obviously quite challenging at Cairnley on some of those lawns, and then he came over to play at United at Christchurch. I think he played the South Island Champs.
Any idea how he got on?
And he did quite well. I think he won his block, beat Chris Schilling, and then I think he lost to Chris in a match. Okay. But it gave him the experience of playing in challenging
tougher conditions. That's gone, but he's still in front. He obviously ran a great hoop.
Yeah.
Obviously ran a great hoop at the last one.
As soon as these hoops get put in fresh holes, this is going to be really difficult.
This is tough. This is quite angled. This is more angled than his hoop 2, isn't it?
Good shot.
And you just run it like that.
And that will start pinging back at you once the hoops get in new holes.
I'm not sure whether I want that or not.
Normally it's a big advantage to the precise break players.
You'd think so, wouldn't you?
But he'll be thrilled to have got a rush out of that hoop.
Yeah. It's a game changer, isn't it? So, in an ideal world, would he put this sort of level with hoop 4 and 2 yards east, be able to play a stop shot across to hoop 5 and run it through to blue?
I think he's
Always
going to
hit it
do.
very hard.
He's going to do exactly what you said,
Yeah.
but having swapped the balls round.
Okay.
Simply because you've got more precision to rush blue to that spot from here than you had with black.
Sure. Yeah. So Jack's been on the lawn, had a shot, miss, and now
Oh.
Rob's back in.
So Rob didn't finish his
No.
TP.
Jack has been on the lawn and has walked off the lawn, so I think Rob's presumably going from full back to peg to finish. I don't know.
Or Penult or Rover or something like that. So I think we're going to have an entire day without a peeling finish. No triples or quads or.
Did James not in his second game? I know the first game he had with Lorna was very tight. I don't know what he did in the second game. It was quick.
He may have finished
was
from
quick.
that defensive leave. He may have done.
All I know is that his second game was quite quick, considering the first one was not as quick. So David's got to cut this. Again, a bit disappointing not to. He's hit this too close to the hoop,
No,
hasn't
that's
he?
good. That's where I try and put it.
Okay.
I might even try and put it a foot closer. Even if blue only gets halfway to 5, blue's in a good position. All you have to focus on is
Yeah.
getting your ball in front.
And what, 2 foot in front or a bit closer?
I'd normally be trying for a little bit closer than 2 feet.
Even with the luxury, you can run it off the boundary.
Even with the luxury, I can run it off the boundary.
Okay.
But only from there, probably 18 inches.
Mm-hmm.
And I would like to be just that fraction closer. Not putting blue all the way there, just focusing on the red.
Just because it's not necessary, or you're so focused on the red.
I'm so focused on the red. I think if I get blue anywhere within 3 yards on that line, it's going to be good enough for me.
So he's probably
He's played a
3
really
feet,
good shot.
3 feet, and blue's one yard straight.
Yeah, it's a really good shot.
So he just needs to crash through this. He'll get hopefully a rush 1 yard west, be able to croquet that up to 6 and get on the blue that he's put in a perfect position, presumably.
Yeah, there's a lot of players who would prefer to stroke this through with their normal hoop stroke. They don't like extending their swing and having the sort of power shot that you're used to playing GC. That's not their standard shot.
Yeah.
And if you're that type of player, maintain your hoop rhythm and just stroke it through to the boundary. You really don't have to hit it hard for it to go off the lawn.
Well, it's the opposite for me, because it's like the soft shot is not the natural
Correct.
shot. So any opportunity to go to the natural hoop shot is met with delight.
Yeah, yeah.
Don't have to worry about clobbering one into the middle of the wire because you've had to play it with control.
Yeah, so good to have both shots in your repertoire.
How much is he going to cut this up the lawn by? Just 2 or 3 yards?
Or at most, I would think.
He doesn't want to come across the line, does he?
No.
I had one where you saw actually. I approached hoop 5. Sorry, I was putting a ball to hoop 6, and I had that pretty much the same shot as he did, and it just kept going, and ended up straight on the line of hoop 5. So I had to make hoop 5 straight away, which messed me up.
So again, sort of break hygiene things. Make absolutely sure black doesn't go past hoop 6 here.
He's got a bit of a green patch to help him with that.
It's much more recoverable 3 yards short than 2 feet past.
Oh, he's going past.
That's not good.
Travelling.
That is not a good place for that ball. Now he really puts himself under a bit of pressure to try and get a rush out of hoop 5.
Yeah.
But a little bit slower here. And I thought the approach to 5 might be a little bit uphill as well. So I think he should get a rush.
I'd like to say that Rover's clearly very difficult because I managed to fail it from a foot straight, so must be a very difficult hoop.
Now he hasn't quite got enough on the blue there.
So the thing is, you can play a perfect shot here and get your rush, but it'll just keep trickling on, and you'll get hoop and roquet, and you won't get your forward rush. It's really difficult to get the forward rush in.
I think he could have approached that sending blue another 4 feet further.
That's just going to keep going. Yep.
And yeah, good call there. It's clearly downhill
Yeah.
once you run the hoop. And now hopefully the viewers will see what a nasty position this black ball is in. I'm thinking about taking off to yellow and pass rolling yellow to one back going to black because it's on a better rush line.
No, he's not. No, he's looking at playing some difficult croquet stroke. I've got to get a ball.
This is quite a tough shot. So quite a tough shot. Looks like he's going to black still. He's not pass rolling going to yellow.
Spectators travelling back from lawn 6.
Okay.
I think that
Maybe he is
suggests
going to
that
yellow.
Rob's probably won. I think he's going to black.
Going to black.
Oh, he stabbed at that.
Oh, he's gone past the peg.
This could be good if it misses the black. Oh, the blue's travelled, but that doesn't matter. It's a good shot.
That's superb, Red. Blue has just stayed on the lawn.
He needs to focus on main hoop 6 at the moment.
Yeah, I think taking off to yellow and that pass roll I mentioned was the optimal way to pick up the break again.
So what's he left with now? I mean, I'm obviously going to be all over putting black level with hoop 6, running it by 2 feet and rushing black down to 2 back, but you're going to hate that.
I'm going to hate that. So I'm going to try and get a rush northeast on black and rush it to...
He's put it in the back. Oh, no, he's put...
close to the chairs, maybe a bit further east than the chairs on the north boundary.
Yep.
And then I can just play a nice, easy croquet stroke, loading 2 back, going to blue and yellow. It's a natural, nice wide angle.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. And then what are you going to do with yellow? What are you going to attempt to try and do with yellow?
I'm probably just going to move it out 4 or 5 yards in the lawn, getting a rush on blue.
You could have it as a side ball, and
you could
for when you don't get in behind blue and you've got to play a stop shot.
But yeah, definitely getting a rush northeast here.
Okay.
Part of the reason I don't like your line of play of rushing down to 2 back, other than the fact that it's an inaccurate way to put out a pioneer, is I have to take off all the way back up there, which is scary.
Yeah. I think he's going for your option.
Black's quite straight.
Ooh.
He's just grovelled through
He's found a green patch as well.
So he's tighter than I would be. I'd be another 6 yards further east than he's looking.
He's having a look on the...
And he'll be able to get black 2/3 of the way down there from there, but probably not much better than 2/3. So Stephen, meanwhile, on lawn 3 has got an angled 4 back to win the first game.
And we've got that on a camera just for now.
Having his normal lie down, David's continuing rushing to the north boundary. We'll just watch Stephen's 4 back because Oppo's on 1-on-1, I think. And this is 4 back and peg. Probably to win game 1 for Stephen. Yeah, lovely shot, smooth stroke. Kept his body fairly still during it. That's the key for Stephen. So we should be game up for him. David, in the meantime, has got this. I'll be surprised if black gets within 2 yards of 3 back. Oh, they have 2 back, sorry.
Could be a chance they have a crack at starting a second game. That was very quick.
Possible. Yeah. Depends if their opponents were already waiting for them. I can't remember what part of the draw they're in. So let's see David's croquet stroke here. So the red's fine. And he's done really well with that black. That's a really good shot. I didn't think he could get that much on it, and he's put it 2 feet to the side. It just shows the type of shots that you can play on quick lawns.
Yeah.
So yeah, you certainly wouldn't want that back. Really good croquet stroke. Dig yellow out, getting behind blue.
So I don't think Stephen and Mark will feel the need to play another game. They're going to be waiting on, well, first of all, they're waiting on Neil Adams and Annabelle to finish, and then they're waiting on...
For another match after that?
Yeah, Mark to play against them.
Okay, so yeah, probably just 1 game for Stephen tonight, I would think.
Home for dinner. The cloud, well, I keep saying cloud. The shadow has almost covered the whole lawn now. We've got the northeastern quadrant.
Yeah.
Ish.
Still in sunshine. He's got a good rush there.
Is yellow going in a nasty place?
No, it's really good. So 2 really nice croquet strokes there. Good rush here. Still quite quick up there.
Yeah, you could easily not cut this as much as you want to and hit it past the hoop almost.
Yeah. Looks good. No, it stopped. It must be downhill as
So-
well, past
so-
the hoop.
Gabs played a stop shot approach to one back, which ended up being her final shot. Oh well, her final 2 shots. She played it from the north boundary,
Yeah.
and she basically stopped a yard closer than that, and the ball down to 2 back almost got the whole way to the hoop. So it's definitely something
So it's,
going
an
on there.
it's downhill from
she
hoop 2 to
she
the
couldn't
boundary.
quite believe how
stopped.
early it stopped. Yeah.
And that has again stopped fairly quickly.
Oh, but now it's going to catch those little bits of
Lovely shot.
bizarre stuff.
Top shot. Really
Yeah.
good.
Now he can run it through to yellow, and you'd fancy him to get to peg now.
Yeah.
Toughest hoop, but he's close enough to it that it shouldn't be an issue. Oh,
There we go. And
commentator's curse.
I think this is what I was trying to highlight earlier. If the hoops get a tiny bit more difficult, like hoop 2 is on this lawn,
Yeah.
we're going to see errors after error from these players. Be interesting to see if Blue's got a double target here, because Blue will fancy playing with a ball at its hoop.
Stevens just won the first game. Pegged off. So we've got all 4 balls in view, which is not always possible with the camera, but you fancy blue at
Blue at hopefully
blue,
yellow and red.
and yellow, yeah.
Just
Hoping-
fancy having a
hoping to
ball
hit-
at my hoop.
Hoping to hit the red.
Hoping to hit the red would be perfect. I don't really want to rush peel red.
You're going to call a ref.
Yes, always. And out
Sorry,
goes Jenny.
an umpire.
Yep.
See if we can get a close up of the balls. So you see the impact. Jenny's off to watch it. It's going to be a double, isn't it? It doesn't look like there's enough. I mean, maybe you can hit the right hand wire and miss the ball.
Maybe.
So all I'm thinking, where is the ball? The ball's not through the hoop.
No.
No, it's not even poking through.
Oh, not even
I don't
poking
think
through.
so.
Okay, you've got a
Doesn't
better
look like
view
it-
than me.
I've got the camera there. It doesn't look like it's poking through.
That's okay.
He's going to have to rush peel the red now.
It'd be interesting to
Can he
see.
just tap it? Well, no, he can't do
I
that,
don't
'cause
think
needs
he
to get up
can.
to the black. Yeah. Unless he can get it out the other way.
And
Can he put yellow as his hoop 2 pioneer, get it out the other way and take off up to black?
it's a much longer takeoff then. You can rush it all the way down. It's easy for yourself. For
You are giving up the lift that he would get when he goes through.
Yeah, so for viewers who haven't seen these clips before, they're actually called the clips of death. 1 back and 4 back.
I'm not familiar with that.
So clips of death, if you ever hear people saying that, it's 1 back and 4 back, and it means whatever hoop you make first, you immediately give a lift away.
Okay.
So as we said, Samir wouldn't have wanted to give red that point.
Yeah.
Not because of it giving an extra point, but it takes a lift away from him and makes it easier for the opponent to pick up a break safely next turn.
I thought I had the clips of death when my clips were 4 back and 4 back.
They're not good, but 1 back and 4 back's worse. So we'll just do a basic ball to 4 back here from Samir. Just try and get some lawn time, get an idea of the pace of the lawn. It's going to be constantly changing through this turn as bits of it get slower, as he
Not too hard.
immediately double
Yeah, double power.
the power.
But it's not going to affect him. He's still completely fine. It's just half ball rather than centre ball.
He's going to have a sidey approach.
Why could he not just cut that straight?
I think he was too angled at it.
Really?
And again, we both know this is going to potentially hill
Back towards
corner 1.
Maybe coming across this line, it's going to be okay. But he does play here. He should know this. You'd hope he would know where the hills are.
That has not quite made it far enough to be easy. It's only about 4
It's easy
inches
on
long.
these ones, but it's difficult to run it with control, but it's very easy to run.
Yeah. Okay, so
You
you
have to hit that
overcome
pretty
that.
firm.
Yeah. Just one relief out of the way. Immediately puts the red clip on 2 back, indicating no intent to make any more points with it. And he'll try and keep black in play by putting it over towards hoop 4.
Yep. Not quite.
He can go and tidy that up after hoop 2 if he wants to. But try and make these first dozen shots of the turn as easy as possible for himself. get a bit of lawn time under his belt.
Just had Annabelle go past the camera. She's playing Neil.
Neil's
been on the lawn an awful lot in the last hour.
Yeah, I think it was 1-0 after about 50 minutes. So I think they had about an hour and a half left, and that must have been close to an hour ago.
Yeah. David's joking that him and Jenny are going to leave you and they're going to go and have dinner by themselves because you're enjoying your commentary.
I wouldn't blame them. But look at how Samir's overhit that first croquet stroke
both
there.
of his croquet strokes so far that have been a touch shot have been overhit, haven't they? He's going to be fine again. But again, it is hoop 2.
If he doesn't get a rush out of this hoop,
yeah,
he's in trouble. That red is difficult.
He's going to get hoop. No, he's not. Oh, wow, they both moved right. I actually think it's easier to approach from the hoop 2 side than the one back side.
Probably correct. Yeah, yeah.
You can get away with something that's slightly wrong.
He's failed the hoop, and this, when all the hoops turn to hoop 2, players are going to be in all sorts of difficulty.
Yeah.
It's going to be just like United, except with a more bobbly hoop approaches.
Samir was saying earlier that the only person at the club this week that said that the hardest hoop at the club is hoop 2 is my dad. But I think he'll be disagreeing now.
No. I think we all agreed. Everyone had a clip on that during the game. It's probably got some sort of stone or rock underneath it that's just held it in place.
It's also very patchy.
It is.
You generally don't have a dead straight one.
Yep.
But I've just basically approached it today with, I'm going to approach it to 1 yard and run it full power and have a 4-yarder after.
Duncan? You do that umpire? Oh no, it's gone.
The umpiring's done.
Ian Plummer. So for those of you who've never seen Ian Plummer today but know about his wonderful croquet website, the Oxford Croquet website, this is Ian Plummer.
Is he for now? I think he's leaving tonight, but is he supposed to be the sort of referee on call at the moment for a couple of days?
Yeah, he's come down very kindly to be sort of referee of the tournament.
But he's leaving tomorrow, so presumably someone else is replacing him.
Someone will take over.
Samir's referee of tournament.
Oh, okay. So
I think he's a referee on call. It's not
just
a player.
Down.
Because otherwise there wouldn't be a championship referee that is...
Okay, so I'm being called away. So I'm going to leave it to you.
Okie dokie, this could be fun. I might try and draft in somebody else to help me.
Hopefully we'll get some coverage of the quarterfinals tomorrow. But yeah.
Thanks, Chris. Thank you. We're trying to get Keith to come and help commentate because against popular belief, I don't actually really know what's going on. I'm just guessing, really. But sometimes if you hit the ball straight enough for a long enough time, you can get away with not knowing what's going on. I'm also currently manning the camera that you're seeing, so it's getting quite hectic. I'm really hoping Keith's going to come and join. David's well, his rush is pointing at hoop 6. He's obviously for he's for fallback with this ball, so he's just going to make a leave. I'd love to tell you where he's going to make the leave, but I don't actually know. So that's a great rush. That's in behind the red. I have to assume that is exactly where he wanted that to go. Yeah, really good rush. So he's going to... I presume, if I was playing this, which I'm not, and it could be something completely different, I presume he's going to croquet black somewhere up the east boundary to put some distance on it. No, he's putting black. I don't know, maybe he is. I'd be thinking about croqueting up the east boundary and running away with red and yellow, but he's croqueting black in lawn. As I say, I really don't have a clue what's going on. my co-commentators appear to be uninterested in coming to co-commentate, so you might be stuck with me waffling about stuff that isn't actually happening. David's taking a long time to line this up. Could he just be... Oh, I see. I've just spotted he's probably trying to nip round to the peg with yellow. So this is black to penult. Yellow getting a rush on red to fall back. So that would leave him, if he completes it, that'll be 2 back and peg, with Samir being hoop 2 and 3. So it feels like quite a strong position, actually. The black has come well south of hoop 6, but he's got a perfect rush on the yellow, so I don't think he'll be too bothered. He needs to focus on making 4 back, but obviously concedes a lift when he does make 4 back, so doesn't want any balls in bulk whenever this turn finishes. Rush is perfect. You fancy him to make 4 back from here? Lawn 2 is a bit scarier.
My one took until about 2 o'clock, and then it kissed around hoop 6.
So David's approach, that's, as I was telling Chris earlier, that's just leaked slightly east, and there's a green patch about 1 foot and 10 degrees, which looks exactly where he is. So I feel like I might have made the greatest bit of commentary ever, but we won't actually ever know because we don't have a camera there to look. But it feels like that's where it is. But it's quite an easy hoop, so it shouldn't be too much issue. Yeah, run it, and did he get hoop and roquet? Or did he just scrape by it? He got by it, but his rush is pointing at... Oh, as a GC player, the east penalty point, which I don't think is where he'd like it. People are starting to move on now. Lots of people going home. It must be getting on towards 8 o'clock, is it? So he's just figuring out where the best place for him to rush red is so he can be comfortable with the shot he's got coming to black. Not sure where he's going to want that. Oh, he's just tapped it. I feel as though he must have taken a lot of time over that because he was considering clubbing it over to the boundary and having a shot in the lawn, but I may be completely wrong. We'll see. So that's his position there, and blue is just over here. So that's not really in play at the moment. We'll see where this red comes down. This red's going to be trying to get to Rover. Little half roll type thing. Yellow looks like it's travelling to me. Maybe the lawn's slowed up a wee bit. Red's past Rover. Red's... it's not really perfect. We'll see. I'm sure he'll cope. The lawn does seem to be slowing down a little bit. He's having to have a think now. Not sure what about. Just give you a quick view of where red is. Red's just come there, so it's sort of hoop running position for hoop 5, rather than being a Rover Pioneer. This is a little 2-footer. Okay. He made no attempt to sort of cut that in front. He's just content with sort of a 2-foot approach from the side. Get a zoom on this, see how he gets on. Oh, is he playing this side saddle? Or was that was just how he was lining up? And that might have just been how he was lining it up. I can't believe he's going to play this shot side saddle. That must have just been a lining up technique. Yeah, just lining up. Yeah, he's good. This is less than a foot and very little angle. He's played a good shot there. Black's gone slightly west of where he'd like it, but he'll cope. Will he rush over to the blue to get blue in play? We'll see. It's just sort of winking at him, isn't it? I don't really know what he's going to be thinking here. Obviously blue's in a position where he could just leave it there and make the lead from the other balls, but...
Jack, can't you see it's on his phone?
The only other main event game going on is Neil Adams and Annabelle. Annabelle's got in play. She's just running hoop 3. I'm not entirely sure what the situation is, but obviously, as Chris was saying, they've been playing for a long time and not had much progress, so could well still be early days. Looks like Neil's got a clip on fallback, and Annabelle's just made hoop 3 easily. And that's game 3. They went to time in the second, I believe. So David's just rushed that north. Looks like he's going to croquet this over to the east boundary, coming over to blue. Just some kind of spread he's setting up, I assume. We've got blue for 2, black for 3. Okay. I don't think it'll pick up normal speaking, but loud speaking. David's playing, well, it looks almost like a 3/4 roll technique, and he's played it as a split shot. This is quite good. I don't really know where he was into. Is black going to be a peg ball? I'm not sure what that was. Sorry, camera's not in the right place, my bad. Too focused on the shot. He's got his perfect rush towards red though, which is obviously critical here because red's not a great pioneer. Good. This is coming, oh, it's travelled actually. So think amongst yourself and figure out what he's going to try and do here in terms of a leave. It's obviously going to be 2 back and peg once he makes rover. Fairly strong position, and David will be delighted with the start of the game.
That's a great winner to the Z.
You can pass down it.
Yeah, 9 years ago today, in fact.
Yeah, I can't remember which way you had to cut it a bit. I was trying to put through, if I missed the hoop, I was trying to put wide round.
I think he's just going to end up taking off from this. Presumably that's because he's slightly worried about not getting perfect position on red. And also he's probably thinking that he can't actually do much with the blue anyway, so he may as well just focus on making rover now. Oh, he's played a thick takeoff and he's just, that's poor. Even I'd regard that as poor. This is a reverse cut back to rover when it didn't need to be. He's basically done nothing with the blue and he's got nowhere near position on the red, but he's played a perfect cut. So that will shut me up. This is now a yard back and yeah,
10 degrees in hoop. I can't see him having any issues now. He's got luxury of blue there. If he feels the need, he needs to run it with a bit of speed. I presume he'll be trying to run it to blue anyway. You don't want to run it off partner. So he might just end up knocking this to the side of the hoop. I'd love to tell you where blue and black are going to go, but in all honesty, I don't actually know. So there's no point in me having a guess at something. Oh. He's barely moved that yellow. Wow. He didn't need to move it very far, but he didn't move it very far. That was tentative and nervy. Okay. Let's see if he converts. Yeah, just got through. He'll hit the blue here. It's not far at all. Oh. Just seeing whether hitting blue on a certain side is better or not. Just middled the blue. Just snuck to the maximum limit we've got on our camera. This looks like it's going somewhere west boundary, so presumably it will be blue somewhere near blue's hoop, black somewhere near black's hoop, and yellow and red far away, potentially sort of a wide join or something, I'd guess, because he's not going to have the greatest lead, but it's got a big lead now. Okay. I really should not bother trying to figure out what the lead's going to be, because that blue's basically gone nowhere. So he's now used blue, and it's almost a ball in the middle of the lawn. Is he going to do... I mean, I don't know what's going on. Hoop's in his backswing here, so he can't hit this too hard. Yeah, he's just caught the edge of it. Alright, so it's just balls far away from each other, but a bolt to blue is not going to be very hard, but it's very long. You could... Yeah. He's pumping this over west as well. Or maybe not. Is he trying to get some kind of speculative cross peg? I think something like thick takeoff. No, he's playing into it a lot more. Hang on, aren't blue and black going to go very close to each other here? Okay, he has gone for the crossbar. This is close to Rover. He's hit Rover. I think he's just got lucky and he's got a swing on red, but it's very close. It's just poked out to the right. He's got a swing. So I guess blue and black's not that much of an issue because they're at each other's hoop, so whichever one he hits is not going to be going anywhere useful. But okay, this is quite scrappy, isn't it? Sam Murray joins me.
Evening, everyone.
I don't know. I've basically been saying to everyone that I'm not going to try and tell them what's going on with the leave because I don't actually know. You probably wouldn't know what's going on with this leave.
Well, the clip positions are slightly unusual, so Samir blue for 2 and black for 3. So it's an OSL of sorts, and he's got the balls the right way round. Each ball somewhat closer to its own hoop. Now he should probably leave himself a rush to black.
Oh, yeah.
Samir's very likely to try and move blue.
Is it a good enough leave for him to leave a rush, not just have a wide join?
Yep, absolutely. Blue's near enough to red's hoop.
Yeah, it is.
Two back that.
So you think Samir's going to lift blue, and based off what he's done earlier in the game, he's probably going to have a pop at red.
I think he'll take the short lift at red.
Blue
Would
at
be
red.
my guess. Unless he can perhaps engineer a larger target from B-bolt with black and red and yellow in the background.
It moves quite a lot left to right on that line. You could easily miss black and still hill off miss black in the correct place and hill off the ones in the distance.
Yeah, I mean Samir has the advantage of striking the ball quite hard, so it
Yeah.
negates some of the hill.
What's he doing? Yeah, that's right. Yellow clip on the peg. He's had a brain fart there. He's acknowledged that. This is just going to be blue at red.
Yeah, no hesitation.
Well, he had one of these very similar. It was probably actually half a yard closer earlier on in the game, and just missed on the left, I think. So we'll see how this one goes. Can't really get the greatest camera angle here because we've got a pillar in the way. But you can see Samir, and you can see the target balls. You can't see the ball he's actually striking, which is I apologise for. Oh, we've got it apparently. We've got an extra camera. Taking his time. Has he done his little kneel down and have a look? Because he was doing that quite a lot earlier on.
He has.
He could do a hitting this, he'll be thinking.
Yeah.
Basically the middle. So that's the blue ball, which is for hoop 2. Okay.
So I'd expect him just to push red out, rush yellow towards black, send it to 3 and rush black to 2.
Yeah. Presumably he'll be attempting to do that with a fair amount of precision.
I would have thought
David's had a couple of goes where his rushes ended up being not in the right direction or longer than he'd like, so presumably Samir's going to have... Oh, he's hit this too hard.
He's overhit that.
It is... I mean, I don't know how many it actually is, but Samir's probably played about 20 shots so far in this game, and more than 5 of them have been overhit.
Yeah, the lawns are probably slowing down
Yeah.
quite a rate, so Samir's, as Ewan says, Samir's not had a lot of play, and he's going to have to make a fairly quick adjustment to the reduced pace of the lawn.
See, this is what I was talking about. I thought he was going to have a 1 foot rush pointing in the right direction. He's ended up getting a 1 yard one. You're not guaranteed to get a great contact. I think this will go past the hoop. Oh. It's sort of north.
Yeah,
it's not great.
That hoop has become quite notorious over the course of the tournament. Hoop 2 on lawn 2. There's a very slick patch around it.
Yeah.
This is going to be a difficult approach.
And we seem to think it's in fairly firm ground as well, making for it to be easily the most difficult hoop here, I would say.
We think so. Most difficult hoop in world croquet right now.
Yeah, I guess so. It looks like he's giving this plenty. I think it does move towards the west boundary, so maybe he's aware of that and is hoping he'll get a ball or pull. But it looks like he's playing this well wide. He's going to play into it. Why would he want to play into this? Not necessary, is it? Black's in almost the perfect spot. Why is it? Is that a safety option? No? Let's go in the other way.
That's long.
This is not easy. Why did he play into the black? Surely he could just left the black where it was.
I think sometimes it just feels a bit more comfortable to play into a ball more. Very fine takeoffs.
Yeah.
Sometimes a little harder to judge than one where you do play into the object ball a little.
Mm-hmm.
But he's through. Should be able to rush back down to red near corner 4.
Maybe. Yeah, that's going to be Rover Pioneer.
to red. Deciding whether to go to red or just split black towards 4, going straight to yellow, which looks like he's doing.
He's definitely doing that. It doesn't look like he's splitting it that much. I think this is blue's gonna end up going way too far, sort of southeast. Oh, it's come out on that line. What? He's just put that to hoop 5. This might hit the yellow.
Yeah, he's ended up the wrong side of yellow.
He's gonna have another takeoff in another quite quick patch of ground.
He's hardly moved black.
But was he deliberately having black there, or is this hoop 5?
I assume so. There seems to be no effort to get black near a 4. He must be happy with the prospect of.
Yeah, that was why I thought it was going to
go.
It was going to go southeast. I thought he was going to play into it, but he didn't at all, did he?
So, doesn't have control of the break yet.
No. By no means. Even if he makes this hoop, he's still going to be scratching around to make hoop 4. That's going to keep going. That's going to keep going. Yard and a half. Might just run this down to red.
Can't afford to try and run this with control. He's going to run it hard.
He's just bounced off it.
And rejects. So in the perfect world, David would play red, but it's likely the shortest shot is yellow at blue. He might not want to take it on. If he misses, he'll be left on the boundary near blue, so he may simply shoot at red in order to join up. He's well ahead in the game, so no need to take risks, and he is shooting at partner. There's a little bit of gardening before taking the shot. Yeah, centre balls it.
Oh, it's you, Rob. That is you.
He'll certainly look to get black over towards 2 back. Maybe blue somewhere in the middle of the lawn. We'll see what he can engineer.
Sam, I'm leaving you. Gabrielle's joining, and Alison might be manning another camera as well. I'm not really sure. But Gabrielle's going to come and speak to you.
Okay.
See you tomorrow.
I mean, you can poke the camera at things if you want to.
You don't have to do that. Elsa's doing it inside as well. So it's just extra.
So you checked his phone, but if you see something interesting, you can move this around like this. And you can see this one.
Joined by Gabrielle Higgins, who played on this lawn earlier.
It was quite a testing lawn.
Seems to be the toughest lawn here this week.
I think it's probably the fastest.
Yeah.
Although I'm told that lawn 6 is also quite challenging.
Okay.
I think not on speed. Lawn 1 is the other really fast lawn.
The geography of the club is such that lawn 1 is the highest and they get slightly lower, so broadly moisture will run down from lawn 1 down to lawn 7, so the top lawns tend to be slightly drier and slightly quicker.
What hoop is yellow for?
Yellow's for peg. He joined up
I see,
with
yes.
his peg ball and hit in joining up, so he's now setting a lead for red, which is for 2-back.
And Samir is 3 and 3.
3 and 3.
No, I'm not getting it. I've already found 8 games. I'm getting out of it. I've just found 8 games instantly. I didn't even get to the bottom of the list. So what's his new youth policy? Yeah. You're not sure they're allowed to do that.
It looks as though he's not going to go to blue. Just makes life a bit easier for Samir. He'll just move black.
So Samir buries black. What do you do if you're David?
Well, assuming he gives himself a decent rush to 2-back.
Make another hoop and regroup. And if you're lucky,
It
you
could be
might
that
get a good
he
rush
may get a
over to 3-back.
backward rush up to blue and be able to rush that down to 3-back. There's chances. And he'd be able to naturally load 4-back if that occurred.
Can't quite see that corner of the lawn from here.
Right, see you all tomorrow. I assume you're home, mate. Yeah. Enjoy the Nottingham GT Open on Saturday. Cheers. You're only deciding you're going. Well, I'm intending to. I intend to live this one. But having said that, I probably have to play a bit better than I did today. In patches. A nice 3-hole, 12-bit break on this monster of a lawn. Didn't get the peg out though, did I? Didn't get the peg out. Shocked. Oh, was that for the win?
While he's thinking about that, congratulations on your win. Who do you face tomorrow?
Robert Fulford.
Ah, nice easy
So
match.
number 1, yeah. I played him in the Swiss and had an early chance, but didn't make a lot of progress. Rob won with a triple. I've never beaten Rob in, I think, maybe 4 or 5 attempts, so hoping to change that tomorrow.
Jack came very close to it.
He did well. I mean, Rob, by his own admission, isn't playing at his best. David's left himself a very tight rush towards 2-back. Samir's off to have a look at that. Do you get a place in the plate?
I do.
You do.
Playing Dennis Bullock in the morning.
Okay. Samir's shooting at the opponent here. There's very little room behind the ball, so he probably figures there's not much to lose here if he does miss. And in fact, red and yellow are so tight that red probably couldn't hit black behind it.
But I guess if red had gone in the corner, it would have given a bigger target for Samir.
Yeah, No, I understand why David left them that tight.
Well, Samir has missed, so we'll see if David can get a backswing at it. No way. Oh, I think he looks like he can. Hitting down on it.
Were he to make contact with yellow in the stroke, it would be a fault.
Well, there'd also be quite a lot of risk of prolonged contact, depending on what angle he gets his mallet at, in order to avoid hitting yellow.
Yeah, and equally coming at a steep angle, he might catch it with a bevel bend with the mallet. David can hit black if he chip it a little way towards the three back. Good ball. Rushing yellow to two back.
He can also improve his rush on yellow slightly.
Yes, his rush
So that
is
he could-
pointing more at corner one than
Yeah.
two back.
And when they're that close, it's quite hard to cut them.
Yeah. And hard to judge the pace of rush actually when the balls are very close.
Yeah.
Is he looking at a bombard here? Or is he playing this on straight towards yellow?
Surely not.
Sorry,
But I think
haven't
he's
got a very
overhit
good
it.
view here. Slightly overdone. Red, so he's got a
Cut.
bit of a cut.
Rob played a beautiful bombard at the end of his game against Jack.
So eventually, he came down this end. Plus, it was mine. So Ali was going to lay a cake, but not going to lay a cake. He would just come up this end. And this end, there were issues at this end. They were no better, no worse, but at least John could commentate.
Slightly longer approach than he would have hoped for.
Mainly commentating.
But given the angle of the cut he had, that's not a bad outcome.
Yes, the rush was played reasonably well. The disappointment probably with the croquet stroke that led to the rush.
Yeah. And the benefit is that he is at least approaching straight.
Yeah.
And I think these hoops are much easier to run straight, even from a bit further back,
Yeah.
than they are at an angle.
Yes, you don't want to be approaching from the side. The pace is tricky. You don't want to be playing across the hoops.
On this lawn earlier, Doug was approaching along the line to the infamous hoop 2 that causes so much problem. Overhit it, but he ended up in the jaws, so it's fine if you overhit it and you're going down that line.
Good hoop. He hasn't got an angle to get this anywhere near blue. And it's going to be tough getting behind black
Virtually no room
for
to
the
get
rush to
behind
three
black.
back.
he's just going to try a speculative approach from the boundary?
Well, I think he'll try to get behind black, or at least give himself a chance. I don't think he'll be too aggressive here. But
most people, when they're doing the shot, look like they're trying, but don't get anywhere.
Well,
my camera's just gone off. No, it's come back on again. It's if I'm trying to get it too far round.
well, that
It can't see corner 4.
That didn't look like an attempt to get behind black. He didn't want to risk going off, so
Did you win?
probably going to, as Gabrielle says, just respect the approach to the hoop from near corner 4.
You came up here.
Plus Annabelle.
Let me think about it.
You came up here and you were a few hoops.
The break starts on 2 back, so he doesn't have to, at this point, have to worry about.
I basically made 2 breaks.
If he doesn't make 3 back, he
I
can
made 2 breaks.
treat his partner near
I don't know how I got it right.
corner 1.
But this, I don't know.
If he had been giving a lift, he probably wouldn't have done the takeoff and would have made sure he'd moved yellow further out.
Yeah.
3 back and 4 back, yeah.
So you won by the difference between 3 back and
Mark's
box.
working out the score for me.
I think you won by about +5. About +5.
That's 5 on time. Again.
So box and
Approach is a long way
4
short.
back is 22. Box and 4 back
I don't
is
think he'll be taking that on.
22.
And what was he?
3 back and 4.
Back
3
to
back and
partner,
4 back is
I should think.
17. 22-17, Ali. Well, that's difficult maths at this time of the year.
Yeah, clip goes on, so won't be attempting this.
So the next question is where he goes off the boundary, what sort of rush he wants.
And next time.
And I think he looks like he's looking at giving a rush back to 3 back.
Do you know, I think it's the same.
I wonder if there's a merit in setting the rush to go down to blue.
I'd agree with you for a couple of reasons. I think Samir will move black come what may.
Utter error there.
I also think if you don't get this exactly right, there's a chance of leaving a double for black.
Yep.
Samir's a confident shot, and I think if there's any kind of target, he's going to take it on. Particularly as blue is near black's, not far from black's hoop. So I don't think he wants to leave anything too attractive to Samir here. You might hear a huge swarm of parakeets above the lawn. I think double or not, Samir's going to shoot here. If he does miss, David won't be able to get black that far into the lawn. Samir has quite a lot to gain from hitting here, with the ball quite near his hoop.
Yeah, he doesn't even seem to have thought about it.
No, it's a straightforward decision. I think that's through the middle. Doug Grimsley acting as ball boy.
They've gone off in contact.
David's off to have a look probably at how much room there is behind blue. If he was to rush up to there, I'm fairly sure he'll rush straight to 3 back, but he may be thinking about what he does after that.
Yeah, because if he was thinking about rushing to blue, it's surprising that he didn't set the rush pointing that way.
Yes. You know, he's got the extra ball now, though, so gives him some more options. Although with the balls in contact, there's no rush. On an easier lawn, you might take the rush to blue, stop a ball to four back, but hoop by hoop has some advantages on these on this tricky lawn. Well, that rush is pointing that corner three, so he is going up to blue. That's well played. So he can stop this to four back, and the key shot will be the rush to three back. If he gets that right, it's actually a winning turn here. He's taken an aggressive option, which is good to see. Body language suggests he's not totally happy with the rush.
The way his feet are pointing suggests it's reasonably straight, but just a little bit longer than he might have liked. And yellow is a little bit short of going all the way to four back.
Too hard. He's nearly on the boundary, but fairly straight. So he's going to have a 5 to 6 yard straightish approach here. Play blue to the west of the hoop, and there could be options to rush back towards black afterwards if he does make the hoop. Black's about 6 or 7 feet to the west of hoop 1.
Not bad. Quite get the camera onto three back.
He's got a fairly straight 3-foot hoop. It's not hesitating, so it's not too taxing. Well, he's through, but he's run it almost 2 4 back.
Suggests it might have been more taxing than we thought if he didn't feel he could run it with control.
Yes.
Because he had quite a lot of room. Blue must be, what, at least 3 yards through. And even if you had to turn around and hit blue after the hoop, you'd still rather be doing that than going straight to yellow, because you can get blue down to penult.
Yes, he clearly thought he just had to go for it.
Yeah.
So he's just going to have to make 4 back from yellow and hope he gets a rush across the penult after the hoop. took a bit of wire there, but not enough. So
So this is not. This
no rush to penalty.
But you can
Might
probably
rush
rush to
back down
blue.
to blue. One way or another, he's going to have a very long rush to penalty.
Oh,
No,
he's cutting it to
no,
penalty.
he had a slightly better rush than I thought.
I can't tell if that's to the side or if it's going to be a backwards takeoff. I think it's to
I
the
think
side.
he's almost exactly to the side. So
Go the
just a
parakeets again.
square split, perhaps.
Has he made 3-pack?
And 4-back.
Okay, so the clip's still on 3-pack.
Yes.
Okay, that's what was confusing me.
Yeah, Joel Taylor behind us pointing out that David's left his clip on 3-back, but obviously has made that. I think a function of how much he's concentrating on this break that he's forgotten his clips.
You've been left.
We've lost Gabrielle. She's had a better offer. I'm joined by Alison Morm.
Hello. Hello.
So David has 2 balls each, well, between about 7 and 9 yards away from Rover. You take off to blue, which is slightly closer. Looks short. My guess is he'll try and cut this to the south boundary and try then to get behind black to rush to Rover.
Sorry, I don't keep up with your. Sorry, I don't keep up with your stuff.
Well, he's cut that quite fine. Slight dilemma now. He's not that far from Rover. He could try a tricky approach here. The alternative is to try to take off behind black and then rush to Rover. That's what he's looking at. I think that's the better choice. He's conceding a lift here, and black's only 7 yards out of bulk. So he doesn't want to take a risky approach to Rover, leaving the ball where it is.
He's Rover and Peg.
He's now Rover and Peg.
Okay. It's not got past. It has got past.
He's got past. He's got a slight cut back to Rover, but that's a decent shot. I always think a short cut rush is better than a long straight one.
Why? Why do you think that?
I just think you have more control.
More focus.
I think the closer you are, yeah. I think particularly if you know you've got the ball, object ball in your field of vision.
Yep. Yep. I'm going to say this is probably quite nervy.
It is, but he's not shown any signs of nerves, to be fair, during this break. He's taken on some quite aggressive choices.
Okay.
Particularly when rushing back up to the north boundary to rush blue back to 3-back. That was the the more constructive and aggressive choice. And it's worked out.
One more good shot. Short.
A little short.
Bit short.
The more nervous you get, the more likely you are to play short.
One more hoop.
Runs his hoop, he should win.
Oh.
A lot of hard work, and it's ended there.
That's a shame.
In theory, a fairly easy start for Samir. If he can get a ball to 4 and has a ball 6 or 7 yards from hoop 3.
It's
so
an easy pickup, but it is 20 to 9 in the evening.
It's 29, there's still enough light
Still,
there.
still daylight. When is dusk?
I'm not sure, man. I don't know what Samir's night vision's like. He's having a look at that. The only slight problem for Samir is that hoop 6 could be in the way of getting a rush to hoop 3. That's the
Well, that's what he's just
the awkward
looking,
bit.
yeah.
But he should be able to get a ball to 4 and rush a ball quite near yellow to finesse that rush to 3. That's unfortunate for David. That was a really good effort to wrap up the game. But red will go to 4, and Samir will try to get a rush on black up to yellow. Little bit short, so he's having to cut this. Yeah. The degree of cut, and he in the end overcut it. Just trickled into hoop 5, so he's now got to take off to yellow, with the problem I mentioned earlier of hoop 6 being in play here. He's got to make sure he gets clear of hoop 6, which means he may end up having to go a little further than he'd want to. In fact, he's not going for the takeoff, reasoning that black and red are too close together. So safety first, and he's having to get the two apart. Result is, though, that he doesn't get the rush to 3. He'll cut this to the north boundary and have a, I should guess, a speculative approach. Cuts up pretty well. So he's left with a long but straight approach to 3.
It's being prepped.
Sorry?
You said it was going to be half an hour.
That one, do they take your number? We don't want to see if there's. They take your number just in case.
Makes 3, has a pioneer at 4. Fairly long return roquet, so a little bit of work to do
How
to
long
get
is
full
that?
control of the break.
4 yards?
Yeah, I don't think it's missable. It just means that he's not, you know, he's not going to get pinpoint control getting a pioneer to 5. He may elect to take off behind black here and rush it down toward red.
Can you do the split? Send
I think
yellow into the middle somewhere.
Yeah, or even towards 6 as a advanced
Yeah.
pioneer. The main thing is to be able to rush black toward red.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, he's gone for your
Yeah.
option more, and it's in
And
fact
he's reached.
yellow's
And
not
he's
far
got
from
yellow.
5.
Yeah, so he's
And
now
a
got
good rush
pioneer.
on black, so that's a very good shot. It's a really good shot.
You wouldn't expect anything less from the England team captain.
Well, no, but he's made a few errors in this game, and he's not happy with that rush. He's didn't get a good contact there. Non-fatal.
So I have noticed that these balls, you do get some odd contact. It's a little bit like watching snooker. You know, when you're in snooker and you get the, you know,
A kick.
They say that they get a kick, yeah. And it kind of is similar with
Yeah,
these
what
balls. It's a bit weird.
The first thing I noticed when I came on Monday, the last day of the doubles, and I had a practice, the main thing I noticed when I was rushing is that the forward ball just didn't seem to travel as far as I expected, almost as though the balls were heavier.
Yeah.
Now, clearly they're not. They're going to weigh exactly a pound, but it must
Have
say...
they been weighed? Who's weighed them? Who's checked?
I think that's one of the first things they would do, but there's something about the contact between the balls that means not as much energy is transferring into the forward ball. And when rushing, the forward ball doesn't travel as far as one might expect.
So, having now played with them for, I don't know, 5 days or whatever I've been here for, I think I finally figured out, it's taken me all that time, that the flatter you go through the ball, the more distance you get. And it's the same with any croquet balls, but I think it means more with these. I think you've got to be that
that's
much
probably
more
true.
precise.
I mean, another thing to bear in mind is these balls are brand new, and the milling is very pronounced. And that might just mean that there's more grip between the balls when they contact. So that grip would probably reduce the energy transfer between the balls to explain a weaker rush. And also people have been observing a lot more pull
Oh, it's mad.
on peeling strokes and so on. And again, the deeper milling might explain that.
I'm looking at this and I'm thinking this is a ball to fall back. Not a problem.
I'm sure it is.
Now Samir's in, once he's in play, the lawns have slowed down. I should think they've slowed down a bit now.
Yes, I don't think there's a tactic here other than a ball to four back.
Well, I assume they're not playing super advanced anyway.
No. On a much easier lawn, Samir might look at a one-back leave just to minimise the chance of David hitting in, because David's only going to have to hit one shot to finish, you would think. I think Samir's going to have to go to four-back, the tight leave, and hope David doesn't hit.
He has been hitting though, hasn't he? I think.
I didn't see the earlier part of the game.
Sorry, that's Domino's
But
pizza.
he's had a lot of play.
Our pizza is baking.
You say that because you don't know what word that is.
controlled 4-ball break now for Samir. He'll already be thinking about the leave.
What sort of leave do you do? Rover and peg versus where is Black's clip? 3. Is Black on 3?
Black's on 3.
Yeah.
The main consideration for the leave will be making it hard for red if it hits. I wouldn't be surprised if Samir joins up near a corner 2 rather than corner 4.
Okay.
The problem with joining up, obviously near corner 4 or in that
We didn't like that.
part of the lawn, as if David hits, it's a shorter rush toward Rover.
Well, it's not going to be an MSL.
No.
Not with red there. We might get an NSL.
I think red's going to be somewhere in the middle of the lawn.
You think a spread?
Well, you could have a reverse diagonal spread.
Okay.
With red near the peg, yellow near hoop 4.
Okay.
Davey's going to be desperate to play red.
Oh.
So he
I was going to
lifted.
say that's quite a long return to yellow.
It is,
So
but
we're
he
not
can
doing that.
he can ignore yellow for now.
Okay.
Red will go to 3 back. You know, retrieve yellow after 2 back.
And he'll leave black up there? Then?
I would have thought he'd try and stop it into the middle of the lawn, and then he can arrange things from there after 3 back. Red's a bit short.
He's still very much in control though.
He is.
It does look like he's tutting to himself a little bit.
Well, he hit that a little further than he wanted to. He wanted a tight rush back up to yellow here, and by sending black a little too far to the east, he just made that fractionally harder, but shouldn't be a problem. It's great to watch Samir. He plays with a very good pace, very fluid style. So, as predicted, black goes into the middle of the lawn. yellow will go back to the middle as well. My money is still on a reverse diagonal spread, but Samir has a lot more experience than me, and he might have something else up his sleeve. He's underdone the rush to 3-bet. So he could leave red here and then leave yellow in the middle of the lawn. That's suboptimal because yellow in the middle of the lawn would serve as a potential pioneer for red to make rover. But it looks as though that is going to be the line of play. Remember, black is for hoop 3, so this isn't going to be a conventional 4-back leave. So I think we are looking at a reverse diagonal spread.
Exactly
Ideally,
what you predicted.
It's what I predicted, but I think ideally Samir would have had yellow and red the other way round.
So red's over here.
Yellow's going to be by the peg. Were red to hit, then yellow will serve as a potential pioneer for red, for rover.
Here we go. Well, Dave's going to get himself geared up.
Well, David's within earshot, so I can't make any suggestions at the moment.
he's buzzed off so that we can find out what Sam thinks is going to happen.
If I was David, I would just take the shortest available shot, which would be at Samir's balls from B-ball. I think you just give yourself the maximum chance of finishing this turn, and not to worry too much about what Samir's going to do if you miss.
Well, I mean, it's a long way to go for Samir still, isn't it? So
It is.
here we go. Okay. I'll be back shortly.
Red at yellow from either A or B bulk is probably a similar distance to the shot at black from B bulk. Although he'd much rather leave that where it is to be able to rush it to rover. I think he'll shoot at black from B bulk. Have a look. He's taking a more defensive option, shooting at the enemy balls from A bulk. So if he misses into corner 2, there's less available for Samir, but it's a longer shot. It's a more defensive option. I personally would have favoured a more aggressive option of the shorter shot. Shot is 20 yards, probably 22, 23. Missing left, into corner 2. David gets the reward of having taken the defensive option that it will take some time for Samir to dig that ball out of corner 2. He'll start with a 3-ball break, but it'll be a while before he can get red out into play for a 4-ball break. And that may make thoughts of a triple somewhat remote. Probably wanted to rush a little closer to yellow than that. It's under hit. There's quite a lot of cut on this. So, cut it in exactly the right direction, but would have had to be a very powerful shot to get it up to the hoop. So this will be a tricky backward takeoff. He's going to risk taking on the hoop. It's David's peg ball that's in front of the hoop, so it's not too great a risk. Runs it well. Samir will be thinking about when he can dig red out of corner 2. May not be until 1 back. I'm certain he won't be thinking about a triple peel in this situation. A ball in corner 2 and starting on hoop 3. He probably is thinking about pegging yellow out. If he's to do that, it would be a great advantage if he could get perhaps 1 peel on partner before doing that. If you're left with a pegged out ending, taking your final lift hoop out of the equation is quite valuable. So 3-ball break is established. Samir will hope to pick up red, probably going to one back. So if you can get a good one back pioneer, make 6, get over to the ball in corner 2 and send that down to 2 back. Going to the ball at 1 back, which is yellow. To develop the 4th ball. So looking to go to red now. That's a little short. A slightly sweaty Roquet on red. A bit longer than he'd like. No problem. So I think Samir will be thinking about getting 1 peel on partner and then pegging yellow off. Partner ball is the pivot currently, so he's going to have some freedom potentially getting that ball and another up to 4 back. That shot suggests he's sending blue to 3 back, which means there won't be any peeling. So it will just be a ball to the peg, with the one question as to whether he pegs yellow off.
Is it the wine that's down by the commentary place?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I always invite my private things. I haven't said that to somebody for like 10 years. Also, I felt like as a child, when you were a child, you used to say, I would not advise you. A polite way of greeting none of a heart.
So Samir's opted for essentially a low risk break, ball to the peg, nothing clever or risky. Still reasonably light here, getting a little dimmer, but don't see any reason why they won't continue for a while.
You might go to England first, but still got to
There's so simplicity in her, like, she didn't even chili. She didn't even want that. She was anxious. So your mum lived near your sister?
It's quite severe, it's slow down. I'll use this one.
My guess is still that Samir will peg yellow out and rely on his much greater experience if it comes to a pegged out ending. If he doesn't peg yellow out, he's Essentially just hoping that David doesn't hit the lift and finish. Slightly unfortunate rough from Samir there, putting blue behind hoop 6. Shouldn't be a big problem. Remember, David's due a lift at the end of this turn. If Samir does peg out yellow and he's leaving it near the middle of the lawn, then he'll probably separate blue and black, or have a wide join to make it as hard as possible for David, if he hits, to get a rush to Rover. So, at a guess, he'll have a ball in corner 2 and another ball maybe 5 or 6 yards south of that. Position of red not particularly critical, it's almost certain to be lifted. So yeah, yellow pegged out. I think blue will be rushed toward corner 2. So that's a decent distance from Rover and from Bulk. Blue for 4 back. With yellow pegged out, there are likely to be some cat and mouse play to come. Turn completed. The objectives fulfilled. David's coming down to A bulk. He can fashion a double from A bulk if he wishes. Or he can take a single ball shot of a shorter distance from B bulk. Let's get some pizza and talk for a minute. The great Robert Wilkinson joining me on commentary.
Hello. If anybody's watching, I'm sorry, I have no idea what Sam has been telling you. It would appear to me Fuller's in a little bit of a bind. I'm expecting Samir to be able to roquet Fuller and get a rush on black. I can't see any clubs.
Blue for fullback, black for peg, red for profile, yellow pegged off. Okay.
So it turns out Fuller just had to hit and he'd have a pretty good chance of winning. Samir is playing with the ball he can't progress with, but he's going to make a leave. I imagine he'll be going as far away from red as he possibly can.
Samir will roll towards 4-back.
Is it black for 4-back, Sam?
No, blue for 4-back.
Ah, okay.
He's got to make
So
sure he doesn't
I
give
think
away a wiring
it's,
list to David.
it's looking like red is wide from black, so he's going to be... Oh, he's just got to go long with blue. Leaving red open on blue.
Yeah,
And
fairly
this
confident.
is
Red and black are wide, so he has to leave blue
if
where red can hit it. Otherwise, David will have a.
If Fuller
simple
doesn't
lift or
hit
V-bob.
this, if Fuller doesn't hit this incredibly long shot in the dark, I think Samir's a massive favourite to win.
Do you think he'll definitely take the shot?
I think he has to. Well, he doesn't have to, but it depends on. Yeah, no, I would back Samir to just two ball it out from here.
Really?
Yeah, but that's the choice that Dave has now. If he thinks that he can't, stick it in corner 2 and wait for the lift.
Or lurk. Middle of the east boundary. No easy choices for David here.
Yeah, it depends on how David feels about his shooting. Like,
if he shoots and misses, he loses.
That's instant death. Yeah.
And I think with one lift still to come, I think that's too big a risk. It's a very long shot.
This lighting conditions, yeah, I'm sort of favouring lurking. Maybe not in corner 2, but north of 2 or somewhere on the east boundary.
North of 2 is tricky, but I think maybe 14 yards south of corner 3.
I think that Samir can get a good control of that hoop to rush to a ball that nearby.
I mean, that's the danger. If you're anywhere near that part of the lawn, Samir might make the hoop, rush back out of it to the enemy ball, rush that to penalt, and he's got chances to finish.
Now, with those balls where they are, it's a bit of a long way to rush to Rover. It's not going to get any easier, though, is it?
No, I mean he's not going to get many chances, but with a lift still to come, he may figure that now is the time for discretion. Yeah, and he's taking Robert's more defensive suggestion of corner 2. Having another think. Discretion, the better part of Bala at this point.
Absolutely. Well, I assume he was aiming at that leg on that bench just to practice his shooting. It was pretty close.
Yeah, the risk of going into the corner is it gives Samir a slightly bigger target. If he was able to get a rush out of 4 back into the corner to get a cannon.
Samir's hit that quite hard, given his accuracy. But I assume he'll be able to get this into a good position.
Yeah, it gives him room to send black near the boundary, run blue to the boundary, and rush to penalt.
Absolutely nailed it. I think he's just going to ignore red now then.
Yep. I think he'll try to make penalt, try to get forward rush to Rover. If he doesn't, he's always got the option of splitting up. He'd probably have to split up near corner 4, which is not ideal because it's not a million miles from Rover, but
yeah, true split is not what he's going to be going for with red at Rover. So it'll be paired up with a little bit of longish join.
I think it would have to be quite a long join in corner 4.
Yes.
A little angled.
Samir's been running hoops like this all day. Absolutely, yeah.
No forward rush.
Except a little bit too clean.
I guess would be a split on the east boundary.
Samir's giving a lift.
Who's the shot to Laura apart from?
So I think you'll stop this toward the somewhere near the middle of the east boundary, and then Blue will go off in the corner.
Possibly send them both off in the same shot.
Yeah, I don't.
Oh, he's asking for someone to. Yes, that's it. That's the intention.
Yeah,
he wants someone to
send
watch
both
the
balls
position.
off.
Until he got sick and went back to until he went sick and went back to Australia. I'm going to try it.
So Samir will play a split roll to send both balls off the lawn, not very close to each other.
Fox. Looks like a Tasmanian devil.
David has a lift, so the big danger of Samir is that David hits the lift and gets behind the other ball to rush it to Rover. So by splitting them up, it makes that difficult.
Have you any experience of that boundary, Sam?
I've
got a feeling it.
I did play on here yesterday.
But I haven't played on this lawn.
So David's two choices really are the short shot from A bulk at black. We could try to line up a double from B bulk. That's what he's going to have a look at anyway.
The shot of black's a safe one. And it's the most likely to succeed. If Dave could finish his turn by splitting up Samir and landing himself in front of Rover, if not through it, that is progress.
That would be a good outcome.
I haven't had any. I missed out. Hello, I just finished. So I'll go to Tesco and bring them home.
Misses both
So
balls.
this shot encourages black to play, which Samir cannot finish from.
No, not to win. I won.
There's no chance he's playing blue, do you think?
No, I think it'd be absolutely crazy to play blue.
So, all right, so I'll be home probably about 20 minutes.
Although he's walking towards it. No. It's black at red. My guess is he'll stop red up towards corner 2
far
as
as he
bare,
can.
then leave himself a rush to Rover from somewhere near corner 4.
At that point, I
Blue.
think Dave just has to take whatever shot's available.
I think that's then yes, his last chance. he's leaving red where it is, taking off to blue. So rush probably up toward corner 3. That's the roll toward corner 2, so maximum distance from red.
So this is not what I thought was the easiest solution. By chipping red to corner 2 would allow him to have a controlled rush to corner 4, which is a much shorter distance.
Yeah, I'm slightly surprised. I would have thought doing this the other way around. I suppose the advantage of this is the other line of play. If he'd stayed in corner 4 with red in corner 2, if he did red hit, he's got a shorter rush to rover. This way round, even if red hits, he's got a 20-yard rush to his hoop.
This is a case of Samir saying, I'm just better than you. Maybe.
So Samir hasn't left a rush to rover.
No. So now David doesn't have to take the shot.
He doesn't.
But if he doesn't, then Samir can take a truly wide position, and then it's all over.
I don't know if black's wide from red.
Can't really see from there. This is about as long as it gets.
Don't think David's shooting. Well, I'm wrong, he has shot. And he's hit.
Oh, he's nailed it! Alright.
So, one very good takeoff and his favourite.
Or one extremely good cut rush. Or one really good approach. Fairly. Three chances to finish.
There's about 5 yards between black and red. Excuse me, between black and blue. So red has that little gap that David's looking at there to try to get into to rush blue to rover. Short.
It was a good angle, but it's absolutely flying.
Yeah, as Robert says, he got a good cut on that, but overhit it. Well, nothing to lose by trying to get in front of the hoop here, but he has rushed Samir's rover ball down here, so if he doesn't get in front of the hoop, he's got to retreat.
So I'd just be maximising my chances to win. I'd be planting blue south of rover, such that a ball taking position cannot hit it. Hoping to get position myself, and if you do, you've won the game. If you don't, you're in position in rover, and you've got another chance. Short.
Now, as Robert
looks like
says,
he might be able to take position where blue can't see it, but it's difficult to see.
he's got to check that blue can see black. If blue can't see black, he can't leave red wide from blue. Or blue will have a lift shot. Quite dark now.
Looks like it might be wide.
Umpires might be on with the light meters shortly.
Does this game have to finish today?
I don't think so.
Which raises the question, why haven't they pegged it down?
So Samir, I think, shooting at partner on the north boundary.
Oh!
Hits hoop 2. Far from ideal.
Right, so
the best outcome here is David running this hoop with a bit of wire. That means he's got a shot back at the peg.
a free shot at the peg. Good chance
he's probably going to be able to see some of the peg here.
And if he misses, it's a bit of a triangulation, but blue and black are close together.
If he can see the peg, he's got to go for it, but it's possible Rover's blocking the shot. Hitting black would be fun.
Can we tell him? I can barely see the peg myself.
Yeah.
Really quite dark now. You can see the tops of the hoops, but not really the uprights, the steel grey uprights. And David shooting, whether it's at peg or po. It's apparently wide from the peg, so I think he's shooting at black or blue. If he hits, he wins. Yes! Well, the applause tells you he's hit blue. So now just has a take off to the peg to win the game.
That was amazing.
Such two critical long shots he's hit in the closing stages of this game.
He's got big balls.
That's all over.
I thought I'd start by moving my mallets, if that's all right with you.
Start by moving your mallet, and then follow up a couple of times.
Rob. Yep. Your hat's ready.
Oh, excellent.
Fortune favours the brave. And this for a +3 win, game 1.
Well done, Dave Fuller. Thank you very much to Sam. Thank you to Wilco. Thank you to all of our commentators today. And a huge thank you to Elsa, who has been amazing on the desk all day long. We've got some volunteers lined up for tomorrow, so hopefully we'll bring you more live stream in the morning.